Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is your open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air and what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the Supreme Court is continuing hearing on the petition against the election of one William Ruto as declared by the chairman of Iebc, Bwana Chebukati. And in the course of the hearings, there is a lot that is coming into light that we had not been exposed to as Kenyans. Well, one of the things that are coming out clearly is that the Iebc seems not to be comfortable with the Supreme Court orders to open the server. We are back where we were in 2017. This server thing seems to be bigger than what we think. And therefore, tonight, we want to dive into this understanding. What is this standoff between the Supreme Court of Kenya orders of open the server to Iebc, but Iebc seems not to be comfortable with the whole process. What is it being covered in the server? Let's get talking. And then election malpractices. Is it mistakes or by design? Because the sampling of the recounting and the retallying of some sample polling stations are bringing out some of the things that we were fearing for the same. What is cooking? And we need to get to the bottom of the same. So welcome everybody. If you're able to get us, make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. We are early today because we need to be on toes with understanding everything as far as this process is concerned. Welcome. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. I salute everybody for the choice to follow Mtembei TV and be able to get an opportunity to air what you think and feel about the whole situation. I salute Vincent Macau, Ben Obege, thank you so much. Kuna Ben Juma, Alaf Anderson Nata, hello to you, thank you so much. Kuna Faiza Fauzi, Fauza. Okay, Fauzia, thank you so much. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Kuna Johnny ni anasema ni ngumu, nini ngumu? Okay, karibu kila mmoja. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Unasema mapema leo tumewahi mapema kwa sababu tutakuwa na wageni mashuhuri ambao watakuwa wanachangia mjadala wa leo. Kwa hivyo tungependa kuanza mapema ili kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kuchangia. Kwa hivyo kipindi kitaendelea, kitakuwa masaa 10 ama zaidi ya hapo. Kama utajiunga nasi, tafadhali karibu sana. Na ni muhimu kila mmoja ajue tunazungumza kuhusu the standoff between Iebc and the Supreme Court of Kenya in their orders to open the server. Why is Iebc uncomfortable opening the server if what they presented to us as election result is anything to go by? What is cooking with Chebukati and team and opening the server? Is it going to be after every 5 years the Supreme Court gives orders and the orders are taken for a ride? We must get to the bottom of this. Karibu kila moja. I will share the link once again. Kwa wale wote mngependa kuchangia, muda wenu ni huu. Msingoje studio ijaye alafu useme ulijaribu ukashindikana. Sasa hivi kila kitu iko wazi. Karibu, hii server iko wazi, si kama ile ya Chebukati ambayo ikana mushkili katika kuifungua ili tusome majibu yalivyotoka kwa polling station kabla yafike kwa tallying center. Ilikuwa inakwenda kwa server. Tunataka kuona hayo kama yanafanana na yale ambayo tulipewa ama kuna mengine yaliyopikwa hapo katikati tukaambiwa tule na tunyamaze. Basi wakati na masaa ni kama haya, kila mmoja karibu, makinika, siasa zetu, maisha yetu, na hapa tuko kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele kwa njia ambayo iko wazi na njia ambayo inaeleweka. Kama kuna masuala mengine ambayo yanaleta utata, basi muda ni huu kuyachambua na kuamua tutakavyoenda kama nchi. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, tukasherekee pamoja na tukasonge mbele. Thank you everybody. Beatrice Ayuma, good evening to you. Samuel Onyango, thank you so much. You say based on the law. Asante sana. Kuna mzee Azunga, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru. Kuna Joanne Mbaja, kuna Henry Meyeka, karibu sana kila mmoja. I will share the link once again. Wala ambao mngependa kujiunga kwa studio, usichelewe, usingoje kwamba studio imejaa ndio unaanza kuleta kizaza eti umefungiwa nje. Kuna Flo Makoha, karibu sana. Naomba tumshirikishe nani huyu? MC sijui kama ako ready. Everybody, let's get going as I get this video even as we start out. Thank you. Okay, let's move. Listen to this even as we get set for the show. Karibu kila moja.
Friday, the 20th May 2021, which also coincided with my being in office as Chief Justice for 1 year, that we in the Judiciary, all the 130 court stations, set aside the day for prayer and fasting. On behalf of the Judiciary, I'm exceptionally indebted to the organizers of this prayer breakfast for keeping this country on a trajectory of prayer and renewal for the last 19 years. We in the Judiciary stood in the threshold to seek for forgiveness and offered confessions because we have not been able to meet the expectations of Kenyans as far as justice is concerned. We confess that we have delayed justice. We confessed that we have let murderers and other criminals go scot-free. We confessed of all our shortcomings and invited God to walk with us as we continue to transform this country through the vision that we unveiled that we call transforming the judiciary through access to justice, social transformation through access to justice. Allow me now to pray for the nation. I stand here this morning to pray for our nation, Kenya. Our Father, we recognize Kenya belongs to you, and you bequeathed it to all the 50 million of us, like you did to your chosen people in the Bible. We are confident, like your children, and the way you assured your children in the book of Jeremiah 29:11, that the plans you have for us are to prosper us and not to harm us. You have plans to give us hope and a future. God, we ask you to keep our country, Kenya, safe during this electioneering period and subsequent transition in leadership at both the national and county level. Father, in this particular season, being a time for contested electioneering, I pray for those who might be tempted to divide our nation for their selfish reasons. We join in one accord to pray against the spirit of fear or violence that is related to elections. Let no Kenyan be subjected to violence. Let no Kenyan be displaced or lose their property or loved ones due to electoral violence. Father in heaven, as all the religious leaders are praying, you gave us a good country, but we are always broadened when it comes to elections and election violence. Father, we ask that you reveal yourself to those who incite others to violence or cause violence, and teach them the values that we derive from the Bible and are restated in the Constitution. Father, remind them of the values of respect for one another, that I would like it to be done unto myself the way I would like it to be done unto the other, so that we may all embrace peace. Let everybody know this country belongs to all of us and not to politicians, and no one has a right to rob another of their peace and dignity. Our Father, I pray that the campaigns will be devoid of name-calling, but they will be issue-oriented and not personality-driven. Lord, may you make each one of us an instrument of peace. May we have peace in our hearts, our places of work, and even at our homes. Hold back the hands that kill, hold the hands of those who maim, hold the hands of those who abuse others. Touch and transform the hearts that hate, because your Spirit gives us power to love and self-discipline. Lord Almighty, may you transform us and remove any elements of hatred and vengeance amongst us. Father in heaven, I bring the people of Kenya before you and ask that you give us confidence, give us hope and insight to pursue and seek that which is just, to seek peace, and Father, to coexist in harmony. May you transform each one of us into agents of peace, agents of justice, to work towards the construction and resolution of conflict wherever they occur. I pray that no Kenyan will incite another to violence, and whenever there are disagreements, Father, we will seek for fair and just resolutions according to the rule of law and not turn to extrajudicial means. Father in heaven, I pray that there will be peace throughout our land, and that the love that has been discussed in this room this morning might be lived out, so that the candidates not only care for those on their teams, but that there might be a supernatural anointing for all the candidates to care for those even from the opposing sides. Even those who will not emerge as winners, Father, as we have been told the winner will be one. The positions are there, but it's only one who will win. We pray that, God, you will comfort those who do not win, and Father, that you will renew their faith, that you are still their God, and your plans for them are good, even outside the elected positions. And that in your usual mercies, Father, even those who do not win, you will give them alternative means of livelihood and heal their spirits. Almighty Father, I pray for the institutions involved in the electoral process to discharge their mandate with integrity, with honesty and fidelity to the Constitution and our laws. I pray against the evil spirit of corruption during voting. I pray against the spirit of fraud and deceit. I pray that the electoral justice shall prevail, and the best candidates will be the ones that will carry the day. But those who will steal the elections, Father, you will smoke them out. Our Heavenly Father, provide your light that shines all the time and sees where mere mortals cannot see, And let it be your right that is the one that guides us. Let your light shine in all our institutions. Let it shine in our in the hearts of those who serve as state officers, as public officers, and all involved in the administration of elections. I pray all the institutions of governance will be guided by you, Father. All our leaders and all those who serve the nation in various capacities. We remember those who are in the security for our nation, those who are providing us with health, those in education, and all those who are delivering one service or the other to your people. I pray that, God, you will fill them with the spirit of love, wisdom, knowledge, and the spirit of discernment so that they can serve your people with grace and dignity as we respect one another as your children.
Today was
May you, Lord, grant these your
petition.
workers
Tomorrow
wisdom to
respondents.
make decisions that accord to the
Today
mandate
will be either Monday.
donated to them by the Kenyan people, and may we serve according to your will. Grant us the courage to
Keep that door
discharge
closed.
our mandate without fear or favor, to make decisions that uphold your spirit and your principles, and also uphold our constitution for the common good of our nation. Father in heaven, as I hand this prayer, I wish to invite all of us to the words of our national anthem as we play, O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Let justice be our shield and defender. Let us dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Let plenty be found within our borders. Let one and all arise with hearts both strong and true. Service be our earnest endeavor, and our homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, firm may we stand to defend. Let all in one accord, in common board united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill our hearts with thanksgiving. Amen.
Of this month. But what you have seen is there has been manipulation of the results, where you find that the forms 34As, which are the primary forms which are filled at the polling station and announced by the presiding officer, which is supposed to be transmitted electronically to the server of the Electoral Commission. We found that somehow these forms were being intercepted by our opponents and were being then altered. And that was eventually being transmitted to the tallying center of the Electoral Commission were different. We've also found areas where what is called Form 34B, which is supposed to be filled at the constituency level, which is a sum total of all that came from different polling stations. These forms are being changed there, and you find that all these 34As, which are supposed to be added to create 44Bs, are in the same handwriting. I mean that one person was in all the various polling stations in the constituency. So there is definitely manipulation, and this is what one of the reasons why we are in court.
I guess the question that a lot of people have been having in their minds is, should the Supreme Court not grant your wishes or your prayers, would you accept that judgment?
Certainly. We will say that we believe in the rule of law, and we believe that the Supreme Court will be will be fair and just in looking objectively at the complaints that we have tabled. As you can see that we have brought in there big volumes of evidence, and we think that we have a very strong case. And this is not just for Kenya, it is for Africa and the world. We are showing here that the international criminal syndicate has infiltrated the continent. You have heard the stories of these Venezuelans who came here with expired passports, supposedly having been hired by the chairman of the Electoral Commission without the knowledge of other members of the commission. But they are found with very sensitive materials which they did not declare. So this is a very serious matter. And it's not just a serious matter for Kenyans alone. It's for the continent of Africa. And it's a universal crisis that requires a universal response.
Should we possibly have a scenario where we have to go for a rerun, would you take part, and what would be your conditions for participating?
This time around, one of our prayers to the Supreme Court, they do a retallying and find that we won the elections and declare us the winner. If that is not possible, then of course we leave that to the learned judges to come up with a decision.
And your opponent, during the declaration of the results, said that he'd reached out to you and spoken to you. Is that correct?
He called me before the result was announced and just greeted me. And we stayed ourselves at that time because we didn't know what was going to come out, that we would meet and talk. We have not met, neither have we talked since that time. Okay, because I don't believe that is the president-elect. I think that should be the president-elect. And he knows it deep in his heart that he did not win these elections. But is a beneficiary of this electoral fraud that is a threat to democratic governance not only in Kenya but in the whole world.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV. We started on our open forum, and we're glad to be joined by several people. We want us to be on the cutting edge as far as understanding what is happening with the Supreme Court, the Iebc, the servers, and the other players into this political scenario. And so we want everybody to be on the alert, ensure that you're inviting somebody, because in this particular program, we'll be joined by different legal minds as well as laymen to help us break down what is happening. I understand that some of us may be challenged by the language being used at the Supreme Court. So we provide this particular avenue to help out break down some of those terminologies and bring you up to speed on matters at play at the moment. We are glad that the process started out well. There is a lot that has come into the light that was in the dark. And this is the kind of Kenya we want. We want to know what exactly happens to our vote when we vote at the polling station before it reaches at the National Tallying Center, what transpires in between. There are a lot of versions. There are many issues that have come to our attention, and we want to know what you feel and think about the whole process, even as we await for the learned judges and the learned lawyers to battle it out and bring us the outcome that we all desire, that the person who went to the polling station to elect will end up being our president and not the one generated by computers or servers or the in-between parties. Thank you, everybody. Please continue inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Let's do what is necessary to move this country forward. We start out with Mama Selina as she gets the first priority to open for us. Kama vile Mama Supreme Court ametuanzia na maombi, tunataka mama wetu hapa naye atuanzie na usemi wa kwanza. Karibu Mama Selina.
I protest. I'm protesting.
Your objection overruled.
Thank you so much, Penat. Keep Penat. I had seen someone, Musa or somebody. Anyway, Penat, court is always faithful. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Asubuhi Kenya, saa hii ni jioni usiku, but we are preferring na ile mambo ilitendeka leo ya Mike Chuma. Tunashukuru Mungu. Ukweli Penat ni uchungu, lakini mtoto akishasaliwa na mama mahali ulijua ulitoa mimba na bwana amekataa, ni kasi yako tu juu atakwambia uwa mtoto ama utoke kwa nyumba yangu. So the best thing ni kutoka na hiyo mtoto, kwamba Mungu mahali utaenda ufaulu. Otherwise, kulingana, yes, umesema vizuri, tungetaka ile watu wamejua mambo ya laws. Lakini na ile wisdom kidogo pia tumeona ni kwamba Penat, yani ile kabisa imenishangaza. Hiyo watu wote wamekuwa kotini, hiyo group 9 ama group sijui ngapi, they are choosing one person or two people. Chebukati na first respondent, mkubwa yake alipatia karatasi. Yani mpaka niliona Ngati ameshika mdomo, naona anaitwa Kindiki, yani ni kama wangekuwa na mahali ya kutorokea. You know Penat, umaienda wakilisha mtu alafu unakuta unashangaa, yani ni mimi nilikubali kukuja ama singekuja. So for me as a lay person, yenye ninaweza sema tu swali mbili nimepata. Kwanza ya church ule Ibrahim imenikusa na Plomena. Ibrahim ameuliza swali, muna Orengo, tutafanya nini kwa hii mambo? Tukienda uchaguzi, tukienda Riran, amutaki Chebukati. Na sisi Kenya hatujai kuwa na mambo ya emergency. Na sisi Kenya, Penat, tukirudia election itakuwaje ya 3? Tukitangaza mshindi, tuko na hiyo uwezo. Hiyo ni ya Church Ibrahim. Kuna ya Choki Ndungu na wale wengine. Yenye tena imenikusa ni ya Bilimona, Vice Chair, Deputy President of Supreme Court. Ameuliza the same. Kwa hivyo wameshangaa. Ingine ni ya commissioners wameulizwa, kwani T7 Chebukati alikuwa na nguvu aje? Nafikiri ni Wanjala alisema ama ni nani? Aliuliza munge scream, munge lalamika. But end of the day, Penat, hata kama ni kotini ya hata kama unaomba Mungu ile yetu ya ukweli, wacha miungu, Mungu ile Baba aliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako uje. Hiyo kesi Penat mahali inaenda, Chebukati alicommit crime. Sasa hii constituencies, hii polling station 15 tena hapo tena imenipatia maneno. Sijui kama ni ukweli Penat, ati kuna form 34Cs haina signature plan. Kuna ingine tunaambiwa ni kama haina polling station. Mimi kuruti hapo ni kusema serikali ni mrefu. Inasemekana nini? Mkono ya serikali ni mrefu. I think in this election penalty, wale watu walikuwa agents ama wale watu walikuwa tribute returning officers, I think they were intelligent people. Ndiye sababu wamefix, kwa sababu I don't think kama kuna mtu angejua hizo vitu. So I think kwa sababu Uhuru mwenyewe alituambia hivi imefanyika. Unajua penalty, ukinitaja kama mwizi na hakuna evidence, utaonyesha familia yangu ama watoto yangu ati huyu mama nimemkuta mwizi, nitakulaumu kama wewe nikisema umesinsia. I think Uhuru wanted to show Kenyans something, ya kwamba ndio nitasema kwa nini imefanyika hivyo, because I'm wondering hii makosa yote. Alafu ya mwisho sitaki kuchukua nafasi, 2017 2013 makosa ile imefanyika today, they carry forward. Ile uchanja walifanya 2012, ile uchanja walifanya 2017, walisahau kitu moja, ya kwamba the other partner, the player top partner is away. Hawakukumbuka ya kwamba mkubwa akiondoka, aliondoka na nyungu. Aliwachia hii watu mwiko penalty na hakuna mahali ya kupika. You know, huwezi kuwa na mwiko na una sufuria ama nyungu ya kupigia. So they were left with mwiko na sufuria ama nyungu ilienda na Uhuru. So the weakness, na walijua vile, unajua mko wesi 10 na keep na wengine wanaenda kupetray you, na wewe unafikiria ile vile tulifanya siku ile na kina keep itakuwa the same. For me, kina Shole, hiyo mama sijai na hurumia sana. I'm really feeling it now kama mama mwenzangu, ya kwamba umetumika. You know, kuna watu watachipu shida, lakini nimefurahia watu wengi wanasema kama wewe penalty na mama Selina, wewe penalty nilikutumia penalty ama ulinitumia, ukiipa uliniletea, mimi na wewe tunaenda pamoja, na wale wenzetu tulisaidiana kuipa. So Chebukati na tulimwambia, na bibi yake alisema, I wish ange listen to the wife, ya kwamba alisema tuombee bwana yangu, mahali anaenda ni mbaya. And it is true, is now going there. So kwanza Monday, najua mambo mawili kwa wisdom ya mama Selina, sio wasomi. Naona atuendi rerun, atuendi election, itangazwe the true winner, kwa sababu we cannot do with Chebukati again. Na atuwezi kuweka Kenya state of emergency, they don't know. Atuwezi enda fresh election, na kama tunaenda fresh election penalty, it is from the president to MCA. Those who are happy, baba atawaonyesha. Kama mnanitakia niende nyumbani peke yangu, tunaenda sisi wote. Kuna kitu nimesoma, nasikia kuna wenye wanataka kutoroka waende Dubai, ati baba apembelezwe, ati awache kutufunga, alafu turudi baadaye. Baba hana ubaya, baba ni Kenyans. Unajua, sijui kwa nini watu wanawekea Raila. Raila is not there, it is us, wananchi wa Kenya. Tumeshikilia baba ni ngao. Si Raila akona tamaa ya hii vitu yote, ni sisi hatutaki kumwachilia. Sasa Raila tunampeleka ni steering, unajua penalty. Akitaka kukataa tunamsukuma. Otherwise, baba hana shida, ni sisi ndiye tuko na shida wa Kenya. Wacha niwachie hapo penalty.
Okay, asante sana mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru na hekima yako tunaipokea. Tunaamini kwamba mambo yatakuwa salama hata baada ya uamuzi wa Supreme Court. Ukweli ni kwamba Wakenya wanataka kujua ukweli, na wanataka kuamini kwamba wakienda kupiga kura yao ndio inaamua sio mtu fulani anawaamulia. Kwa
Lakini
hivyo
Bernard, sorry, uniambie hii maneno imewekwa t-shirt inasema pikipiki, pongi. Hiyo ni nini Bernard?
ule mchezo tulikuwa tukicheza na nini, labda tuseme tulikuwa tunakula mandazi alafu kabaki moja, alafu tunabishana nani atakula ya mwisho. So tuna bet, okay? Tunafanya pikipiki, pongi, si wewe lakini ni wewe. So ile inaangukia ndo anachukua. So kuna lawyer mmoja ndo amesema hiyo inaonekana Chebukati alichagua rais akitumia hiyo. Hakutumia numbers, kutumia form 4, form 34A, 34. Alifanya pikipiki, pongi, si wewe lakini ni wewe, ikaangukia.
Oh, kwa sababu inasemekana alikuwa amewaita wote na baba hakufika, so akachakua. Sikujua hiyo kitu ni nini.
Sawa, nani atatueleza, but in the meantime let's watch this before Nani comes in. I think we'll bring in Mike before to let a keep. Let's bring in this first and then we move further.
Toka hapo na simu yako.
Huyo ni rais wetu
Nionyeshe askari hapo Bernard, nionyeshe maaskari. Nionyeshe maaskari. Jamaa anatembea peke yake.
Inamaanisha mambo iko sawa. Mbele iko sawa, kwa hivyo kila mmoja a relax. Tumsikilize Mike Juma alafu turudi kwa Kip. Mike, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on the mic beside your name on the screen. Click again, it's not yet open.
Okay.
Samahani Bwana Juma, inaonekana uko na mjuni hapo.
Koleri ya kwami.
Sorry? Naomba utoe mtoto kwanza. Utoa mtoto kwanza kwa sababu YouTube ikubali watoto kwa adult programs. Shughulikia hiyo alafu tarudi kwako. Asante. Keep, take it.
Ametoka, ameenda mbali sana.
Oh. Sawa basi, endelea.
Okay, unanipata?
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Mimi kwanza wacha nitoe shukurani kubwa sana kwa sababu leo ni mara ya kwanza kuingia studio. Na mimi hukufuatilia sana, hufuatilia Mtembei TV, isipokuwa sikuwa nimewahi kupata nafasi ya kuchangia, lakini kwa leo nina furaha kubwa sana. Hata furaha yangu inajieleza wazi wakati ambapo matokeo ilitangazwa. Hata hiyo siku nimekuwa mnyonge sana, lakini wacha niseme ya kwamba tukio hii imeniweka nguvu, yani imenipea tumaini kila wakati ninaposhiriki kuangalia, ninapata tumaini jipya kwa sababu ya mchango ambao wenzangu kutoa hapo. Kwa hivyo kwa leo, kwa sababu ni siku ya kwanza, mimi sitakuwa na mambo mingi isipokuwa ninafurahia sana na kila wakili wa upande wa ulalamishi anaposimama kotini, mimi hupata matumaini kila ninapoendelea kutizama, ninapata matumaini ya kwamba huko mbele tunakoelekea kuna matumaini makubwa ambayo yanakuja. Kwa hivyo kwa wakati huu mengi ambayo nimeyaona leo yanadhihirisha wazi, hasa box chache ambazo leo zimehesabuliwa kura upya. Nimejionea vituko naona mchumi
Samahani bwana Mike.
wa jirani yangu anakuja. Wacha ni mute mic yangu, wenzangu waendelee, nitarudi baadaye.
Sawa, asante Mike, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako.
Kama ulivyo
Tuendelee pamoja.
Asante. Asante.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate everybody. Let's keep on moving forward, even as we look keenly on the matters at the Supreme Court. This was the day for the petitioner, and many things have come into the light. What is your take on the same? There seems to be a dilly-dallying when it comes to open server by Iebc, even after being ordered again by the Supreme Court. What is this that is hidden in the server that Iebc doesn't want anyone to see? Well, that is where we are headed, and we will be anticipating other legal minds to come and help us into unraveling that mystery. In the meantime, tusonge mbele kwa mchango wa Mr. Kip Piki Ponki.
Nilifikiria ulikuwa unataka kutuchagua tena ukisema Pinky Ponki. Kumbe hivyo ndio unafanya show leo.
We should apply that terminology.
Unajua hii Supreme Court imekuwa soap opera. I am so glued to it. It's enjoyable. Sijui kwa nini nafaa kuwa nervous, lakini iko enjoyable. Naona hiyo arrogance ya Orengo inanifurahisha sana. He's very arrogant. Sema, we don't need any more time. You know, it's okay. We'll share it with the other petitioners. Ukiona hiyo side, we need more time. Orengo, we're okay. We're all right. That's when you know things are right. The Asian Kenyan lady alikuja akatutetea because she's representing Wanjiku, the man who used her to was on behalf of us. That is a petitioner. The petitioner is a common Kenyan, and he felt aggrieved. So the way the petitions have been split this year is amazing. Kuna hii presidential candidates, Martha na Raila peke yao, they have a different petition. kuna ya the reporter, the investigative journalist, yake iko different. Kuna ya law society nafikiri wako nayo. Alafu kuna hii yetu sasa, hii ya IT people. Sisi hata sisi tuko na petition kitu hapo. So every single angle has been done. Alafu kuna the other one, which is now for the 4 commissioners, the ones I call them the opaque 4. The opaque 4. They have their own petition. So it means that we can look at this case at different angles, and at each angle there's just a bombshell after a bombshell. What I find quite strange is what our Asian, I forget her name, our Asian Kenyan lawyer said, is the fact that even if in the name of Iebc kuna hiyo boundaries, have they, as Iebc, changed any boundaries for the last 10 years? The only work they had for the last 10 years is to do proper elections, and they haven't done that. So kama hawajafanya hiyo, what would they have been doing in the meantime? They should have followed the rulings since 2013. They should have changed the policies of Iebc. Wangefungua masava. They would have done all these things that were expected to them of them. They could have improved the training of the staff members. Munakuja hapa last minute hata Kimskit haifanyiki. I mean, how many years have we had Kimskit? And they still look like headless chicken. They should have tested the Kimskit in every single part of Kenya to make sure that it's working, which I don't believe. Kimskit works because every by-election, the Kimskit always works. Huyu rafiki yangu Alex alikuja na cycle alafu ametoroka. Tabishana naye baadaye. Kimskit always works in by-elections. I don't know why they haven't worked now. Nimekuja sana na cycle leo kwa sababu I'm still at work, by the way. Nafaa kufanya kazi. But I had to come and give a bit of my stuff. Now, coming to the question of the server, kuna swali moja nilikuwa nataka kuuliza juu ya server. Why are they not opening the servers? It's very simple to open servers. This time the servers are not in France somewhere. There's no company that has been hired to take care of the servers. The servers are in cloud. There are about 5 major cloud companies when it comes to servers in the world. There's Microsoft, which has what you call Azure. You've got Amazon, which is the largest. The largest one is Amazon's, which is called AWS. You've got Google, and it's called, the third biggest one is the Google one, which is the Google Cloud. Alafu kuna hata Alibaba Express wako nayo. Unajua the Alibaba, the shopping, they have another one. And so on and so forth. Those are the 4 major companies we have. So if it's in the cloud, the only options these guys have is the servers that we've used, because you pick several servers, is to drop them, because they can't erase what they've done. It's over. That's the only option they have, is to drop the servers. But I think even AWS themselves have backups. So every time AWS, you see, AWS cannot for compliance and safety. Hawezi tumia server yenye haina backup. Every multinational company has a backup, and it backs up what you call an image of the server every hour or every day. And with the amount of money we've given them, I surely hope it's every hour. So there's an image of each point in time or snapshot of the data in the server. So that is what they're afraid of. So the standoff that the Iebc staff have with the judiciary in terms of opening the server, Martha Koome is aware of it. I hope they do something. Otherwise, police wanafaa kwenda huko ndani na kufunga watu. Tunaache hii mchezo, tuache. Hata we don't even need to go to Bomas or Iebc offices. Sisi tu tuambie login details, tuingie hizo AWS servers, atuangalie ni ile ushenzi gani mlikuwa mnafanya. We don't even have to be in your premise. We're going to do exactly what you did during the election, and we can do our investigation in the comfort of our offices. Kama hiyo ndio ngumu. If you think you can come to Milimani courts and we can do it in Milimani. It's cloud. We don't need to be in Iebc to do this. So excuse my language, waache ushenzi. Na Bernard, kitu moja nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza pia. Unaweza nirudishie ile kazi yangu ya kukata miti Sugoi? I think hiyo kazi
inaonekana itabidi, kwa sababu vile mambo inaenda, ile hacks ile ina power saw.
Yeah.
Tafadhali usitupe mbali. Ongeza ndani mafuta. Ongeza mafuta kwa generator.
Taongea na chairman wetu huyo, chairman of men's conference huyo, rafiki yetu huyo. Yeah, actually, unajua sisi tulimuelect. He's our chairman of men's conference. Sasa nitaacha kuongea mingi. Unajua mimi nikiongea mingi unanisimamisha. Acha uendelee na hiyo pinky ponki yako, sasa utafanya hivyo tena. Lakini imebaki tu sugar.
Sawa. I just want to respond to somebody here. Benson Naishi anasema Chebukati can't be removed by the courts because it's an independent institution, only a commission of inquiry, and the judges distance themselves from that. That is not true. When Benson Naishi, there is a difference between getting Chebukati out of office and dealing with Chebukati who has committed a crime. Even if you are the police commissioner, when you commit a crime, we don't follow the procedure of arresting a criminal. That suspends all those other things you're calling tribunal and all that. It is not there. The moment it is proven beyond the shadow of doubt that somebody has committed a crime, anachukuliwa anatupwa kwa Maria, ni kamiti. So if there is some other administrative issues and then his tenure is far from over, that is when we follow that due process. But when it's proven that he has conspired, he wants to do this, and it is proven before the court of law, mtu anawekwa pingo, anakwenda. Maneno ya commission of inquiry, utakuwa unazungumza mtu akiwa kamiti. So differentiate between the two.
But Bernard, this is a question to you. If the DPP is not able to help us do this, because all the Supreme Court can do is actually advise the lower courts as to charge this person. Sasa kama DPP hata tusaidia kuchukua mtu, we director of public prosecution asipofanya kazi yake, tufanye nini sasa Bernard? What do we do? Because we're stuck with a monster called Chebukati.
Unajua, there is what is called what is it called? There is public court, yaani court ya wananchi. Okay, kama unataka kujua vile inafanya kazi, uliza Ndindi Nyoro na Moses Kuria na wale watu walienda Mombasa, okay, kwenda kujaribu kupanga kura. So if the judges are going to let Chebukati go scot-free after this crime has been explained to the public, he will have to have 24-hour security to protect himself from the public. That is it. Because if I can read what is going on in the heart of Kenyans right now, Wakenya wamechoka na wamefika male mahali ambapo wanangoja tu. Wanangoja, they are daring the system. They are daring the justice system. You do your thing, we will do ours. Now, when it has reached there, if the Supreme Court and the DPP don't rise up to the occasion and arrest the situation, they will blame themselves. There is, unajua kuna ile watu
Supreme Court, nimesema DPP, Supreme Court can only advise. They are working.
No, it orders, does not advise. Orders. When it gives orders, the orders need to be carried out. Whoever fails to do that, wananchi will take over. And when wananchi take over, mambo hayatakuwa kama kawaida vile wamezoea. And I was saying this, just a moment. I was saying this.
Litmus test ni server zikifunguliwa. Litmus test ya Supreme Court's powers. Server ifunguliwe.
Server ifunguliwe. Na wasipofungua server, it confirms. Okay? There is nothing IBC does now that will change anything. Whether they open the server or not, it will only have the same outcome. Secondly, there is a difference between when people are following their leader and when the people are leading their leader. Okay? Now, if the leaders become too slow and the justice system becomes too slow, the people will overtake it. And the moment the people overtakes it, it becomes now no man's land. Okay? And that is a place where we are on the brink of that. We're just about to tell, like what Alex was saying yesterday. Okay? Right now, it doesn't matter what Baba wants. Okay? We will swear him in anywhere we meet him. Now, when it reaches there, you know that this is not business as usual. Okay? Now, and we are not far from there. And so the Supreme Court, the DPP, and the other people, they either save their job by ensuring that they do what is required in the satisfactory of the masses, or the masses will take over and teach them how to do the work. That is my and that is what I can discern from this entire scenario. Let's watch Orengo shortly, then we listen to kuna huyu anaitwa P Sugar. Amezimiwa stima ama amezima mwenyewe?
Server haijafunguliwa ya stima.
Niko utaniona?
Okay, subiri kidogo.
Kiponki pakamielo disco.
There you go again.
Piki ponki pakamielo disco.
My lords, that this grievance that we place before you, the highest court in the land, is not just a conspiracy theory. It is not just any ordinary event. If you look at the evidence that is placed before you in totality, we invite your lordship to come to the conclusion that what happened on the 9th of August this year and the subsequent events that followed on the 15th of August mark a pattern of violations against the Constitution in order to undermine the authority of the sovereign will of the people, and in effect, preside, that is the commission, preside over an election that in effect did not represent the will of the people of Kenya. Now, in saying this, my ladies and my lords, you will be taken through a host of evidence borne out in the affidavits that show clearly that the Electoral Commission, just like they did in 2017, did not preside over an election that was in accord with the requirements of the Constitution as laid out in Article 81 of the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. Let's listen to P Sugar. What does that one mean, sir? Unmute, P Sugar.
Hey Ben.
Yes, endelea vipi?
Poa sana, niambie.
Niko poa.
Asante, jana niliingia ukatoroka.
Haya, nimekupokea leo. Endelea.
Sasa nilikuwa niulize swali kwanza kabla ni submit nini yangu. Kuna historia yenye Ukio Mtata ame present numbers. Na kulingana na numbers za Ukio Mtata kwa hiyo PowerPoint presentation, seems like hakuna candidate mwenye hit 50+1. Na kama that's the case, then it means tutarudi field, yeah? Alafu kuna hiyo pia maombi ya lawyer wetu kwa koti. Kwamba ombi la kwanza ni kwamba uchaguzi utupiliwe mbali. Ya pili, Chebukati apatikane yako na makosa, kama ni kufungwa afungwe. Alafu sasa niko hapo kwa hiyo issue ya Chebukati kuwa na issue kama atakuwa na makosa. That's why the judges are asking my lawyers, kama wangekuwa hapa wangetusaidia. Kama Chebukati atakuwa na issue, the lawyers are asking kama ile process ya kumtoa ndio itafuatwa ama wanataka koti ifanya kitu na kwa kweli kama atatolewa koti, pia majaji wanauliza hiyo space inahitajika mtu qualification ni somebody who is equivalent to hold to be a high court judge, si ndio? Hao ma commissioners wengine wamebaki, kuna mwenye anafika kwa hizo requirements. Acheki. Alafu kuna swali lingine hapa ya hii server kufunguliwa. Jamaa wa IT ametoroka. Nilikuwa nimuuliza atufafanulie kidogo. Ni kama IEBC sione kifungua hii server, si kutakuaje? Oh yeah, keep your back. Yeah. Hii swali ni ya keep. IEBC imekuwa compelled ifungue server, of which wameanza kucheza game. Hiyo lawyer amesubmit mwisho, anasema ni kama kuna rules watafunja wakifungua hiyo server, wakipeana hizo server login kwa koti. So which means
no, kuna warranty. Warranty has been sent by the court. When the court sends warranty, you give everything. Ni kama umeiba kitu, you've stolen something from somebody's house, utapewa warranty.
Yeah.
Na polisi wanaweza kuja hapo na hata na fujo. It's the same situation. Sasa yeah. Kuna sheria gani? Basi polisi hayafai kukua kwa nyumba yako kama umeiba na umeweka kama vitu za Bernard umeiba, utakaa nayo kwa hiyo nyumba. Sasa polisi wanaweza kuja kuvunja hata hiyo nyumba. So itafika point inaonekana polisi watafinya watu mali nyeti.
Okay, naona hapo ndio inaelekea. Juu hawa jamaa sioni wakifungua hiyo server. Wanataka kucheza game, time iishe. Hiyo order ilitolewa jana na mpaka saa hii hawajafungua hiyo server. So na nimesikia wako na server 8. So sio kama ni ukweli.
Wamefungua tu moja. Tunataka zote.
Yenye ina issue ndio
hata yote ina issue. Wanataka yote, lakini hii ni ile wameweza kusafisha kidogo. Nilikuwa nasema jana, acha tuliseme tu kidogo. Nilikuwa nasema jana, unajua IEBC na UDA wanasemanga kwamba inachukuanga miezi 9 kupata mtoto azaliwe na mwanamke mmoja. Lakini IEBC na UDA wanasema tutaleta wanawake 9 wazalishe mtoto mwezi mmoja. Sasa unajua ile maneno yote wamefanya, itachukua muda kusafisha ikue sawa. Itachukua miezi mingi ikue inafuatana vizuri. ndio kwa maana wataki kufungua server. Kuna makosa mingi huko, inaonekana wanataka kunegotiate. Inaitwanga aje hiyo Bernard, when you want immunity, wanatafuta
plea bargain.
Ndio hiyo, that's the one, plea bargain.
Okay, thank you. I hope that settles that. But IBC can be forced to open the server by the Supreme Court. If they don't, it will lead to where it led 2017. Yeah, now what will be the respondent judges, wherever lawyers give us an explanation. The moment there is a search warrant, okay, you have, for example, vile umeelezewa nyumba yako, you have a right to your privacy. It is your right to live the way you want in your house, okay? But the moment there is a search warrant from the court, tunakuja kwako na police, we don't care about your privacy. Tutapindua kitanda yako, tutaangalia chini ya kitanda until we find what we are looking for. So the moment the court has given the orders, all other rules are suspended until that order is executed. Whoever goes against that is inviting a criminal judge. Now, when we go back to court and say Chebukati has refused, now that implicates Chebukati as disobeying a court order. Disobedience to court order is a criminal, wherever. It precipitate into a criminal act. And so it's complicating for yourself. And when one thing about disobeying court orders or going against the will of the court is that is never called back. The court does not call back its orders. So unaweza maliza term yako, umemaliza vizuri mpaka ukapewa handshake, okay? Like in the day you are leaving, then the police catch you for the order you disobeyed in 1970. So whatever happens, there will be some answering for these things that are being done. And so I would want that to be clear. There is no way Chebukati can walk away from this forever unless there is some whatever proper explanation on why that cannot take place. But from where I see it, the truth must be sought. And when the truth is being sought, it must be, the server will be opened. If they don't open, they will come to confess. And the mahali mmefika naona tutafika hiyo confession moment. Mtu atakuja asema, hii kitu imekataa kufichika. Wacha tuseme vile ilikuwa. And we hope that happens. Then your first question was about
Bernard, don't you think
orders that the court can give? The orders that the court can give. According to the act that was passed, I think during tyranny of numbers, the court can pronounce a winner of an election if they prove from the retallying or from the recounting that he actually won. They don't need to go back to an election. The court can just compel IEBC to issue the certificate and the person is declared a winner. There is that window there in that act of parliament. The other one is a rerun. There are conditions to the rerun, but that does not mean that it is absolutely dead end. We can still do a rerun without Chebukati. I don't know the qualification of all the commissioners, but I don't think in the 7 commissioners, we don't have another lawyer among them. I think we need to we should be having one more. And then any of those commissioners can be voted for by the commissioners, one to be chairman. You remember when there was the Court of Appeal, they needed a president. The president of the Court of Appeal is voted for by the Court of Appeal judges. So the commissioners can elect a chairman among themselves, and that person becomes chairman. But he needs to meet the constitutional threshold that he should be at least a High Court judge, lawyer who has that capacity of High Court judge. So if hakuna mwingine kati yao, tutakwenda kutafuta, lakini hiyo process itakuwa ndefu. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? We either have a stalemate where Uhuru continues to be president until we constitute IEBC and then we are able to carry out an election, Alternatively, we can hire. UN can come in and take care of these elections mara moja. Hata vile mahali tumefika, hatutaki hizi government bodies. We can hire a private company. Safari tunaweza fanya tu kazi mara moja. Tunatuma kura kama M-Pesa. na hii mambo inaisha kama jioni.
Bernard, my final question, Aki, hii ni kwako. Sorry about that. Na tunaweza hire KPMG. They did a good job and they're international.
Yes.
The last question is, don't you think these people, these ICT people in Iebc are being threatened by Itumbi and Chirchir? I think they're being threatened. Their lives are in danger. So I think wanaogopa.
Which one?
Allegedly, I think Itumbi, and it's my own opinion, so I'm not saying it's fact. Don't you think Chirchir and Itumbi are threatening these people's lives?
Threats are everywhere. Even the video somebody sent me, or you are the one that sent me. Sudi of all people is threatening. So who can't threaten? Threats are everywhere, but anybody can tell you I'll beat you, but when it comes to beating, we'll know who can beat the other. So tusumbuane na hii maneno. Umeona vile rais anatembea katikati ya wananchi. Not sweating, not panicking. That shows you that mbele iko sawa. Mtu asithreaten mwingine. Alafu kuna nani Mato anapeana.
Ben.
One moment, please. Usikate sentence ikiwa katikati tafadhali. There is something important here I wanted to bring up. It's related to this. Bernard Vice Chair is gazetted so she can run election if anything happens to the chair, including criminal prosecution. Mato anasema hivyo. So kulingana na sheria, if something happens to the chair, the vice chair can run the election. There's a difference between running the IEBC as a commission and running the election. You don't need to be a judge to run elections. You just need to be the chairman or the vice chairman. So Chebukati can go to committee as soon as he's ready to, and then we go on. Sawa. Nani huyu alikuwa na shout jina yangu sasa?
Ni mimi Philip hapo.
Endelea.
Sasa kuna swali moja yangu ijajibiwa mzuri. Nataka tu discuss hapo, nisaidie. Issue ni hii ya submission ya Ukio Mtata. Hii PowerPoint presentation. Ukio Mtata anajaribu kuprovia koti ya kwamba none of the 4 candidates are hit 50+1. So are we ruling out ya kwamba hiyo possibility ya sisi kuapisha baba na koti kurecount nini tuapishe mzee alipita? Ni kama tunasahau hiyo sasa, tutoe hiyo kwa akili zetu. Juu kama hakuna candidate alihit 50+1, it means then hakuna mtu mwenye atakuwa declared winner na court.
No, kumbuka, that is based on the figures, the fictitious figures that were presented. Okay? But there is the real true figures. So tukishatoa these exaggerated figures, we'll have a clear winner if we follow that route. Okay? Because in fact, the proof that nobody got 50+1 implicates Chebukati that alikaa chini akacook, okay, akaforce hiyo 50+1. So that means he has already committed a crime by forcing that 50+1. That is the direction that is taking. But if we get rid of all the exaggerated, bloated, wherever rigged in votes, zote zikitolewa, they are about from where I sit, sijahesabu, lakini from what I have deduced, they are about 2.something million votes that are ghost votes. Tukitupa hizo zote nje, we have a clear winner. Issue is how to prove that and get that granted by the court. Otherwise, anything is possible in this matter. The court itakataa tu kupeana winner kwa sababu wanataka kuwa mild. But if they get angry enough and they want this thing to end once and for all, they know what to do. And it's not for us to advise them on what to do, but it will be by the choice of the Chief Justice and the judges. Kama wanataka Chebukati na IEBC wasirudie makosa tena, okay, they will do the most fierce, the most bold decision, which is open the server, give us the winner, give the certificate to the winner, and every person that participated into the syndicate, into the conspiracy, collect them, take them to committee. When that decision is done, this will be the end of election rigging. But if no fierce decision comes from the Supreme Court, tutarudi mahali tumekuwa another 5 years, which in my opinion is uncalled for. So we really want competence to come forth and speak out loudly. The judges wasiogope, wafanye yale wanapaswa kufanya. Hii story ya kuzungushwa na mtu mmoja anaitwa Chebukati, ataki kufanya kazi ile analipwa mshahara kufanya, anatuzungusha hapa saa ili tena anasema ati hakuna pesa ya runoff. Kwani anatoanga kwa shamba yake hizo pesa anatumia kufanya elections? Asante sana. Sawa, thank you. I hope, Philip, that is settled. We can move to the next person.
One more question,
Tamatisha, muda wako imechukua sana. Endelea.
Maswali inakuwa mingi. Sasa kuna hii player iko before the court ya kwamba uchaguzi ilikuwa na malpractices. The whole election practices ilikuwa na malpractices mingi sana. Ndio maana lawyer wanaomba court ya kwamba kama inaweza tupilia uchaguzi mbali. Are we talking of the presidency ama tunaongelea a whole thing?
The case before the judges right now in the Supreme Court is the president's. But if the other now, this is going based on the ruling that the judges will give, it will give a catalyst for other people to petition. So if you feel you lost your election unfairly in your area, there is still room to petition. I think in a Kwanga 20 something days, 28 days or something. So kama hizo siku zijaisha, you can still petition bora umegather enough evidence ya kuprove kwamba you are rigged out, or the victory that was given belonged to you but it was given to another person. So after the ruling in the Supreme Court, utaona wale watu walipoteza wakienda maneno ya petition sana. But kama itakuwa mild, haitakuwa na nini, watu I think they will relax. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Bana, nilikuwa na salamia Kipchumba.
Okay, asante sana.
Huyo ni Senator Penat. Unajua hajai tuambia yeye ni yeye ni senator, so anajua mambo mingi sana. Nafikiri wakati tunataka kujua mambo mingi, yeye was selected senator.
Okay. Asante sana mheshimiwa. So tutajifunza mengi kutoka kwako. Tushaanza kujifunza na tutasonga mbele. So naomba turudi kwa muda wetu, dakika 2-3 tukisonga mbele. Bwana Omar, vipi?
Ni vizuri Bernard, jambo.
Hatujambo. Mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone. Mmepona? Naona rais anafurahi sana katika kijiji chetu.
Naona hana wasiwasi, amekuja kututembelea huku na ako na raha sana, na amekuja kutupatia asanti kuchagua Abdul Somad. Amefurahi sana. Zile propaganda zilikuwa zikienezwa huko, hizo propaganda hatujazifuata, tumeikomesha na tumeonyesha hizo propaganda. Sisi hatuchukui Mombasa, sisi ni watu wa kusikiza watu wazima. Sijui mambo ya port nini, hiyo hapana. Abdul Somad ndio walijaribu kila njia lakini hawakuweza. Abdul Somad ndio governor wetu kwa Mombasa, na kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka niulize Bernard. Leo nimeona majaji walikuwa nauliza maswali kwa watu wa Azimio. Kuna maswali zingine walikuwa hawajaelewa vizuri, na upande ya kuhesabu hizo 15 ubunge hizo sehemu 15 imepatikana makosa imepatikana nyingi sana. Imepatikana makosa karibu boxes kadhaa, nyingi hazina stamp. Swali nauliza, hiyo inaweza kuangusha watu katika hesabu, zile hesabu walikuwa wamepata. Stamp ndio inaweza kuleta shida, kwa sababu zile boxes zilipatikana, ballot hizo hazina stamp, na wanaendelea kuhesabu. Mwisho walikuwa anasema ni mpaka Ijumaa. Na upande mwingine pia nikaona baba yuko Mount Kenya, alikuwa amemiti na watu wa Mount Kenya, na leo nimeona pia maloya na majaji huko wanakiendeleza hizo kesi. Tunaomba next vile mambo itakuwa, tunaomba ikuwe mambo mazuri, na kama kuna watu walijaribu kuleta ujanja katika hii election, ile Martha Karua alikuwa anasema watu wataanza na wizi, walianza na wizi, watamalizana na wizi baadaye. Na kusema ukweli, huyu mzee amedhulumiwa kwa muda nyingi sana, na pia Mungu anaona. Inafika pahali pia mi nasema ukidhulumu, kwanza unadhulumu mzee, inakuwa ni mbaya sana. Watu kumtusi, watu wakimuibia, wanasema ni mtu siku hizi ameshabandikwa jina, sijui baba wa makoti. Hiyo ndio jina amebandikwa siku hizi, ati kama yeye ni mwanaume. Kama wengine wanaiba, kwa nini yeye asiibe? Hiyo ndio kauli inatembea saa hii. Ni kauli chafu sana. Unajua kama yeye hajazoea hizo tabia, na ni mtu amelelewa na kuanzia na baba yake, hakuna kuchukua kitu ya mtu, ni ngumu sana ukipata anafanya tabia kama hiyo. Na ni mzee amesifika sana, na heshima zake zitabaki. Na kama si devolution kupatikana Kenya, kama si yeye, hakuna devolution ingekuwa. Kwa maajabu inapatikana masenate na magavana na women rep, inakuwa maajabu sana, wanamtusi huyu mzee. Kama si mzee, hizo viti hawangepata. Wamuheshimu sana. Naomba sana watu haswa young people wakuwe na heshima sana na watu wazima sana tena. Na Bernard, umerudi, nilikuwa nauliza swali. Ballot box hizo imepatikana makosa nyingi sana leo, na mwisho ni Friday, nyingi hazina stamp. Hiyo inaweza kuleta makosa kubwa sana katika kotini. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nauliza swali. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa leo.
Yeah, that was the purpose. Sababu ya kupekua ilikuwa kuconfirm, kwa sababu affidavit ilisema kuna dosari. So ordering to check sampling those particular polling station, it was to confirm the affidavit kwamba yale yaliyosema ilifanyika. So when they confirm, the court has confirmed, it just strengthens the case. That was the whole purpose. Hawakuwa wanahesabu kutafuta nani alikuwa mshindi, walikuwa wanahesabu kuconfirm zile figures ziliandikwa kwa form 34A na zile box zenyewe zinakubaliana. Inasemekana kuna mahali ambapo Chebukati yako na result lakini box hakuna kitu ndani. Sasa atajibu result alitoa wapi, kwa sababu form 34 hakuna, votes zenyewe hakuna, kitabu chenyewe hakuna, lakini yeye ako na result. So that was the whole essence, and I'm sure that the report is going to help strengthen the case na tutapata ukweli.
Na inaonekana Bernard, swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, inaonekana makosa ni nyingi Kenya mzima, si hizo peke yake.
Of course, hiyo ilikuwa tu example, alikuwa anatafuta example, so they picked on specific polling stations and there's a picture. So kama kulikuwa na makosa mengi namna hiyo in a small fraction, it means this thing was widespread. Nakumbuka swali kubwa ambalo the Raila Odinga team have put up is those exaggerated, the variation between the president's vote and the other elective seat. So it was also to confirm that kama tuseme governor anapita na 300,000 lakini president akona 500,000, so hao watu wengine 200,000 walitoka wapi? That's what we mean. And then in response, somebody files a response and say there was stray ballot. So if it's a stray ballot, how did they stray and become president? If it's stray, it means it was misplaced, put in the wrong place. Okay, I think let's leave it there as we move forward. Tutamruka bwana Jos tuende kwa Honorable Kipchumba kwanza alafu turudi. Karibu.
Asante, hamjambo wote. Ni siku njema, siku nzuri, twashukuru Mungu. Ni siku ambayo pia Wakenya tunapata matumaini mapya na ni maendeleo katika demokrasia. Inanikumbusha miaka mingi iliyopita, miaka ya 80 na 90, wakati district commissioner ndiye alikuwa returning officer. Mambo yalikuwa magumu sana. Kura ilikuwa tu ni mapenzi ya serikali ama the provincial administrators wakati huo. Lakini sasa tumepiga hatua kubwa sana ya kuwa tunaweza piga kura na tusipokubaliana nayo tunaweza enda kotini. So watu hawana haja ya vurugu na vita. Ni maendeleo pia tumeweza mwaka wa 2017 tukapata kura ya uchaguzi ukatupiliwa mbali, ingaje haikufanywa marekebisho kama ilivyoahidiwa na koti, lakini we are doing much better. This is progress, this is development, and so I think I want to appreciate the people of this country and the institution so far. From today's Supreme Court, we can see that the same stories are being repeated. The very, very grounds that were used to nullify 2017 are sadly playing back. The worst scenario is because the lead actor, Chebukati, remains the key actor again in this misery. The problem with our courts is that not only our courts, but I think a system we've created in this country is that people commit crimes, but no action is taken. If we had been serious in 2017, when the court ordered for a repeat election, but with conditions, and those conditions were not followed or were not adhered to, Chebukati and his team should not have existed by 2018. That is a problem with our country. We don't act on decisions of courts, and that is retrogressive. But because we are progressing pole, we already know that an election can be nullified and we can go back. This time, I think the next step is it can be nullified and somebody can be jailed for committing crime, for putting a country at a risk of chaos and failure. From the submissions today, I liked what came out clear. One is that Okiya Mtata was able to bring figures and share with us the facts about 34A and how it was played around. We were also able to see that the Kim's kit continued existing and working and voting even long after the polling stations had been closed at 5. These are some of the clear anomalies. The issue again of people who are not able to vote. I know from where some of us were, this time round, there were no provisions for persons with disabilities, unlike before, where there was even civic education and there was preparation, like where I voted in Bartolimo Primary School. There was no ramp. I had to struggle with my crutches on a muddy, slippery ground, just meandering along round. Unlike before, where there was provision and there was even support, wherever you'd go through the gate and they identify you as a person with disability, you'd get assistance. This time round, nothing. It is worse because the institutions, organizations of persons with disability had a meeting with Iebc and they assured us that at least this time round, they would have even brailled ballot papers. I don't know where Chebukati took all the billions he was claiming he needed, because those braille is not an expensive extra cost, because wherever they were being printed, wherever in Greece or Venezuela or wherever, putting a braille is just punching signs on the same paper. I think this time round, people must go to jail. But as people go to jail, we must reset our country to factory setting. And the factory setting is whereby the truth must be followed, the truth must be established, and the winner must be declared. Let's not allow these shenanigans of running back to do a rerun or running and repeating, while the so-called messed up, we just get the exact true votes. And we get our country moving on. I'm a happy man when I see the president enjoying himself at the coast. Mimi ni mzee. Katika miaka yangu, I can discern. It tells us a lot. It tells us of what he also knows. The guy is at peace. He knows that all is going to be well. And therefore, I want to encourage our people, wherever you are, let's also be at peace. It shall be well. This time round, there'll be nowhere to hide for criminals and for thugs. We cannot allow our country to be a den of robbers, thieves, and murderers. Our country should be a beautiful land, high on a city of honest truth and justice. It shall be well, my people. Let's just keep hope alive. Thank you, Bernard.
Amen, amen, amen. Thank you so much mheshimiwa, tunashukuru kwa hayo na tunaamini kwamba itakuwa hivyo na kila mmoja akijitahidi kufanya yanayotakiwa kufanya. Kile tunaombea judges ni kwamba wakuwe na courage ya ku take decisions that are going to shake the country, shake the nation, but give us the right path to take. Succumbing to the pressure of the crooks is not going to help much. And so let them multiply the threats, but we'll do what we must do in order to free our country once and for all. Well, thank you so much. Wala wanataka kujoin, there is a link I'm sharing. You click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this place. The only condition is that you must have your camera on full time because we need quality video for those who come to watch. Liberation, umekuja lakini umejificha nyuma ya curtain. That is why we have not added you to the screen. Hiyo ni standing order. So kama uwezi weka kamera, unakaa kwa comments huko, hapo ndio unapeana nini maoni yako kwa kutype. Lakini ukitaka kuongea kwa screen, weka camera on, hakikisha uko in a lit place so that we can see who is talking to us and then we continue with the debate. Let's go to Jos as we proceed further. Jos, sema lakini.
Salama sana Bernard. Okay, thank you Bernard na good evening everyone. I hope kila msee ako poa mahali mko. So Bernard, mimi niko tu na two issues maybe nataka ku highlight na nimefuatilia the case today and yeah, my first time I think it was quite interesting to hear some of the words from the lawyers. I think I learned some stuff from that proceeding. So Judge CJ Ali end up with alimaliza the proceedings with a quite interesting question that if from the issue number 6, which is like if the whole process was unconstitutional, then the orders that Kina Orengo they're asking for, that at the end, if the court find that tuseme Raila is the legitimate winner, how can he be declared provided that he process yote ilikuwa unconstitutional? So actually that's quite interesting for me and I would like to see how our guys will respond to that from, I don't know, on Thursday maybe, on Friday here. Another issue, I think the most important issue, especially for IT guys, they know this. We from the issues imekuwa listed up on the court, Supreme Court of Kenya. Actually, I think 3 of them touches on the system, the Iebc system. And I think going by those 3 things, if our lawyers wakitumia all their magic and all the resources wako nayo kama George Njoroge, I'm happy that hiyo it's a difficult word for me to say. I think imetumiwa sana in the courts. I think we have a strong case to make. Because today, going by what Murgor actually did today, to me, I don't think it was satisfactory enough to convince a layman. The judges are lay people. They don't know stuff about IT. And I assure you, he mentioned 3 things: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And if any one of those things is compromised, we cannot trust the system. Now, even going with the European stuff, easy regulations, if you just violate one of those, I mean, you are fined, whether your company inafungwa. So I feel like tumekuwa na represented hapo, sijui how the court proceedings was inafanywa, but if they could just bring someone like George Njoroge, akae hapo akwe cross-examined, because he's the tech guy, because you find that Murgor was confusing between PDF and JPEG. I mean, and this is our case. This should be our case, that the system was compromised. That's actually that should be our main argument, that the system was compromised. Therefore, we cannot trust the whole thing. So for me, I feel they need to revisit up. I think watakuwa na rejoinder, time rejoinder maybe on Friday, I don't know when, but they should strongly try to put more stronger arguments on that, because this can this one can take us home, in my opinion. So thank you, Bernard. Thank you for the time, and thank you for everyone for joining tonight.
Okay, asante sana, Josh. We appreciate that, and for pointing out that aspect. From I understand, okay, there's the affidavit by George, which is written, okay, and most of the judgment will be from that written submission. The oral submission is just pointing out some issues to explain so that the court hearing is understandable. But the really place for considering any case is that affidavit that is given in written form. In fact, from like the 9 points that the judges came up with was after considering those submissions. And so as much as the Murko's submission may not have been as detailed as possible and as accurate as you expect, it is not the basis upon which the judgment will be considered. It is on the written submission. And that is why every time you speak, it refers you to either to a paragraph or to a particular page, so that in case I mispronounce or I mix up the wordings, you will be able to get what is written. And so I am sure, in fact, from the way he presented, my following is that he made the case clear that there were unauthorized people who accessed the system. Now, the moment you have unauthorized people, and then these authorized people were within and without, that is good. That's good enough. You don't have to go and catch the person and bring to court. So I believe we are headed in the right direction. Otherwise, asante sana. Well, to our comments, asante sana. Tafadhali, let's keep it clean. Kama unataka kutufunza, tafadhali tufunze polepole, usipeleke mbio. Matusi kando, tuheshimiane. Sisi ni Wakenya na hii nchi ni yetu na hakuna squatter hapa. We are all equally stakeholders in this country, and how it is led is our decision. You cannot mag us on the same, or gag us on the same, sorry. And so it is important that you join the Kenyan movement, where we are getting Kenya back on the right track. Kama wewe uko twisted na unataka mambo yende kombo, unataka shortcut, you are part of our problem, and we are here to solve you. We are committed to solving you, and we will do that either by you cooperating. He said from this ruling, hakuna debate, tunataka compliance. And that's where we are. We want total compliance with every order that comes from the court and otherwise. Karibu sana. Brandon, namna gani?
Hey, salama sana Bernard. Wasemaje?
Hey, naona uko na kanywaji. Kama ni kanywaji usikunywe na hako hapa.
Yeah, tunakunywa tu kanywaji kidogo. Niliona majaji walifanya poa. Of course, it's kind of like we are reading the right track. Wakiendelea tu hivyo, it's like the best track. Despite kulikuwa na maswali kidogo waliulizwa, alinichanganya kidogo, nikaona like hatutalemewa ama ni aje. For example, ile maswali waliuliza juu ya hizi BDF, hiyo vice president wa judge aliuliza juu ya akina Orengo juu ya hii ilitumwa BDF, alafu ikawa sijui ni Word document, uta edit wherever they did. But all in all, I see everything they're going through right now is the same thing, or almost the same thing they went last election, 2017. It's almost the same thing. The same basis they are facing everything this election is the same way they went on 2017, and they were nullified. So, to the servers, it's kind of like more complicated. It's more complicated at this point because out of 7, it's only 1 open, and it's a big challenge right there. And we don't know, like last time they did not even comply with the court order. And we from Kenya, we understand how the Kenya works. So they're gonna get a court order, they don't go by it. There's a big challenge right there, and we don't know what will happen after. Would they just assume and move on, or and that? And the other thing, I'm from Kenya, and the only reason we have, like, I don't understand how we work. Like, we forget so easily. We forget so easy. And I'm saying that because on 2017, Chebukati did the violation of election and everything. And then he was sitting on office until the next election. The same mistake happened again. So that's kind of like, we repeat the same mistake. Once everything is going on, we forget. And when another issue comes up, that's the time we go back to fight. Well, oh, we had issue here. We could have fixed it there and then. We would be good by now, for sure. All right, thanks for having me, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. We appreciate that. The dealing with Chebukati was delicate at that particular time, because as soon as the 2017 repeat election took place, 4 of the judges, 4 of the commissioners left. They resigned. So the commission was left with 3 commissioners, and that was the only threshold required, even in conducting the by-elections. So, and then of course the fiasco between the fallout of the deputy president and their constant acrimony. So there was the fight between Jubilee that messed up the whole thing, because opening up the story of Chebukati, and you saw the way Chebukati was very much darling to Tanga. Anytime you said anything on Chebukati, Tanga will come for your neck. So probably the president said, let the sleeping dog lie. We'll deal with it when time comes. And this particular election, from what I see, it was a setup. It's only that the people, the kina Chebukati did not understand that it's a setup. Right now, wamepatikana. Kwa hivyo lazima wajitetee ama watamezwa. Asante lakini. Kuna huyu Nikas Williams. Habari ya leo?
Yes, kwema. Mambo.
Karibu, mawili matatu kisonga.
Mimi nashukuru, hii platform iko nzuri sana. Na imekuwa ikinitibia moyo na akili. Nilikuwa nashindwa kufanya kazi kwa sababu ya matokeo ya baba. Ili ni frustrate sana. Kwa kweli hii platform mimi huwa naisikiliza the whole night. Hata nikiwa niko theater, mimi hii ndo huwa nawasha na nasikiliza. Even if I'm operating, I always listen from you guys. So you always encourage me, at least nakuwa na breathe kwamba iko hope. Leo nimekuwa nikiangalia koti inavyoendelea. Nilichotaka kujua sahihi ni kwamba ile recounting ya votes ile iliyokuwa inaendelea kule, what happened? Kwa sababu niko saizi tumbo inataka kuhara, kwamba kama hatukushika ile kitu tuliyokuwa tunaitaka. Is anyone has got an information, concrete information from those processes zilizokuwa zikiendelea kule, nijue kama tumekamata mwizi au bado hatujagusa hata moja huko pembe ile, kwa sababu bado mimi tumbo yangu haijakaa sawa kwenye hiyo mambo. Hizi zote zilizokuwa presented kotini zenyewe ziko vizuri, na shida inayokuja ni kwamba je, ile figure tuliyokuwa tunaizungumza pale wataenda kujibuje kesho? Tomorrow those who are coming to respond, what will happen? Are they coming na majibu au tumewanyorosha mpaka hapo? In fact niko na 50-50. Nataka kujua kwanza, ile tulikofanya recounting ya votes tulipata mwizi hata moja? hata moja tu. We want just a single vote that side. Alafu, this evening I was very happy. I saw His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta yuko nilipoona ile smile nikagundua watu tuko rada, tuko pazuri, tuko tunaenda vizuri. Nikaona baba naye leo alikuwa nafanya lunch meeting, alikuwa anapata lunch na kufanya meeting na viongozi ya mlima. Nikaona na Martha Karua yuko pale na walikuwa wako vizuri. So nimefurahi kuona matukio haya mawili, lakini mimi bado tumbo inahara kuhusu ile document tulioenda recount leo. Ikoje jamani? Bernard, tuambieni huko hiyo document tumekamata hata moja.
Sawa Bwana Williams, sawa.
Nitakuja baadaye tena. Asante.
Nashukuru sana, na ni kweli kwamba zilikuwa za kujaribu kuangalia kama kuna makosa, na kulingana na watapeana report vile wamepata, lakini preliminary report inaonyesha kwamba kuna box ambayo ilipatikana haina votes na haina form 34A lakini katika form 34C ile Chebukati alitumia kutangaza ilikuwa na votes za rais za Raila na za Ruto. Sasa anauliza kama box haina votes na wewe uko na majibu ya figure, ulitoa wapi hizi figures? So hiyo ndio one of the things that came out of that recount. And then of course kulikuwa na hiyo masuala mengine ya zile ballot ambazo zijapigwa rubber stamps zilipatikana. Kuna zingine ambazo hiyo form 34A ni blank haina figures. Kura zilihesabiwa lakini hazikuandikwa, but they are signed. So hawa maagent walisign hii kitu saa ngapi, na mbona hawakusign against the figures? They signed it before they put in the figures. So those are the irregularities that were discovered just on the surface, but the comprehensive report itapeana kokoti. So see, it was not just exercise in vain. Na wewe relax, mambo iko sawa sawa. Thank you so much Bwana Williams, asante. Naomba tusonge mbele, tumsikilize huyu nani, Pat, songa mbio tafadhali, line ni mrefu.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. And I think one thing you don't know is, you guys, the meaning about the 15 polling stations that were to be recounted in Rift Valley had another meaning from these judges. That's what I purport. First of all, this guy who was very ignorant, in Dennis Itumbi, posted them not knowing exactly what the judges were looking for. But ni kitu moja, according to me, if you try to look at even those, the 15 of them that he posted, you'll find that all the PO, presiding officers, are of Kalenjin descent. I think in a random way, that's a mistake from the Iebc chairman. Sababu, why would you choose my kinsmen to manage elections for my area in a situation whereby we are expected to be random? In Kenya, we are more than 40 tribes, right? And I think pale waliingia box na ile kitu tunaitanga wisdom ni kitu moja, and then is to be, he is diligent but ana wisdom, he is not wise. Him posting that one, aje kama hiyo ni kitu yenye tatumika kumfunga. The other thing, issue is this of Chebukati. Chebukati kama ningemdescribe, I would say that he is a stupid person. Sababu, in 2017, this man was warned. Yes, the court found some abnormalities in everything, in the whole election, to be precise. But now you find this man never learned from that. Akasahau that then he was on the side of the president and the Ruto, who are on the same side. But amesahau kuna kitu inaitwa handshake. I think Uhuru Kenyatta has been mark timing how to jail Chebukati. Chebukati won't run away from this, in my opinion. This guy is going to face it tough. Sababu, he must not escape jail term from Uhuru, the outgoing president. Simply because of one thing, he fell onto his trap. And also opinions concerning the outcome of the judges, I think we have to wait and see what the judges will come up with. But Chebukati must be lucky to escape this one. With Ruto, I don't have any problem with him. He may escape. Sababu, what the court will rule about is nullification. But hakuna sheria yenye atachukuliwa sababu Ruto never stole elections. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Thank you so much for that observation. And it is also alleged that some of those 15 stations never existed. There is no physical place where people went to vote, but results came from there. So a lot is set up. On the deputy president, that tallying center, the affidavit by Gidongo, if it is established that it was in his bedroom, that is an election offense, and it can catch him. So he should just move it far away from his bedroom in the Supreme Court as possible. But if it is proved that it was in his bedroom, then he was the one conducting the fraud. Kwisha. Naomba tusikilize dada Roda, alafu tarudi kwa Tom baadaye. Dada Roda, vipi?
Kwa sana Bernard, Mama Selina, Pat Wamunyi na majina ingine siwezi so, lakini sawa tu. Well, I don't know what to say because my stomach sijasikia vizuri. I don't know what is going on, so ninyi mtanipatia informations kwa sababu I'm really sijasikia amani leo. I'm worried. I don't know. So just tell me what is going on because sijaona TV kwa sababu nimeongea na cousin yangu akaniambia everything is fine, but just why I come here you tell me how it's going because I'm still waiting for the justice and the truth. Then I will get peace in my soul. So you guys tell me what is going on. I can get peace of mind and peace of my soul and my heart. Can you tell me what is going on, please?
Can I comment on this, Mr. Bernard?
Okay. Please do it briefly.
Yes.
Quickly.
Yes, to Madam Rhoda, what is happening right now, Africa is seeking justice. That's one thing you should know. It's not about the Kikuyu, it's not about the Kalenjin, it's not about Kenya, Uganda, TZ. Africa is seeking justice in this particular election, and I thank Rao for the effort that he has made for us to see this particular advancement in law. When I see judges fighting one another, trying to argue their cases, I see relief, I see freedom for Africa. And that's why, as you can see, we saw more than 16 retired senior judges coming in to listen the case of Kenya. Sababu, that's what the world now needs. Hatutaki a situation whereby Kiwete amepiga kura yake haitahesabiwa. Kiwete tumemvote atakuwa recognized. We want equality in Africa. And that's what it means by democracy. Rhoda, I think you've got it.
Yeah, but how
Okay,
is things is
thank you,
going
Pat,
on
for that.
right now? How is things going on now? Is it the judge are doing the right?
Hold on, Rhoda. Hold on. Thank you.
Okay.
You need to relax yourself. Relax yourself. Everything is all right. Okay. Today we had the petitioners making their submission. Tomorrow we'll have the respondent, that is Iebc and Chebukati, to respond to the accusations that were leveled before them today. Then after that, the judges are going to weigh between the matters and then give the ruling. But from the look of things, the kind of evidence submitted and placed before the judges, it's quite convincing, and we trust that the petition is going to go through. That is the brief. I can brief you on the same. I'm saying that quickly because I need to respond to something here. The UDA bloggers are here and they are pushing an agenda of this case is dead on arrival. Chepukesir, okay, and your team. When did you graduate to be Supreme Court judges? And then unasema kimeumana kwa Raila. What does Raila lose in this election? Please, if you want to advise, the people who you need to advise is Chebukati, Iebc, and anybody in UDA that participated in rigging the election. Hao ndio wako kwa hatari. Lakini if Raila loses this case, anaenda Bondo kukula mali yake na kuishi kwa amani. Wale walioiba kura, okay, na wale waliowalipa pesa kuiba kura, hao ndio wanaenda kufungwa. So those are the people you need to advise. But this case, from the look of things, kimeumana uko UDA. Uko ndio kimeumana. Sio kwa Raila. Sijaona anybody wherever panicking. Umeona rais amepanic? Hapana. Baba leo alienda lunch. Wewe unaonanga kama uko na case Supreme Court unaenda lunch? Kama ujui vile hiyo kesi inaenda. So UDA guys, relaxini. I know you make your money by causing panic and propaganda everywhere, and you get people scared, and when you do that is when you get paid. But we will not allow you to do that on this platform. We know where we are coming from, we know where we are going. So pokea pesa yako kutoka kwa UDA, lakini hakuna mtu unatisha hapa. Ukweli ni kwamba mjipange. Kama mlihusika katika wizi, basi siku ya kujibu imefika. Jitahidini sana. Thank you. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Ya, nilikuwa nataka kuambia Roda, najua saa ile wa mama tumbo iko na uchungu. Kama unaona rais, na nafikiri ukiona rais alikuwa anatembea Mombasa bila security, anafurahi, anasalamia watu. Na tangu election Uhuru hajaitokea. Again, Roda, you are a prayer person. Najua watu wengi wawezi kukunderstand. But hiyo maombi na hiyo tears umelia mbele ya watu, Mungu alisikia. So people cannot understand where you come from, but for me I know kuna kitu Mungu anatumia wewe kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. So endelea kuomba my dear, all is well, na Mungu atajibu maombi yetu, because you are innocent person. Na wewe sahi kama watu wengine, you are like me, I'm a Kalenjin, na we ni Mkikuyu. Na sahi tungekuwa kwa ile side ya kusema sisi, mi ni Mkale, we ni Mkikuyu, twende tufurahi. But you are here because of Kenyans. Unasimama kwa sababu ya nchi yetu, not because of our tribe. And that is where God will bless you. A lot of people are not doing this. Wengi wametoroka, wanachificha, but umesimama na ukweli yako. You cry today because of Kenya. You cry today because of Baba. You are not a Luo. We ni Mkikuyu. Na sahi Kirati Kashakwa na Ruta, me as a Kalenjin, I've been here because I want to stand and be count in the right side of Kenyans, not in the right side of ukabila. So Rhoda, let's soldier up, tukae, tusimame, tuombe, and then God will not leave us. tumesimama in the cup of our people and the people of Kenya. They will count us up. Wakati mambo itaisapiwa, Penat atajua Mama Selina na Rhoda and some people will stand up. We are peanut choose. Najua hata ukipiga nyumbani huwezi ambiwa ukweli, but they don't know why you are suffering. Wewe unasaba because of Kenya. Endelea kuomba. By Tuesday, Mungu atatupatia jawabu. Mambo ni mawili. Haita twende election fresh. Na Uhuru, kama tunaenda election fresh, Uhuru atasimamia mpaka tupate commissioners. Which means, hata MCA ule anafurahi na kurukaruka, hata MP ama nani, tunaenda fresh selection. Which means, everybody. So don't think even those Kalenjin are talking there. Don't think even Raila will lose. Tunaenda fresh selection kutoka kiti ya president mpaka MCA. Hiyo ni moja. Hatuwezi enda rerun. Because if we go for rerun, Chebukati is there. Nilikuwa nimesikia Penat kitambo akisema kuna mtu ametuambia commissioner. Walifanya makosa Penat because they need a judge. Wanataka judge mwenye ako na experience ya 15 years. So those commissioners, even though we have a lawyer, but hatuna judge. So the best thing is, aita watangaze the real owner, vile nilisikia judge alisema, wata recount hizo votes. The real person. Kama Ruto alishinda na haki, atatangazwa. Kama baba alishinda na haki, baba ndiye atatangazwa. Na sasa kwa hii 15 polling station, ile tumeona, ni Coast polling station, imepatikana haina hata sei kwa sababu there were no agents there. So walikuwa nalete empty, ndiye Chebukati na watu yake wakuja watengeneze. God is faithful. Ile kitu baba anatutengenezea Kenya, pole Penat, ile kitu baba anatutengenezea ni kuachia wa Kenya history. Yeye hataki kiti, anataka kuacha Kenya. Alipromise ya kwamba nini ilifanyika kwetu Kenya. And I think that is Mandela moment for baba. That he want to leave us in peace. Wakati tutafanya election, hatutakuwa tunasumbuka. Niwe na agent, pila agent, ukweli itapatikana. So Rhoda, continue praying, my daughter. God will listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Selina. I think that settles that for Rhoda and every other person. One way of securing your prayers is to trust God. And trusting means you can't trace. He says, trust in the Lord your God and lean not onto your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he will guide you. Now, lean not onto your own understanding means kwa macho yetu tunaona hivi, lakini Mungu anaona vingine. Tunamwamini yeye ambaye anaona kutuzidi, atuelekeze mahala ambapo hatuoni. And then by that trust we can now receive rest. So don't be anxious, don't get worked up. Trust that God is working out everything and it will end up into the good of our lives, the good of our nation, the good of our society. Now, I wanted to respond to somebody as there is, I think, Chirichiri or something on the talking about Raila Odinga will have lost because he has lost election for the fifth time. How many papers did you fail in school? While you are school, if you indeed went to school? Did you leave? Did you stop your studying because you failed one paper or you failed one marks? I think we interpret things in a way that doesn't make sense, like we have just come from another planet. The truth is, nobody who has lived indeed has never failed in life. But looking at Raila Odinga, he has not lost the election. I don't know any election he lost except the 1997, which he was still young and he ran against giants. And he still came number 3 or something. But these other elections, there is evidence to the contrary. That's number 1. Number 2, Raila Odinga has contributed to the progress of this country in a major way than any other politician, dead or alive. I can give that anywhere, anytime, without blinking. The person who has championed the progress of this country in a greater way than any other politician, dead or alive, is called Raila Amolo Odinga. So if you look at him as a failure, you have failed because he has caused many changes without being in government than any other person, including those that have been in the government longest time. And so UDA guys, if you want to blog, please blog, but just get back to your senses. Understand that Kenya is bigger than UDA, bigger than William Ruto, bigger than Raila Odinga. And when everything is said and done, we need Kenya that is progressive, secure for all of us. Naomba tucheze tape moja tu, alafu tutasonga mbele katika mjadala wa leo. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tukubali kusimama na ukweli. Na evidence inatolewa kwa Supreme Court. Hata ukileta evidence hapa, sisi hatuwezi kukusaidia. Yule atakayekusaidia na yule atasaidia Chebukati ni yule ambaye atatoa nini? Ukweli wa mambo. So let's listen to this. Nimetumiwa na Omar.
Mahakama hiyo kuanza rasmi shughuli ya kuhesabu upya kura kutoka vituo 15 vya kupigia kura vinavyoripotiwa kukumbwa na utata. Na kama anavyoarifu Murimi Mwangi, shughuli hiyo imeibua dosari katika vituo kadhaa kama vile hesabu ya kura yenye kasoro na ukosefu wa stakabadhi muhimu za kutangaza matokeo ya kura ya urais. Wanaotazama kupitia KTN Home, ungana nasi kwenye KTN News kwa taarifa hiyo.
Alipoupinga ushindi wa rais mteule William Ruto baada ya uchaguzi wa Agosti 9, kinara wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga alikosoa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka Iebc kwa msururu wa dosari kwenye hesabu ya kura na stakabadhi za kutangaza matokeo ya kura ya urais. Na mzozo huu sasa ndiyo kitovu cha kivumbi katika mahakama ya upeo baada ya shughuli ya kuhesabiwa upya kwa kura kutoka vituo 15 kutoka kaunti za Nandi, Kericho, Nyandarua na Mombasa kuanza rasmi. The totals chini ya uangalizi mkali wa maafisa wa idara ya mahakama, County Assembly Ward, Shimazi, Kanjoni, na maajenti wa washirika wakuu kwenye kesi ya kupinga ushindi wa Ruto. 12, 13. Harakati hii ikifanyika baada ya ombi kutoka kwa vuguvugu la Youth Advocacy for Africa na Peter Kirika, wote ambao ni miongoni mwa walalamishi wanaounga mkono kesi ya Odinga dhidi ya Iebc na Ruto. So let's now bring back the 3. Katika kituo cha kupigia kura cha Majengo, masanduku mawili ya kura hayakuwa na fomu 34A za kutangaza matokeo ya kura ya urais, huku sanduku la kituo cha kupigia kura cha shule ya msingi ya Mvita likiripotiwa kuwa na fomu 34A ambayo haikuwa imewekwa muhuri. Baadhi ya vituo pia vikiripoti mkanganyiko, huku karatasi za kura za ugavana likipatikana kwenye sanduku la kura za urais, huku kituo kingine kikiripotiwa kuwa na fomu 34A ambayo haikuwa imejazwa. Now the form is blank. There are no entries. There are no entries in terms of the votes cast for each candidate and spoiled votes. So it's blank completely. Kwenye ombi lao, walalamishi walikuwa pia wameitaka mahakama kuagiza Iebc kuwasilisha fomu zote 32A, ikiwa stakabadhi hii inayotumika kusajili wapiga kura ambao hawakutambuliwa kielektroniki. Ombi hili likionekana kama kigezo muhimu kwa Odinga kudhihirishia mahakama kile anachodai kuwa ulaghai wa kushirikishwa kwa hesabu ya kura ya wapiga kura ambao hawakujitokeza kupiga kura siku ya uchaguzi.
Arnold Oginga sampled polling stations, 25 polling stations in Baringo, 15 polling stations in Nairobi, and he finds the same results as Celestine Onyango, where a total of 1,570 votes are added to the votes of the first respondent, William Samoei Ruto, that are not borne out by the original Forms 34A issued to the agents.
The number of voters who took part in the elections and the number of votes cast in the election is indeterminate and is a moving target. It keeps on shifting.
Na harakati ya hesabu ya kura kutoka vituo tata ikianza rasmi, macho yote yanatarajiwa kulenga mahakama ya upeo siku ya Alhamisi, wakati wataalamu watakapowasilisha ripoti yao inayokisiwa kuwa muhimu kwenye maamuzi ya mahakama ya juu. Muremi Mwangi, KTN News, Nairobi.
Na kikao hicho kimeahirishwa hadi kesho mwendo wa saa 3 ambapo tunatarajia kwamba upande wanaoshtakiwa utakuwa ukiwasilisha hoja zao, maswali yaliyoibuliwa na majaji kwa wale ambao waliwasilisha kesi yakitarajiwa kujibiwa siku ya Ijumaa. Endelea kutazama KTN News, tutazidi kukuletea taarifa hizo moja kwa moja.
Thank you. I believe that answers some of the questions that have come up in the discussion. That is how it went, and we are looking forward for more revelations, even as we discuss. I appreciate the presence of Wekesa. Asante sana kwa kufika. Naomba utachukua steering for a short while kabla nireje. Public participation na Goni what? Choko. Is Choko. Hiyo ingine imenishinda. Hao wawili ndio wajaongea. Naomba uwapatie nafasi ya kwanza, alafu usonge mbele. So Wekesa, you can make your submission. I'm sitting here and then you give to public participation.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity. You're looking good as always. Na leo umevaa Azimio, hata Uhuru alikuwa amevaa Azimio. Mnatuambia nini? You know, you're our leaders. You might be giving us signal. We need to know. We need to know. Yeah, maybe I just
This is your legit. How wengine ni generic.
I think I begin just with the optics. Today we had Raila had a meeting with the Mount Kenya leaders. So I don't know whether he's preparing them for eventuality or in case he forms government or in case he goes for a rerun. Uhuru was in Mombasa. They also report that he had a secret meeting with the Azimio leaders first, and then he came out jovial. As one, I think that gives him an opportunity to do many things. One is to show that I'm still in Azimio. Two, to show that I'm still the president. Three, to show that I celebrate even your small wins that happened recently, because the venue was very categorical. He visited one of the governors who won the Azimio vote recently, not just recently, yesterday. So that makes it makes it significant that he appreciates what happened. So three, is it 3 or 4? 4, because today is when the hearing started, and he comes out strongly, it means he's showing Azimio we are not doing badly, so musiingize baridi. So maybe he came out to give us a signal. Like Julius Malema once said in the funeral of Mama Winnie Mandela, Mama, give us a sign. Maybe Baba came out to give us a sign that things are not very bad. And then also the visit may also show that, he looked very casual. Maybe he told us in case of Arira, and I'm ready to go on the road and look for votes for you guys until you win. So we can interpret it in many ways, but all in all, he came to assure us that let's not give up, because one of the challenges, as many people have been wondering, when he disappeared, they wonder, is he arranging to give away power? Alitucheza, alituacha. So he has to come out and assure people that no, challenges were there, but we are still together. So that is it. I also want to just to point out one or two things that happened in the court, although it was a working day, but I happened to listen to a few counsel making their submission, beginning from counsel anaitwa nani? Murkor really brought out the issue to do with the digital, the technology, how it affected our votes, and he was able to demonstrate some of the guys who were logging in, some of the personal assistants of Chepkati, who had all the rights to do the manipulation of the votes, and they are not even gazetted to do that. So we hope that it will make a strong case towards if it's nullification of or denying whoever was declared the win. Another thing that I saw that came out strongly was anaitwa Norwich. This guy anaitwa Norwich ama nini, Muhindi alisema Chepkati did a notice, and this notice was to declare him as the only returning officer. There's nothing like national returning officer. Huh? There was nothing like national returning officer. According to the constitution, the returning officer has they are in charge of the voting constituencies. Chepkati is not in charge of any voting constituency. He is only mandated to declare results. So he cannot purport to be a returning officer. And there's nothing in the constitution as that is framed as a national returning officer. So he gave himself on an overriding role, and that is why he went ahead and messed up with our elections. I also listened to that lawyer Mama Muindi, who was representing Njoroke. Njoroke is a voter like you and me. So his persuasion was me as a voter. Okay, maybe politicians wanang'ang'ania mamlaka, but me as a voter, does my vote count? Or is it that just about those who count the votes, who determine who is the next leader? So she was trying to persuade the court to look at this process and all the grievances that we have, and see to it that their decision will do justice to a voter who wakes up early in the morning, queues, and waits for results for 6 days to be declared, only to be disappointed by people who just go in one corner and decide who to award this called vote. Senior counsel Paul Mwangi tried to to rationalize or to destroy the superimposed powers of Mr. Chebukati, who seems to be larger than life, who seems to be everything, all in all. You know, these are only titles for gods and demigods. In the Iebc, it appears Chebukati is Alpha and Omega. He went ahead and assigned all other commissioners. He assigned other commissioners kazi ya mkono. Umeona hivi kazi kwa vijana. Kazi kwa vijana ndio alipatia other commissioners. Then the role of tallying and verifying results, akaenda akachukua mtu anaitwa CEO Marjan, who is supposed to be doing administrative functions there, amemleta kwa tallying, kazi ya commissioners. So yeye ndiye alikuwa anashughulika yeye na kule. They were tallying and ensuring that the votes are tallied and verified. So that was his submission, and said that if the constitution didn't want the 7 commissioners, it would have told us. So if one man can do all those functions, why do we need all the 7 commissioners? So he delved into that issue of one-man show of Mr. Chebukati, and hope the court has listened and will grant the plea. I have seen a few Azimio people discouraged by the questions that the court asked, but those are valid questions. One, they have been asked very early so that those who need to respond to them see where the discrepancies are in their case and build up the case so that we can win. So for me, it was right to be asked hard questions as early as now, so that when we come to the end, we don't have loopholes that can make our case collapse. So for me, that is what I wanted to say. I know there are many things I can say. I didn't watch all the councils, but at least I just picked a few snippets in the whole process. Waithira Njenga, how are you? I'm told you are the one to submit, and then we go to public participation.
I'm fine, thank you. Aturaigatia.
Yes.
Sorry.
Did you follow up the?
No, I didn't follow because I was feeling. No, I didn't follow today. So thank you so much for telling me. I didn't follow, but I was just called my cousin. How is going? My cousin, everything is fine. Everything is fine. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to tell us.
At least you maybe umeona a few snippets from the whole process, what the clips, and then udaku pia unaweza tuambia what people are thinking about the same. Day 1, what is the feedback? What are you hearing? Tuko na wewe ama tumekupoteza?
You ask me or?
I'm asking you, maybe from your own perspective, can you umesikia what happened today, whether in the court or even the visit of president in Mombasa, just what you have the current affairs.
No, I just talked with my cousin, told me everything is fine. So
what is your expectation? Raila to be declared president? Ruto
yes. No, not Ruto. No. For me, for me, like Rhoda, I could like, because this election was not real. We know that it was not free, fair, and credible elections, because we know that the game Ruto was doing, he was playing the game and tried to do manipulations and control. So for me, I could like the court say we go back to the debe kama vile tulifanya 2017, ama ni aje, na tukuwe na new commission IBC. That is my all. Wanaweza announce President Omoro Odinga akuwe president. That is my, if I could be judge, I could judge like that. That we go like the way we did 2017, and we have a new IBC chairman, because Chibukati is somebody doesn't have wisdom. Is a man, I don't trust him. Is a man, he doesn't have integrations. And I mean integrate. You know what does I mean integrate? I don't think he's a really Kenyan citizen. If he could be born in Kenya for real, he could not behave. Kenyan people, we don't behave like that. We are very smart people. He's not wise. He doesn't have wisdom. Yani ni kama shetani. Yani he's our enemy. Anataka watu waende wachomwe. Unajua ni kama shetani vile haku agree with God. No, shetani didn't agree with God. God told him you go to hell. Chibukati is a kind of person. He like problem. He doesn't have wisdom. He's not wise. Let me tell you, even the truth for somebody, try to hide. Don't even if you know the truth, try usiwe unaanika. Unajua ukuwe na vitu ya nini na hiyo feelings. Sijui kama Chibukati anakuanga na feelings for real, kwa sababu hiyo kazi anafanya ya nini IBC, ameandikwa whole year. Hiyo miaka kumi amefanya hiyo kazi na anapatiwa mshahara kila mwezi, but he have no justify with those money he get, and he have been getting a lot of favor to get that job. That's a blessing, but him, it's not where he come anapeleka Kenya yetu vizuri, ni kutupeleka nyuma, he's our enemy. Me, when I talk with people, everybody, they tell me, no, he don't do the right. The way he was like, anadanganyana, and I use false witness, talk about kina Amos wako, watu kirai, au mwingine, huyu alikuanga wa Jubilee. That's not the humanity, maturity. Even if you have a deal with somebody, it doesn't behave. Let me tell the whole world, there's no country perfect in this world. Nobody perfect. We are all liars. We lie. I cannot say this because I'm born again. I have never lied. The Bible says only God have never lied. God is only perfect. If I say, the Bible says, if you have not lied, there is no honesty inside with you. You remember, nobody perfect. Those people, they say they are perfect. They are bad people. We all need the forgiveness. That's why every day we have to repent. Every time we have to repent. Every time we have to repent. I don't believe this one. There's nobody perfect. Even Donald Trump lied. Nobody. So Chibukati, if Kenya citizen, they really love themselves and they have a feeling, I think Chibukati need to be in criminal Hague. In Hague. That's the way I need. Because Ababu, he doesn't have a maturity and humanity. Yani anataka kuweka watu wote kwa choma. He want to destroy our country. He want to put people in the fire. He doesn't have a feelings. At least, oh my God, imagine. I can't imagine that kind of. That is not to be honest. People from Uda, they say, oh, he's nice. What is the kindness? Somebody anachuja watu wengine. And even if you have a deal with somebody, don't lie. Don't try to. Even me, for example, I have a deal with somebody, tell me, like my neighbor tell me, oh, I have deal with this one, I sell my computer, but don't tell anybody. I will not. So we want Kenya people integrate and integration, because the way I had is from Uganda. That's why we, as Kenya, we cannot integrate with him. That's why every foreigner has come to our country, we have to integrate. Like me, when I meet people from another country, like for example, in Senegal, it's always difficult communication because we're not Kenyans. If I meet somebody from Burundi, even if we speak Swahili, still there is something. But if I meet somebody from Kenya, wow, we get connect because we are all Kenyans, right? If I meet somebody from Tanzania, we get connected because Tanzania, we are more close. But if I meet somebody Tanzania, we are more closer than Ugandans. But if I meet somebody from Uganda, it's always difficult. Even people from Nigerians, I try because Nigeria, they are more open up. Nigeria, actually, they are more open up. Because Nigeria, they have they are like that. They are like us, Kenya. We have a mini similar like Nigeria. But if I meet somebody from Sierra Leone, it's always, okay, we discuss about politicians. They tell me the Liberians, because I'm always open up with people from Africa. We discuss about their politician back in their homeland country. They tell me, oh, Liberia, corruption, blah, blah, blah. You know, what can we make in African Union? Corruptions, you know, how, you know, we should discuss. When I meet people from Zimbabwe, we get communication because as long you are open a person, you can able to, I think even to be born again is a key because you have the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is a feelings, and the Holy Spirit is a person. We'll never tell you go and lie for person. We'll never tell you go and punish. The Spirit of God is love and is kindness and mercy. So our country, we need to have a feeling of other people to do good. You know, that's only I can tell you. Wakesa.
Okay, thank you for that submission. Do you believe, you say you are born again, do you believe people's conscience dies? Like when you start doing something and do it over and over again, you start finding it natural, or you don't find it, there's nothing wrong with that. And so you get used to that. So maybe I'm asking you, is there, maybe we have a caliber of people whose conscience has died and they don't know that they're doing something wrong. What prescription can we do for them? and a real transformation, or what?
You mean people who do long, what can we do for them? You mean like that?
Yeah,
If
okay,
I
you have
ask you.
argued that why is okay, ulikuwa unasema Chepkati doesn't have feelings, what?
Yes.
I'm trying to maybe
No.
to see it from is it that
Because
he's used to these things and he doesn't see anything wrong with that?
No, one thing I told you, he's not a Kenyan citizen. He's from Uganda. I don't know. He's a, you know, there's a one tribe in Uganda is a Luya. I don't know which kind tribe. That's why he doesn't have integrations. Because if he integrate with the Kenyan people, he cannot be. I don't think so. A really Kenya man can do that kind of stuff Chibukati was doing for us. I don't think he's a really Kenyan citizen. If he's a really Kenyan citizen, he could have mercy and grace. And so we are all sinners. We are sinners. We do good. You remember the woman was prostitute, and Jesus told her, don't go and sin again. And people, they were casting her the stone. And Jesus told her, don't go and sin again. If you have not sinned, cast her the stone. That's why Jesus told those people they were casting. So the Kenya, something we need is about feelings. Feelings is everything, because when you have a feelings, we never tell you to lie. We never tell you, you know, the feelings you always see positive, and you are wishing your country the best, and you love your country. And the feelings always sit in the stomach. So Chibukati doesn't have the feelings the way he did for us.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask Pastor to respond to that, and then we go to public participation on issues of debt concerns over what we call, you are doing wrong, but you don't see it wrong. What happens, you know, Pastor may give us a prescription of what happens when people move from a conscious mind to a mind that is not conscious to anything wrong.
The Bible calls that a reprobate mind. You are dead to the consequences of your wrong. It's like You've heard me give a story of Mr. Mwangi, my chef at the first hotel I worked after high school. He would come to the ironing board, the ironing room, and then take a hot iron box and put in his hand and say, has this iron been spoiled? Okay. And his hand was dead as far as sensing heat is concerned, because he lifts those hot spheres. So his hand cannot feel the iron box when it's hot. So there is how your conscience, after you expose it to evil over and over, it loses its sensitivity, that you can do evil without feeling any remorse or any senses zako zilikufa, as far as your response to wrong is concerned. Now, those people are covered in Romans chapter 1. You see, God has given them up to the enemy. And that's what the Bible calls. Now, I don't want to turn this into Bible study. You've heard about the unpardonable sin. Unpardonable sin is, say, if you do something against the Holy Spirit, you cannot be forgiven. It is not just a one action. The unpardonable sin is your continuous resistance. Holy Spirit convicts you, you are wrong, you resist. He convicts you, you resist. He convicts you, you resist until you reach a place where you don't hear the conviction anymore. The best example is your alarm clock. Okay, you have set your alarm to wake you up at a particular time, and then it rings and you switch it off. Okay, next time it rings, you will not hear it. It will ring still, but you don't hear it because you are not sensitive to the same. Has Chebukati reached there? I don't want to say so, but that's what I would say on the same. But all in all, let's be more focused on the issues at hand. And one of the things that I suspect is making Chebukati behave the way he behaved is because of 2017. He disregarded the court order and nothing was done against him. He bungled the election and he was left scot-free. So akakuwa spoiled child. Anajua atafanya mtani do bas. So we must do him something this time round. That's my prescription. He must be done something this time round. Then he will learn manners. In the meantime, tungoje uamuzi wa koti. Please, patia public participation. Amekaa sana. Nitarudi, niko area.
Hi everyone.
Okay, so public participation, how are you?
Fine, good evening. How are you? How are you guys?
Tuko poa, tuende mbele.
Tuko poa. Yeah, so where do I start now? Let me start about our principal, Raila Baba. You know, sometimes I try to engage UDA people. My mother is one of them. And I try to engage them to understand where I'm coming from, where I support Baba. He's not my tribe. And I support him, Amagema, as I said, I think yesterday. And I try to engage them to really understand Baba, because Baba is very misunderstood. Very, very misunderstood. I was talking to one of my colleagues, and the people who are in UDA, they are very passionate, by the way, very passionate. So I was trying to help her understand why I am in Azimio and not in UDA, why I am, I've been with Baba throughout and not anybody, these other people. And since I was with him even in 2013, when Uhuru Ruto came in, and I told her, I asked her something, my colleague, I asked her, what do you think a 79-year-old man wants when he's going around the country to do campaign? What do you think he wants? My parents, I think, are about 70 or 71. They don't have much energy. So you can imagine what Raila goes through to go and do that campaign when he's 79 years old. You know how grueling that campaign is. And I just told her, you know, when you have not invested anything in something, you found something, you are given something, you have not worked for that thing. Raila has worked for this country, for Baba. Let me call him Baba because he's an elder. Baba has worked for this country. Baba has been in jail for this country for 10 years. Baba is one who removed us from Moi regime to a democratic rule, where we had free access to freedom, freedom of expression. You can feel free, all those things. So now what is happening is that Baba at 79, he's imagining that all that work he put into this country to bring it where it is all going to go to the trash bin when he's on his last years, it's sunset years. Can you imagine that? That you work hard all your life to achieve something, then in your sunset years, instead of you watching as whatever you worked on blossom, it's somebody just comes, somebody who never, you know, like the same way people are doing in post-election violence, where you've invested a lot of money in something and then someone just comes and burns it. So that is what Baba is trying to save the country from. The same way he's been trying all those years to save us from Moi regime, a totalitarian government, dictatorial. So he's doing all that so that he can live everything. I can tell you, anyone who is 70 plus, even 65 plus, anything they are doing is not for themselves. They are doing it for posterity. Yeah. And we can't say that whatever he's doing for his children. No, he's doing it for Kenya. If he was doing it for his children, he'd be like, me, I have grandchildren and I have children and I need to spend time with them. These are my sunset years. I don't have time to be going around all over the country, up and down, kujisumbua. I'm an old man, I'm tired. Let me enjoy my sunset years. But can you imagine, Baba is not enjoying. From when he was young, when he was in that Nyayo chambers, torture chambers, for 9 years, 10 years, where there was water was full and if they were deprived of light, I don't know what they did to his eye, it started having tears, all that. And then now, when he's 79, he's just seeing this country is about to just be thrown in the dust. That's where he gets his motivation to wake up and go all those around the country. Sometimes I would look at him when he's on top of his car and he's just trying to lift his hand, looks so tired. And I asked my UDA colleague, I told, what do you think this guy wants? She's like, he wants to self-actualize. I told her, no, he doesn't want to he's already self-actualized. Being a president cannot make you to be self-actualized when you're almost 80 years old. He wants to leave this country in a good place. On his deathbed, he wants to know that all what he invested in this country was worth something, and he has left a good, like any other parent. You don't want to die and you leave your children in problem, whom you worked for all your life. So that is the motivation of Baba. These people who keep on talking about that he has failed 5 times, I don't know, he has done, it's not about that. Baba's motivation for being president is because of, even if you listen to him and Martha, when you hear them talking, you can see these are people who want reform. These are people who are thinking about, they want good for this country. And the situation we are in, we're in a situation whereby they want good for this country, and there's this other person who just wants to destroy this country. So it's a matter of life and death, you see, because wakiwachilia, it will just go down the drain. Yeah. So they're not letting, and that's what they're fighting for. I hope somebody in Ide can understand that, those who are listening. So let me come to this issue of IBC. Okay, I had heard somewhere that Wafula Chebukati was, when they were doing the interviews for IBC chairman, he was number 9. But the problem was that from number 1 to number 8, people could not agree on who was supposed to be the chair because of tribal. There was a tribal factor there, or they were somehow aligned to one side of one party or the other. So they ended up settling on Wafula Chebukati, which maybe it could be possible what Rhoda is saying, that maybe because he's a Ugandan, I don't know, but they settled on him, but he was number 9. And something which I find worrying about this commission, these IEBC commissioners. If you, like, for example, now in 2017, when he made a blunder, which there was open culpability, you can see that this person is culpable for what happened, the problems that were there. Is there no way of terminating somebody's contract if they, I know, of course, they couldn't terminate him because he helped them come back into power. So they couldn't terminate him. But under normal circumstances, if you are given a job to do and you bungle, your contract can be terminated. There's no way you'll make a mistake. It's not even a mistake. I mean, it's, that's throwing away billions of money, like what happened last time. Then you are told, okay, go back and repeat. I think the right thing should be, since you are unable to do the job and you bungled it, we are terminating your contract and you're not going to pay you any dues, because it's a lawful termination. You are unable to accomplish, and so we are removing you. Very simple. And they do the interviews for somebody else, and that other person then takes over. But this issue of somebody has to stay on the seat for 10 years because his contract is 10 years, I don't understand. When you're not performing, and this is something that happens, like once in 5 years. You can't seem to get your act together. Everything is in shambles, and then you can just stay there. And it's like commissioners of IEBC, they can't be sacked, because the ones who have gone are people who've resigned. Either you resign or you wait for your contract to finish. That's how it's become, which I don't think is right, because if you are not able to achieve the mandate that you are put there for, you should be terminated, and you get other. There are so many Kenyans who can do the job. So that is one issue. And then also this issue of that he was number 9, but he had to be picked because we couldn't agree on the others because of their tribe and all this. So when it comes to an IEBC chairman, we have very big challenge because of this issue of tribe, that IEBC chairman can't be Mjaluo, IEBC chairman can't be Mkikuyu. So like the previous one was Hassan who, a Somali, now I don't know whether we'll be picking from minority. We'll take Anjems, Ilkimus, Pokot, I don't know, because we can't seem to agree on that tribe thing. So a Luo can be a brilliant person who can do well in IEBC chairman, but we will not agree to that, because we'll see like maybe he will favor the Luo candidate. There's that problem. Now, I don't understand really what is going on in IEBC, because there seems to be a lot of confusion. And then, I was looking at all these mishaps that were going on in IEBC, and I was asking, how is it that if you want to steal, even thieves normally specialize on one area, yeah? Kama wewe ni mtu wa kwenda kuiba kwa M-Pesa, you specialize on kuiba kwa M-Pesa. Kama wewe ni conman, you specialize on conning people. Now, this stealing which was going on in IEBC, there's so many, until you are like, what was not happening in here? There's ghost polling stations. There's ghost polling stations. Then there's also there's some forgery going on with the Kim's kit. Then there's 50 hackers who are intercepting 34A when after they're scanned, they intercept them, then they convert from JPEG to PDF, to PDF, and then they change it in the process. They change the figures before it goes, and then they send it to the portal. So you are like, whoever is being seen as the mastermind of this thing is somebody with a PhD. Si hata kama unaiba in one line, so that at least you don't make mistakes. Because now the other formula of stealing is, if Baba has 110 and Nani Hasla has 10, so we take the 100 from Baba, we put it. You are like, some of this, even the stealing itself doesn't make sense, for people who are supposed to be so sophisticated. The other issue is addition. You find a situation whereby valid votes are 85,000. Then, when you do the addition of the 4 candidates, More, Wajakoyo, Baba, and Hasla, the valid votes were 85. total ya hawa watu wanne inakuja 95. Sasa 95k, now you are like, even basic mathematics, was this like an emergency thing they were doing? Because it's not even making sense. I'm imagining those jurists who are eminent jurists who are seated there, they're wondering what kind of thing is, what was not going on in this place, because there was a lot of activity which even doesn't make sense. Because hata kama unaiba, if value votes are 85k, lazima make sure kama una redistribute in such a way that itakuja 85k, not uongeze 10k on top. So but I think it points to the impunity. There's a lot of impunity in our government organization, but IEBC has taken the lead of impunity, whereby hata unaweza weka 85k valid na uweke 95k on a public portal, and in some cases I understand that people are taking screenshots. Ikikuja immediately wanachukua screenshots, kidogo figures zimechange. The same one you took screenshot at tuseme 2 p.m. by 3 ama 4 there, the same 34A imechange, wamebadilisha tena, imekuja some other figures. Sasa unashindwa, like hata kama ni wizi, you have to steal with that, but it's like whatever, I can do whatever I want, kwani nani atanipeleka where? We'll just take this thing and it will be over. Like even there's no that conscious effort to at least try and dupe the public in a manner which is logical. It's like you are dealing with children here or people who don't care. So there's a lot of impunity in that place. And now I was hearing that they are trying to get information from the IT department, and they are just being taken around in circles. So they're asking the bench, can you give us orders to written to a particular person in IBC, IT department or whatever, so that they can be able to answer our questions and give us the information we need, because we've been trying to get an implementation matrix. We're just being taken round and round in circles. So what I can say about this IBC, it just needs to be dismantled, including employees, because it's become, and the problem is, that impunity in an organization, it starts from the top. As soon as you are the juniors or the people under you realize that you are somebody who practices impunity, at how they throw caution to the wind. Like what you say, that when a fish is rotting, it starts rotting from the head. So even those employees, the thing just needs to be overhauled completely, because now we don't know who was doing what or not was, all these things that were happening. The Venezuelans are here, there's 50 hackers. In fact, I'm wondering, where did they, and do you really need 50 hackers hata kama it's intercepting 34A forms? So that IBC needs to be just scrapped completely. We start now from scratch, because it's already corrupted, it's a mess. And then it also begs the question that these other elected officials, how sure are we that these people is what we actually elected? Because if you can rig in a president, why can't you rig in a governor? Why can't you rig in a MP? So me, even this election, I don't know if the bench says we just scrap everything, because this thing, the way it is, it's not just stopping at president, because even there's some leaders who came back, like I think Omatangi, and people are highly doubting this guy, whether he got those votes, because he was removed out of that seat because of some fishy stuff he did, and then he came back with a lot of votes, and people are doubting, is this really the true picture? Ama was he also rigged in? Because now also you can imagine that Hustler would like to work with some particular people. He doesn't want to work with the person who is popular on the ground. What he wants is his people, his yes men, who will just agree to everything, and they'll owe him if he helps rig them in. So
thank you.
I think yeah, that was my submission.
Summarize. Ulikuwa unamalizia. You think
the whole of IBC has a problem? Let's just put it that way. Yeah, this impunity, it has gone down because you can't tell me the ICT people who are working on it. Those are not commissioners, those are staff of IBC. And if they're working in the IT department, they know very well what is going on behind the scenes. They know, and now I'm hearing there are 7 servers. Only 1 server is going to be is the access being given. For the other 6, I don't know now what is going on. But the council for, I think they must have been for Baba's side, they were saying they're trying to get any information. They cannot get information. They're just being taken round and round in circles. So they want an order from the Supreme Court to a particular person. Yeah, that we are writing this to Bernard. So Bernard, can you give this and the other information so that that person can be responsible? If they refuse, then the Supreme Court can, I don't know what they'll do to him, but so you can see the situation, how it is in the place. If at all the council are not able to get the information that they want, there are some things they want, like implementation matrix for how they are planning to implement that system and all that. And then there's something else which I heard, that this Venezuelan company, Smartmatic, had helped rig a president in their country by rigging 1 million votes. So I'm like, okay, this is the company that rigged the president in their company, in their country, then you are bringing them to us. Is there no due diligence? Is there no, in the procurement process, there's no, there's no public participation and all that to be able to, because Kenyans have these things on their fingertips. They already know this company was is one which rigged the president in their country. Now you're bringing them here. What else are they going to do? So they're going to rig even over here. So,
thank you.
And then also there's something else which I had. This lady, I think she's called Soweto,
So
saying,
we will come back to you so that at least we give others chance to.
I'm almost done. Let me just.
We are going around.
Let me just say
that,
she said that,
we normally give 3 minutes. Huh?
Okay. Wacha nimalizie tu na here with this lady called Soweto. So she was saying that they were parallel 34A, meaning that they were identical. Like you can get Chebukati had procured something like it's a parallel 34A, whereby the serial number is the same, the watermark is the same, but it's completely identical. There's like parallel forms. So I was like, it's chaotic. And really, what I can say, this election, even the other posts, I'm highly doubting their viability, many of them. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, there are so many gray areas on IBC, but let's hope the court will guide us on the way forward. So I want to bring in Liberation now. Na Mama Selina ulikuwa umecontribute because niliachiwa watu wawili.
Niko sawa. Let me listen.
Okay. Let me give Liberation. Liberation, how are you?
I'm fine.
Tupe maoni. Leo kumeendaje hearing? I think we are on mute, huh?
Okay.
Tuko mute.
Okay, now it's
yes.
Okay. Me, I wanted to talk about Murgor's submission. Breaking a little bit for the layman. Sasa kuna vitu they were critical. Like vitu kama unauthorized access. That hiyo kitu ali submit forwarding na hacking. Hacking, this is the host. Tuseme kama nyumba ina njia mingi sana ya kuingiliwa. You can enter through the various ways, kwa dirisha, in a crack, anywhere. Sasa the host, it was not safe. Maanake anasema on the 13th of August there was a remote access. Inamaanisha kwamba there was an illegal access into the system, yani the system host. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza yenye inafanya kwamba hawapeani the rest of the servers, the rest of the remaining 7 servers. I think wanaogopa the truth yenye itapatikana ndani ya hizo servers, because there were so many irregularities. Kama venye hizo forms, the way they were uploaded, they were uploaded in a form of CSV. CSV is very editable, it's forever editable, unlike the PDF. The PDF, once it's been uploaded, you can never edit a PDF. So the mistake was that the files were uploaded in a CSV, I'm sorry. Sasa hiyo system inaonyesha kwamba there was downloading and re-uploading of files 34A. Hizo files 34A zinaonyesha kwamba they were zilikuwa ziko kwa system alafu zika downloadiwa and they were amended alafu re-uploaded back. Sasa hiyo ndo inaweza kuwa sababu that they are not giving the rest of the servers. Hiyo we have to tunafaa to push hiyo kitu. And kitu wengine yenye aliongea ni
I think the church made a ruling on that. It will, they will guide the court tomorrow if the issues are not resolved.
Yeah.
So let's see. We will see what they say tomorrow. Thank you.
Wekesa.
Endelea nani? Liberation.
Wekesa.
Ni nani anaongea?
Alex.
Alex. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think wakati
Sikuoni,
hapo
nimesikia tu
amemalizia we
sauti.
need pole sana. Hapo mahali amemalizia was the most important thing. Tunasikia kuwa katika submission ya Murgor tulikuwa na remote access ya mtu ambaye anaitwa, what was his name? Can you remind me? Who was also a foreigner.
Is it
Do you remember what?
kuna Dixon, sijui kuna Mati, alikuwa anaitwa nani? I need to confirm the name.
Yeah, and thank you for saying that. Thank you for
Kuna
that. And I think
kuna Dixon na kuna
yeah, so we had a foreigner who accessed our server, and that foreigner had the most important password, ambayo the only person who had except all Kenyans is Chebukati. So we want to question. Now, there are many questions we want to ask here. And let us entertain a little bit of propaganda here. Did that person ever come to Kenya? If he was in Kenya, how long was he in Kenya? Did the security system know that somebody like this had come? Thirdly, when he was in Kenya, what was he able to access? Lastly, did even Matiang'i realize that this person came to Kenya, left Kenya, and what happened to him? So if that is true, is Matiang'i the interior minister? Now, I want us to devolve that and ask our question. What has been happening in Kenya? Looks like Matiang'i has not been in control, because if that person had the password of Iebc and he came to Kenya and we didn't even know that he came to Kenya, what does that tell you about our security? Okay, I'm sorry for bringing that in. Thank you.
Yeah, I think also additionally what I heard him also emphasize was that even when we impounded the Venezuelans and we were told they went back, yes, they went, but they still had the access to our IBC. They were able. So he said those guys who went, they still were able to access the IBC portal and change our results. So I think that ile kutufunika macho walituambia ati oh, we have met with the Iebc and we have resolved the issues that were there concerning the Venezuelans. Walitufumba macho hapo. They didn't rescue us. They just walifunika the problem. Let me have yeah, okay, you have
you see, Kesa, there is something here that is disturbing us. And I want us to solve it today, because how did Ruto successfully
watu wamezoea kukuona wananiuliza kwa comment section, Alex anaongelea wapi?
ambia watu for the last 72 hours hatujalala. Uso yetu leo imefura na tunakaa, hata watu wakituona watashangaa. But the question is this, Mr. Wekesa. Anataka Wakenya wajiulize. Huyu Ruto, and I want us to ask our questions rightly, because tunacheza na kitu ambayo hapa hatuelewi. How powerful is Ruto? Because Ruto successfully forced Chebukati. Chebukati did not name William Samoei Ruto as the president-elect because he wanted. He was forced. Now, we want to ask ourselves, what does Ruto control? And how can we get Ruto out of what he controls? And how can we get our country forward? Because it looks like we are not understanding that Ruto controls some security sectors in our country. Thank you, Mr. Wekesa.
Yeah, but I also want you to remember a few experiences. I still remember one day I was just coming from Nairobi town, and I was going to a place for where my brother stays, up a hill, and then just boarding a bus at inaitwa Kencom. It was 7:30. Then nikajaa haraka sana, wakasema twende. We started the journey kufika hapo Uhuru Park, tunapanda hivyo mlima, tukasikia tunaambiwa vioo zote sipandishwe. Then as we continue, nilikuwa nimekaa hapo mbele nikaambiwa nirudi nyuma. Me, I didn't understand what was going on. Nikauliza jamaa tumekaa na yeye, kwa nini unaniambia nirudi nyuma? Nikasikia coffee. Kumbe the bus had been hijacked. Huh? Then I was forced to pass through that hapo katikati nirudi nyuma. Wakati nilipita hivyo simu yangu ikaanguka chini, kujaribu kuchukua hivi, nikawaiwa kofi ingine, nikaachana na kuangalia hivi, jamaa amenipoint pistol. What I'm saying is we are slowly entering. That is what they call state capture. While they were telling us about state capture, they are really the ones who have captured our systems. And now we are just working like robots because Chebukati was now being remote controlled. Do this, do this. Yes, we was already captured. Mimi nilikuwa tunaambiwa toka hapa, enda kaa hapo, leta hiyo simu, leta wallet, nini. You follow instructions. If you have ever been in a plane or in a car or in a vehicle which is hijacked, that is what these guys are doing. Yeah, and I was just emphasizing your point.
Yeah, and you are right on that. And I want Kenyans to understand what is happening today. We had yesterday, we had two people trying to represent Iebc. We had Muite, but we also had Githu Muigai. Later on, they were clarified that Githu Muigai is representing Chebukati, but Muite is representing the other people. Let me ask you a question. Why Githu Muigai is a very smart guy, and you know him for sure. Why will he refuse to file a response to a petition that is incriminating Chebukati, because all we are seeking today, all the day, what we were seeking is nothing. Everybody knows that Chebukati is guilty of what happened. But the guiltiness that we are trying to incriminate him is to get a criminal offense against him so that he can be jailed, so that we can get him out. Why did Gitu Muigai eliminate himself from filing a response on that? Is he supporting us that the guy is a criminal? Did you realize that we are headed in a direction whereby by tomorrow we are going to get this man to be a criminal? I'm just asking. Thank you.
Okay, and perhaps even the prayers or the questions of the judges they were asking the limits to which this can be done. You remember they were asking this guy, okay, as much as we have said he bungled the election, he's done this and this. So these holders of constitutional office, they have a process to removing them. So do you think this court has the jurisdiction to remove him? I think they are testing the limits, and they wanted to see what the senior counsel can say. And maybe their response will guide them on the prayers, on the directions they will give after their ruling. Or what do you think? Even as I plan to bring in Tom, what do you think, Alex?
I will allow other people to tell me what they thought, because that was very important. What Kenya happened today is that Chebukati was almost named as a criminal, but we came short of that. From everybody who gave their submission in the Supreme Court, is that Chebukati was almost named as a criminal, but we came short of that. Can you mute that person? Yeah, so what we realized today is that Chebukati was almost named as a criminal, but what happened was that there's nobody who was a little bit courageous to do that. And I think by tomorrow we are going to do, because what we need is to say that Chebukati was, what he did was a criminal offense, so that we can take it. Because what you realize today, hata watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanajua, the evidence that was given to the Supreme Court shows that there was no election that happened in Kenya. And some of the people that have been planning and talking to Kenya Kwanza, they veered away from representing Kenya Kwanza in the Supreme Court. What we need to do is this, and I want to give Kenyans the direction, because I think we fear, because Miguna was a little bit, and he went on the other side. We have a state capture, as Mr. Wekeza said. The question is this: how did Ruto, and he went on the other side, succeed?
Excuse me, Alex. Alex.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Wekesa, please. Alex. Can you give this Rhoda, this lady, some time, please? Okay, she wants to tell something.
Go ahead.
Let Rhoda talk, please. Rhoda, can you talk, please? Can you give this Rhoda, this lady?
Hi. No, no. You know, yeah, that's what. Like,
what's happening?
let's go on
When
with the
she get
debate.
time, give her time to talk.
Yeah, we will bring her back. We will bring her back.
Mama Selina,
Let
unaweza
her
muona
come down
kando
fast.
kindly. Mama Selina, unaweza muona kando kindly. Thank you. Okay, Tom,
To be talked. Unajua vitu kama hiyo ina affecting some people.
yeah, it's
Na
good to
unakuta
handle it
watu
in,
wengi
in off camera.
yeah, I think she need to be talked, you know. Ina affect people like that, and some people can even do bad things. So at least
Yeah.
yeah, ni mzuri aongeleshwe si kuignore.
Yes, ndio nasema aongeleshwe off camera kindly.
Haya,
Bernard,
nitamuongelesha.
send me a number, please.
Bernard, kama uko nayo inbox. Okay.
I don't think I have
Okay.
Rhoda's number.
Mama Selina, I'm sending you her number. Maybe let us
Yes.
Obutu or Achieng because of disparity. Wacha waseme kitu, and then I'm going to send something that is very important in regard to what I realized today in Kenya.
Okay, send me a number.
Bernard, give us direction.
Sawa. It was Tom who was to talk first. No, Elizabeth Acheng alikuja before Tom. Elisa, how are you?
I'm good. I thank God. How everyone?
We are good. We are giving the feedback from the first day hearing and any other, including Uhuru's visit to Mombasa, if you have a snapshot of what happened.
Yeah. Tunashukuru and we thank God for all that. For sure, with the picture that we are seeing for now, it is giving us a very, very, very clue for what that happened behind for many other of us. Na hii inatuonesha kwamba hakuna mtu atakuwa na imani na vile wanasema ati hata sahii wakinalify that we go back for Ireland. Pili ni Chebukati atasimamia kura, hakuna mwananchi atakubali kura zake zisimamiwe na Chebukati. For what I have seen today in the court, ni maajabu. Haki ni maajabu. Yaani boxes zinafunguliwa, vitabu zikiangaliwa, ziko empty. Hakuna mihuri. Form 34 zile zimekuwa zikizungumziwa hapa every time zinasomwa yani imekuwa ni maajabu sana, na hii imetufanya tumejua ukweli, hakuna kitu hapa ingine. But sasa hawa judge wako na kazi, kwa sababu sisi vile tunaona ni tofauti na vile wao wanaona. Sisi tuko na uamuzi wetu, kwa sababu saa hizi mtu kama Bernard ukiambiwa ufanye uamuzi na yale umeona kufikia sasa, I think you have suggestion now. You can make your decision if you can be the judge today. But according to Martha Koome, our lady, it is different with our view. You understand? And that is why I say, let us give them time, but we believe that they are going to come out with a good result that inaenda kutupatia sisi imani na nchi yetu. Because what Raila has said, Raila amesema yeye hafanyi hii kwa sababu yake, anafanya for the entire Africa, that this one, it will never happen in Africa. And I really support that. Hii kitu imefanyika kwa Kenya in 22 election, it will never happen. Totally nina support hiyo. Hii ujinga tumefanyiwa na Chebukati isiwahi fanyika. na iwe ni tisho kwa hii nchi. Mtu yeyote anataka kusimama, hata mama Selina, I wish unaweza simama women rep Nairobi, and you will be aware of this. Sisi tutakupigia kura. Hata nitabadilisha kura yangu nikuje Nairobi, I will vote for you, but you be aware of that. Hakuna kufanya propaganda kama hizi zimefanywa. Nini ukiangalia hii kura imepigwa Mombasa na Kakamega, yani walikuwa wamepanga mambo mengine, lakini Mungu naye ni nani? Hawakujua kwamba kuna kesi hii itaenda, lakini Mungu naye ni nani? Mungu amejibu maombi yetu. So watu wa Mombasa, kwanza hongera kwenyu kwa kucheza kama nyinyi. Vile vile watu wa Kakamega, mwaholi vindu, mulisema mundu kumundu na mulifanya kweli mundu kumundu. Mungu awabariki sana. So watu wa Mombasa, kwanza hongera kwenyu kwa kucheza kama. Something is wrong?
Endelea tu.
Okay. So kuna huyu wakili anaitwa Loyo Otieno. Loyo Otieno, unaona, anasema kuna voters 481,711 voters, whereby these voters hazikukuwa registered but zimeappear, meaning hawa ni watu, hata watu wamechukua, watu walikufa. Na sasa hizi kura zilienda wapi? Ziliwekewa nani? Ni za nani hizi kura? So for sure, mimi according na my view for now, Chebukati kwanza, wawache kuongea Chebukati akiwa huru. Chebukati anafaa awe mahali penye hawezi sikiza anything. I'm sorry, I will come back later. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante Elizabeth, we appreciate that, and we are moving forward. Rhoda, we're requesting for your number at the private chat so that Mama Selina can reach out to you. But advice,
yeah,
please.
I can give you my number, but I don't remember my number. I don't keep my memory. I have to move to come out in this side, in this forum. Then I write my number, then I put here in the private, then Mama Selina can, I have even WhatsApp. So let me get out in this forum, and then I write my number in private. Yes?
You can still stay. When you are ready, you can give me your number. It is good you are back. Let's listen, and then when you are ready, you can give me your number. We love each other.
Okay, let me stay.
Okay, thank you so much, Rhoda, and take it easy. We are in this together. We will win together as God enables us, and God is the one who fights as we trust Him, and by our relying on Him, we are strengthened. We are strengthened. The Bible says, "Let the weak say, I am strong." And so our strength is not in ourselves. Our strength is in God, who gives us that strength. So when we can't bear it anymore, it is only God that can help us to carry that burden. So hand it over to God, let Him carry it, and you rest in His everlasting arms, leaning on the everlasting arms. These arms are big enough to carry all of us, especially when we can't carry whatever burden that is placed on our shoulders. So take it easy. Well, let's move on. Obutu. Abarielo. Unmute your mic, please.
Wow. Hi, everyone. I think I'm glad to be here. We've not interacted for some time. I've not been...
Good to see you again. Karibu, welcome back.
I've always been the background, just listening. So, and sometimes the studio has been so full, but I think I'm enjoying the forum and every other discussions, having different people different sentiments, and it's great. Marcelina, we've not met in the forum. It's good to have you. The same case, I think, Tom, we did. Hi there, Rhoda. So, Bernard, let me just contribute. Basically, I sat down to listen to what was happening in the Supreme Court yesterday during the pre-trial conference, and today I happened to listen to the petitioners. I think most of them. I think I missed one. I was away for 1 hour. And, some of the things that they were bringing out are not very new. We knew them. I was happy that the scrutiny of the polling stations was taking place. I heard that there were 2 issues in Mombasa, in Vita, in Majengo in particular. And I've not heard anything else. Maybe, Bernard, you can be able to update what is it that is coming from that scrutiny. Is it some kind of evidence that will really have some kind of implication on the case? But at least it was interesting to see that their ballot boxes did not have Form 34As, and some of the forms were not stamped, others were very blank. But I hope that I'm somehow thinking that based on of the experience of 2017, that whatever happened in the polling stations and all those kind of issues for Form 34As, possibly somebody somewhere at IBC could have known that maybe a recount. There was always something about a recount, something about audit, and something tells me that maybe somebody could have gone to make sure that they work on those ballot boxes or try to put things in order before they are brought or before the court started sitting. So I'm not very sure that a lot of anomalies will be able to come out beyond what the Azimio team had already found out. I also listened that there was some progress or something that was going on at IBC in terms of trying to access the servers. By late evening, they were able to, Azimio had been given access to 1 server, we are being told, and not the rest of the 7. The court was taking it easier, but we could see Justice Lenaola saying that they could maybe as we go towards the night, looks as if it's a night event, it's going to go out throughout the night, that they can be able to communicate, but also maybe based on what happened, remember in 2017, IBC refused to open the servers, and actually those are one of the reasons that led to the nullification of the election. So, and I think they are not also very daft. Maybe they would have done something. They knew this was coming. Maybe they would have done something. They will not just be sitting there. But let's hope that they can be able to give access to the rest of the 7 servers. And if they don't, I think last time they didn't. If they don't, then we hope that the courts need to be very serious, because we can't just be doing those kind of things. I could see how the lawyers were arguing in court that every other 5 years, we can't just be going to court. Every other 5 years, it just become like a tradition. In 2007, we didn't go to court, we fought. 2013, we were in court. 2017, we are court. Now, every other 5 years. So it's my hope that whatever comes out, even if it's some kind of small irregularities or abnormalities or however they call it, that the court needs to find a way on how they address it. And of course, every other election, every other time that we go to court, the subsequent elections even better. Even this time, remember last time when the court ruled that the presidential election should be able to be determined at the polling station. So at least even this time is that based on the polling stations, we do not have that kind of process that you need to carry the results from the villages to bombers so that they can be able to be physically targeted. At least we had to finalize that. We had to have some step at the polling station, and then now we start working on the verification at national level. So at least some bit of improvement. But then we need to do something. The judges need to do something. this country is desperate and people are getting tired. But then I even thought that even the judges are getting tired. Looks as if nobody has a solution to what is happening in this country. Looks as if all of us, we are desperate. I listened to even some of the questions they're having. So like, look at this IBC. People are like, this IBC, this chair, you know, he wants to be like he's a Supreme chair. Now we have like even clerks. Who are those who are just stuffing ballot papers? There, the chair was not there. So these are it's just impunity from everywhere. So as much as the chair hasn't done ABC, and of course, and the moment even the rest of the staff of the commission realize that there's division even among the commissioners, you realize that there was something wrong that is happening at the IBC. But does the court have a solution to it? Because we're also asking questions like, you guys, you're saying that you verify this election. So then, so who is going to conduct the election? Because you're saying that this IBC is dysfunctional. So some of those questions, I hope, what I thought is like they are posting those questions to Azimio. Maybe when they come tomorrow or the other day, then they'll be very specific in terms of what do they want, so that they want to have like their final submissions to be very firm. But and again, somebody said that the IBC is an independent body, that maybe the Supreme Court will not be able to, and they have a fixed tenure. So the process of even removing them, I know Chebukati should be going home in the next 4 months or so, but the process of removing them, it's not like you don't wake up one day and do what, and remove them. So in summary, what I'm saying is that it's just neither here or there, but everything is out there. We all know that we had problems, but then it just leaves that it's up to the lawyers to argue their case, the strong case, because they have the information, they have everything. It's now how do they package, and hoping that the judges will not be tired. Like, because we nullified an election in 2017, we shouldn't be doing the same. You know, they can also feel like, you know, are these guys feeling every time they have to come to court? They have to come to court, but we have a case. One last thing. I was thinking that this being a court, they'll always be looking for evidence. I was wondering, and I know they have some IT specialists who will be following up with the petitioners on the issues of the hacking and that kind of a thing. And I'm hoping that they have political analysts as well. Because somebody asked is that, hey, you guys, how would you tell us? Maybe they want to say that, do you have proof that the fact that the elections were postponed in Kakamega and Mombasa, and even these other ones that were areas that were carried out yesterday, in Pokot, in Kacheliba, even in Rongai. Rongai before yesterday, it was an Azimio zone because it was Kanu and Kitui Rural, and even Mukuru, Kwanzenga. So those were Azimio areas. But when the judge said, it's like, you know, it is like, do you have proof? Or will you really, how do you prove that the postponement had an effect on the presidential turnout or something like that? So that one, it's only a political analyst who will understand. Is like, if I want to beat you down, your opponent, then I'll want just to sabotage your area so that people don't turn up. For instance, even in the villages, if women are going to vote in the morning and then they are told that there are some youths who wamejificha hapo kwa mahindi, nobody will go to vote. Everybody will go back home. Then now when I present that, because that, hey, walikuwa wameweka vijana kwa msituni wamama wasiende kuvote, then a judge anauliza, how do you prove that one made the women not to go and vote? So we are hoping that it's not really about evidence, but it's able to realize is that what are the political strategies people would use, and then other thing. So that's my comments for now.
Thank you, Butu, for that. We appreciate it. And on the issue of tampering with the election ballot, whatever ballot boxes after the elections have taken place, constitutionally is against the law to open that ballot box without obtaining a court order, because after the presiding officer counts the votes and then the Form 34A is filled, signed by the agents and all the people in the room, the ballot papers are put back in the ballot box, and then they are sealed. And that seal has a serial number, which is copied by every agent. So if somebody tampers with it, it will be noticed that the seal has been opened, and so the information in the ballot box cannot be trusted. And so, and then of course the tampering with elections, it was from the look of, from what we are hearing, it looks like the tampering with the election to get figures to manipulate was widespread. When it is widespread there, it becomes very difficult to fill up, stuffing those ballot boxes to meet those fictitious figures. From what we are hearing, even from the floor of the Supreme Court, some figures were changed at Bomas. So they were very far from the polling station. And so the sampling of those boxes is revealing some of the things that happened. At the end of the day, we trust that the judges are going to look into this keenly. Judges asking questions, it means they are seeing the gravity of the case. Especially for Mombasa and Kakamega, it's obvious because historically, if like, for example, the last 2017 elections, Mombasa had a turnout of over 60%, was it 56%? And after the governorship was called off, they came out 34%. That means it's obvious they were affected by that. Kakamega had come out 70%. This time they voted around 60% less than 2017. It's a proof that the postponement of those elections was calculated. In fact, the timing for the postponement was very questionable, because how do you do that the night of the following day they are going to be an election? How do you notice that the ballot papers you printed are wrong on the night when the following morning is the day for elections? So this was a very orchestrated syndicate to mess up with elections, to the degree that the desperation of the people that wanted to win the elections was so much, yet the opponent, or rather the candidate they wanted to rig out, was so popular that it was very difficult to rig him out, because the margin is too wide to be filled up by the additions of the ghost voting and the other things. That is why this thing flopped, in my opinion, because the gap between the two candidates, in my opinion, it was too wide. And when it is too wide, you leave it alone. You leave it alone and live to fight another day. But this forcing figures, forcing numbers, see where it has brought us. It is costing people's lives, it's costing people's careers, it's messing up everyone's life, simply because somebody can't embrace the truth that he's not as popular as he thinks he is. The Bible says, don't think too high of yourself than you ought. Kama utoshi size, hata tukisukumiza haingii. So hii maneno ya kutusumbua eti mimi niko popular, na uko popular, you don't have support base, and now you mess up with our lives. So I trust judges will look into this keenly and give us a ruling that is good. But what I want from the Supreme Court is more than calling for a rerun or calling for a fresh election. We need to see heads rolling. We need to see heads rolling. Let people be punished for the wrong they have done, because this is robbing Kenyans of what they have decided. And then you turn around and begin to cry victim. I'm waiting for Chebukati tomorrow to come and ratify those figures he presented and tell us how from 36, how from 34C was generated several times. Why was it generated several times? All that he needs to submit and convince the judges. But from the look of things, the judges have gotten a grip of what was happening, and it is now for the respondent tomorrow to give their side of the story. Then from there we can do judgment, because hata tukisikiliza from one side, Waswahili wanasema msema pweke her course. If you are the only one talking, you are always right. But when the other side now begin to talk, it's when we will now balance. And that's what judgment is all about. The judges need to hear both sides and then judge. But we still trust that if there was tampering with this election, it's clear, the evidence is overwhelming. Let's wait and see for the best verdict. But more than that, Kenya needs to be in safe hands. We can't have a country run by cartels and gangs and shortcut people. We want a country run by law, and that law should be equal to everyone at all times. Asante sana Obutu. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Anyumba. Did you make your submission?
No, bado.
Okay, just hold on. Eric Onyanja is asking 34C is in the case. Yes, it was the one used to pronounce William Ruto as president-elect, and it's what is being sought to be invalidated because the figures on that particular form are not adding up. If you had Oki Omtata's argument. And so if you are pronounced a winner using wrong figures, then you are the wrong winner. And so we should get right figures, which will give us the right winner. Ni namna hiyo. Lakini wale watu wa kulazimisha ma UDA bloggers that Ruto must be president. There is nobody who must be president. We wouldn't be going for elections if somebody must be president. If somebody must be president, there's no voting required. You just come and declare yourself president and then force us to accept. If that is the case, then it will be, but not in Kenya. Maybe in Uganda, in other places. But hapa, tuko na demokrasia. Na hiyo demokrasia ni lazima ifanye kazi. Wale wanataka kuihujumu, hao ndio tutadili nao moja baada ya mwingine. Yes, Eric, you want which clarification? Make your question clear or kuja studio. I think kuna nafasi ya mtu mmoja ama wawili. Njoo studio tueleze unataka clarification ya nini. Asante lakini. Anyumba dakika 2-3 tuende kwa saa kwa tukisonga hivyo. Thank you.
Hamjambo.
Tujambo, vipi huko?
Niko salama bana. First, I would like by congratulating our team.
Sorry, Anyumba. Just one moment. Sang Josephat, I'm telling you, Ruto must not be president. There is no must for anybody to be president. So, pereka hiyo maneno kwa UDA channel. Hapa kuna mtu lazima akuwe president. Yule ana win election ndio anakuwa president. Sio Ruto must be president. He can't. In fact, from what you have said, he can't be president. He must win election legitimately. Lakini kujifanya president by must, hawezi hapa toboi. Ndio amebanwa. Kesho utaona vile watu watajiuma ulimi. Kama Gidu Muigai, former Attorney General, ameshindwa kuandika reply. Ameshindwa kuandika reply. Sasa kama hajaandika reply, unaonaje hii kesi anashinda kwa miujiza ama anashinda kwa mazinga umbwe? Ruto needs to grow up. He's not yet able to be president of Kenya. Thank you. Anyumba, endelea.
As I was saying, that first I begin with congratulating our team that were representing the Azimio side. When you look at the arguments, I think they were doing a very good job. And one thing that I'm failing to understand, where I don't remember whether Deputy Chief Justice or Smoking Wanjala, there's a question that they ask, and when you look at our constitution, we do not have a lacuna. And when we do not have a lacuna, the Deputy Chief Justice was asking that, what if, in fact, it was the CJ, the real CJ, the Martha Koome, that was saying, asking if we were to nullify election, and now Chebukati is still the chairman of the commission, and we do not have the lacuna, will we not go back to election because of Chebukati, or will we, because she was saying that this is an independent body and there will be no time for another body to be constituted. What I'm asking, will Kenyans not have their right back because of one person? That is according to my understanding, what I'm asking now. Because she's saying that even if we were to go back to election and Chebukati is still there and you cannot replace Chebukati, that is what she's telling us. Because we do not have a lacuna in the constitution. So will Kenyans not get their right back because of one person? That is a question that I was trying to analyze, because in case Chebukati will be found capable that he bungled election, because according to the arguments with the Azimio team, that this is it is now a repeated thing. He did it on 2017 and he has done it now. So it is a routine thing that if you don't act on him, even if you send him to conduct another election, he will still do the same. So that is what was giving me worry. Now, what next? Okay, another question that she asked, that
just
if
Anyumba, may I say something on that before you move to another question?
Yes.
I don't think the law says that you have to be a lawyer to conduct elections. The law says you have to be a lawyer to be the chairman of the Iebc, the Electoral Commission. Conducting election can be done by the vice chair or any of the commissioners. Let's not mix two things. To qualify to be the chairman of Iebc, you need to be a lawyer of the capacity of a high court judge. That's what the law says, okay? But to conduct election, these returning officers who are conducting election here in Makadara and elsewhere, they are not lawyers. So let's not mix two things. Chebukati can still go and we still have elections. We will not just have the chairman of, and that's why the reason why there is a chairman and a vice chairman, so that if something happens to the chairman, the vice chairman should conduct business. That's how I read it, unless the lawyers will come up with something else.
No, thank you, but I was not opposing it. It was just an idea. It wasn't me opposing the chairman of the IBC, but it was just an idea. Now, another thing that she was asking, what if we land in a situation where we now say we find now Raila Odinga was the winner, and we now say it is the Raila Odinga that to be the president, and is the winning person according to the votes that were cast. Because as we are seeing, things are now coming out that the election was not done with the provision of the Constitution. How we are seeing it right now. So on our side, we are praying for the best, but these are questions that we must verify and ask and get the answers, because we are ready to go back to election and we are ready to handle Raila Odinga because we know he won the election. And if the court will find that the Raila Odinga won the election, they were asking, in which criteria will they use to give Raila Odinga as the winner? So far, I think it is now going to be open that it is not a must. People, as you have said, people have a chairman to conduct an election. We can have an election without chairman, so long as Kenyans know what they want and their votes to be counted. So without saying much, I believe that the truth is going to be known, and after the truth, we will have peace. And we want to encourage our people, our sisters, our brothers, that the truth is going to come out. And after the truth, we will have peace. Yeah, that is my take for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Light Life says, what if an MS took Nairo? Can they under election too? Now, that is an option. That's an option, but it must be the last resort. If you remember what happened in Zimbabwe, when Madam Mugabe wanted to be president, and Mugabe was too old to control her. The army came in and bundled her up and told her to sit down and be quiet. And they went and carried out an election. So, but that is the last resort. I don't think we are there yet. We have enough options to exercise on our plate. We can't end up there yet. Hatujafikia hiyo kiwango. But kama inabidi, itafanyika. Lakini story ya kutumia njia mbovu kupata uongozi haikubaliki katika kizazi hiki. Bwana Tom, had you made your submission? Tumsikilize saa kwa kwanza.
No, not yet, but I can.
Had you made your submission?
Not, yeah, I can. Let me just proceed. Yeah. Now, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Nimekuwa kwa hii for a very long time, on and off network. Tumekuwa na Mama Selina, wamekuwa mpaka naona sahii amechoka sana, nataka kulala. Rhoda, are you okay now?
Yes,
Madam
now
Rhoda?
I'm getting more calm than before. Thank you for asking me.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit sad, Actually, today whole day, I tried to eat. I couldn't make it. I was feeling very sad today. I don't know. I was just feeling bad mood.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bernard.
But thank you for asking me. Thank you so much.
Okay, Bernard.
Mm.
Chenye imekuwa discussed today with our team. Yes. Nimefurahi na shared with the court. And of course, they have exposed so many hidden areas which we could not even, ourselves as laymen, we could not even know. Now we are aware of what is happening, of what transpired. So side as a true patriot, everything will be well as by sababu unajua wana create stations. Huyu mtu akona Kenya at heart. Kama mtu anafanya ukarabati mingi kwa corridors, huyu mtu akona Kenya at heart. Because with election, why it is called free, fair election, inafaa mtu a candidate inafaa atulie, watu wamchague kwa njia mzuri. Unaona, ndio maana watu wanapanga laini wakivote, watu wanarudi nyumbani, wanatulia wakingojea matokeo. Sasa hii matokeo ya 2022, hii matokeo gani? Bwana Raila amefanya mambo mengi kwa hii nchi. And mambo mengi amefanya ndio sasa we have that freedom of movement, speech and the rest. So we are happy. You know, we are happy with this old man. So mtu kama anasema huyu hawezi, lazima ni rig him out, you know, because of whatever I have. I can buy some few fellows just to rig me in. That is wrong. So Bwana Chebukati, as we talk, belongs to jail. Sio mtu tu inafaa after all this tumwache huru, because chenye amefanya makosa kubwa sana. Saa hii Mungu ndiye ameweka sisi kwa hii position tuko, because kama ingekuwa hizo wakati zingine, si watu wangekuwa saa hii wako kwa street, na how many Kenyans saa hii as we talk wangekuwa wamekufa. Naona we are 50+ million Kenyans, and when it comes to vita, even the innocent, hata watoto wadogo wanakufa. Kwa nini huyu jamaa acheze na lives ya innocent people just in the name of money, just in the name of tokens amepewa? Kwani pesa na maisha ni kitu gani muhimu? So venye nimesikia our colleagues, our lawyers, whatever they were discussing today, imenionyesha mambo mengi tumeona, at not even myself as a nini, but even the rest watu wameona. So wacha tungojee kesho hiyo timu ingine tusikie vile watasema pande yao, but to me the election was not free and fair. Yes, so hapo tu ndio nitafika Bwana Bernard, sababu na wenzangu wengi pia wanangojea. Nimeona leo Bwana Rais akiwa Mombasa, a free man, just to show us that there's that peace, there's that freedom. Anaweza ongea, anaweza walk, anaweza salamia watu as a true Kenyan, bila security mingi imewekwa kando ya kusukuma watu. Was an ordinary man today. No. So he was trying to give us hope that tomorrow kila kitu itakuwa sawa, hakuna maneno. Unaona? So mimi tangu nianze kukaa hapa nimekaa sana. Hata Bwana Mheshimiwa alikuwa hapo, nikasikia vile aliongea. Kenyans are tired of this nonsense. I call it nonsense. Sababu each and every election rigging ndio mtu akwae office. It is very wrong. So it is high time for us Kenyans now to look for somebody of our choice, not to be forced. No, the use of force is not required, because tumeona mengi bwana. So mimi naona pande yangu tutulie tu kama wa Kenya, na tuweke maombi mbele, na tuwe tu na hiyo strength, kila kitu itakuwa sawa at the end of the day. Asanteni sana Bwana Bernard.
Sawa, asante Bwana Tom, we appreciate that. Tutasonga mbele, ni tuendelee kuhimizana na kila mmoja akuwe macho. We must do what is good for this country and help it to navigate through this dark corner until it begins to enjoy the fruit of our commitment from the founding fathers' visions for this great country. And as young Kenyans, I want to continue urging us. We are only sure for tomorrow when we dig in for what is right for every Kenyan. The best Kenya is where every Kenyan is a Kenyan and is treated so. The moment we begin to introduce classes, we introduce segregation, we introduce tribalism, nepotism, that's when we lose Kenya. The song and the dance of the independence of 1963 was interrupted when we reintroduced tribalism. So we've been enduring for 40 plus years. We are about to sing that song of oneness again, being equal in the sight of God and in the sight of the law. When that happens, Kenya can prosper very fast. Kenya can recover from anything. All we need to do is get our act together. And so as young Kenyans, let's rally together and make a difference in this country. Don't be deceived to think that one community is better than the other, or one community can do without other communities. It is not possible. There is a reason why God determined that we be 40 plus communities together and constitute a country called Kenya. We all need each other, and we all must pull together as one people into the right direction so that we do what is required to help us be fit to raise others who can now perpetuate what we started. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Sakwa tukisonga mbele. Sakwa vipi?
Salama sana. Mko wazima?
Wazima, tunashukuru.
Nashukuru kunipa fursa hii. Na nimeshinda, nimefurahia mchana wa leo, manake nimeona tumewakilishwa vizuri sana pale kotini. Na kulingana na vile tumeweza kuwakilishwa, tunaona tuko na waziwazi kwamba ushahidi tayari tunao. Na wakati ushahidi tunao, inaonyesha kwamba waziwazi kwamba kura tarehe 9 haikuwa ya huru na haki. Leo nimekuwa tukipiga siasa mali na wana UDA, na naona kuwa wako na fujo sana wakisema kwamba lazima mtu wao awe rais. Na hatukatai kwamba wamekuwa kijipiga kifua, manake pia najua kuna wengi hapa pia they are commenting those nonsense and stupidity. Wana Kenya kwanza, acheni niwaambie, na I hope mnanisikia. All of us, iwe ni Raila atashinda, iwe ni Ruto atashinda, ama koti iseme kwamba kutakuwa na uchaguzi mara ya pili, unga ukiongeza utaongeza kwangu na utaongeza pia kwako. Na wakati unga utaongeza kwangu na pia utaongeza kwako, usiwe na ile vita ama kusema fulani is a must. It's not a must. Hii kitu kuwa ni ya mtu yote kuwa iweza kuwa rais. Na mimi nafurahia kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta wakati amenyamaza ameweza kuonyesha kuwa yeye mwenyewe hafuatilii siasa na ameweza kujenga kano na siasa ya Kenya. Manake siasa ya Kenya imekuwa ni kana kwamba sasa hizi ni vita, lazima fulani awe. Hii kitu si vita. Na kitu ya kwanza Kenya kwanza, kama mlishinda kwa huru na haki, ni kwa nini muwe mkitusiana kwenye mitandao matusi mengine ambayo hayafai? So one thing najua kuwa koti haiwezi kuruhusu kuwe na vita. So tungoje kitu ambayo inaitwa rerun. Tarehe 5 tungoje tuambiwe kama utarudi kwenye uchaguzi, ndio ushahidi upo unaweza kwamba wizi ulikuwako. Na wana Kenya kwanza cheni niwaambie kuwa uchaguzi ukisemekana kwamba ni kurudiwa unarudiwa, haitakuwa inaonyesha kwamba mna ushindi, pia sisi tuna ushindi. Ni kura iweze kupigwa mara ya pili, tuingie tujitokeze vile tulivyojitokeza, kura iweze kupigwa kulingana na vile si wenyewe tulipiga, lakini haitakuwa rahisi, manake kama tutarudia kura na Chebukati azidi kuwa pale, itakuwa inaonyesha bado ile kura ndiyo itakuwa bado na dosari kidogo. Ndiyo mimi nimefurahia kile kiliweza kuonekana Mombasa na Kakamega. Hiyo inadhihirisha tu kwamba lazima tulipita na tukaweza kuibiwa. Jambo lingine nimefurahia pale kotini kumeweza kuwa na stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa zikionyesha obvious kuna kura ambazo zilikuwa zikiibiwa toka sehemu fulani kwenda sehemu fulani. Bwana Chebukati, nashukuru sana. Hata kama unaona hii video, one thing kile mimi nitakuambia, kumbuka vitu vyote ambavyo ulikuwa ukivifanya, jua kuna ushahidi tosha kwamba chochote ulichokuwa ukikifanya kinaonyesha waziwazi tulikuwa tukikuangalia, tulikuwa tukikufuatilia moja kwa moja. Na Chebukati, kama unanisikiza mahali penye huko na ndio ulikula pesa ya Ruto na ukaweka kwenye mfuko, tafadhali rudisha, uambie Wakenya ukweli. Manake kitu cha kwanza na mimi nashangaa, ndio wanasema kwamba wana Venezuela waliweza kushikwa, na hatukujua vile ile kesi ilienda mpaka watu wa Venezuela wakasemekana wameondoka ama bado wako. Tukaingia kwenye uchaguzi tarehe 9. Na tulipoingia kwenye uchaguzi tarehe 9, kabla ya tarehe 9 kufikia, Chebukati ulikuwa umesimama na ukasema kwamba hao watu ni wafanyikazi wa Iebc. Na wakati ni wafanyikazi wa Iebc, ilikuwaje, waliondoka ama bado walikuwako? Sasa inaonyesha kwamba wale watu bado walikuwako, hatujui vile walitoka kwenye nchi ama bado wako. So inaonyesha kwamba Chebukati, chochote ulichokuwa ukikifanya, ndio maaskari walifuatilia, kina nani walifuatilia, lakini ulikuwa umewekwa kwenye record na kuangaliwa upumbavu wako wote. Even if hata kama wa Venezuela hawakuweza kutoka na kwenda ama walibaki hapa, walikuwa wanachukua evidence ya kuonyesha kwamba huu uchaguzi haukuwa huru na haki. Jambo lingine, kuna video fulani nimeiona leo. Chebukati, kama we mwenyewe unajua huu uchaguzi ulikuwa huru na haki, mbona ulikuwa unakataza wale 4 commissioners ukiwaambia kwamba utaenda kusoma matokeo vile yalivyo? Jambo lingine ningependa kuuliza Chebukati tu ama wana Kenya kwanza, je, mnafurahia wakati mnaona kwamba Ruto atashinda ama Ruto ameshinda? Usifurahie ukiona kwamba mwenzako ameibiwa. Kama unashabikia wizi, pia wewe ni mwizi. Hauwezi shabikia wizi ili hai tuseme kwamba wewe mwenyewe sio mwizi, wewe ni mwizi pia. So mimi je, ningeambia wana Kenya kwanza, tarehe 5 hiyo tarehe 6 tungoje uamuzi wa koti, na uamuzi wa koti kulingana vile nasubiria, hatutasubiria kuwa kutakuwa na mazuri, manake yale yanakuja kutokezea ni kuwa hakutakuwa na mshindi. Manake ukiangalia pale kotini vile tumewakilishwa vizuri, imeonyesha kwamba hakuna mwenye alifika 50+1 ambayo ilikuwa ikisemekana kwamba lazima ufike. Hiyo ni uongo. Ndio inaonyesha waziwazi mliiba, lakini hata kama mliiba mlikuwa sawa sawa. Alafu jambo lingine, hata kama Chebukati ulikuwa unaiba kura for sure. Nimeangalia hapa Mombasa, nimeangalia pia maeneo mengine ambayo kura ilikuwa inasemekana kwamba imeibiwa. Unapata Raila Odinga is having 146 votes, then Ruto unapata ako na 140. So inaonyesha wizi ambao uliokuwa ukiufanya ulikuwa wizi wa kipumbavu. Manake ungetuambia kuwa Raila ana 140, Ruto ana 80. Lakini wewe unachukua 6 unazilenga upande huu, 10 unazilenga upande huu. So Chebukati, kile tunaweza kukuambia, subiria uamuzi wa koti. Kama uchaguzi utarudiwa, tunafurahia kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atazidi kuwa rais. Kwa hivyo hata kama saizi wana Kenya kwanza mnasemekana kwamba mko na president wenu, one thing kumbuka, bado hatujaweza kupata rais. Na Rais Kenyatta heshimiwe. Nimesikia mwingine akimuita mbwa, na hiyo si poa, haifurahishi. Manake kumtusi rais ambaye yuko kwenye mamlaka sio poa, manake inaonyesha kwamba muna kitu ambapo unaonyesha kwamba ni lazima. Mimi nisikudanganye, kama we ni mwana Kenya, kwanza I know vile mnaongea huku online, mnaongea vibaya. One thing tunawaambia, mngoje uamuzi wa koti, hakutakuwa na ushindi wowote, na wakati hakutakuwa na ushindi wowote, mngoje turudi kwenye uchaguzi vizuri, tutokee dhuraku, tupatane kwenye debe tena. Lakini hatutapatana tukuwa na Chebukati, tupatane tukuwa na tume nyingine ya uchaguzi. Hata kama Rais Kenyatta ataongezwa muda wa mwaka mmoja ama muda wa miaka miwili, ili tuwe tumeweza kujipanga na uchaguzi utakaokuja uwe wa huru na haki. Mimi sifurahii kuona ati mtu anamtusi Uhuru Kenyatta ukisema huyu Uhuru Kenyatta ni mpumbavu. Manake nimesikia leo Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa pa Mombasa. Nashukuru sana Mali Prezo, huko umefanya kitu cha maana, umetembea, umetuambia tulipiga kura kwa haki. Lakini utazidi kukaa pale hata kama itachukua muda wa miaka miwili, lakini tujipange, uchaguzi utakaokuja uwe wa huru na haki. Chebukati, kama unajua huu uchaguzi ni wa huru na haki, mbona ulazimisha kupeana hii certificate hata watu wote kama hawajafika? Jambo lingine la kuonyesha kwamba Chebukati wewe mwenyewe ulikuwa unajua hiki kitu vile kimefanyika. Mbona watu wako walipokuambia utoe zile hesabu vizuri, ulisema kwamba utazitoa wewe mwenyewe vile utakavyotaka kuzitoa? Chebukati, usifanye hii nchi ikamwagika damu. Wana Kenya, kwanza wacheni niwaambie plus Azimio, mimi ni Mkenya, nimezaliwa Kenya, na wengine wote hata kama uko nje ya nchi umezaliwa Kenya. Jua hata kama ni Ruto ataingia, unga uongeze, mano sukari ongeze, tutaongezewa sisi sote. Na tukiongezewa sisi sote, acheni niwaambie, haitakuwa ati kama ulikuwa na support Kenya kwanza, ati unga wako utakuwa shilingi 100 wa wengine 200. So tungoje turudi kwenye uchaguzi, tupige kampeni tena na tujitokeze kabisa siku hiyo. Kama wewe mwenyewe hukutoka kupiga kura hiyo siku, jitokeze tumuingize rais ambaye atakuja kusaidia nchi. So mimi nashukuru sana. Asanteni kwa kunipea fursa.
Okay, asante Bwana Alfred. We
Yes.
appreciate that. Yes, Mama Selina unasemaje?
Yes, nataka kuambia Alfred, kama ni kurudia kura ni kutoka MCA mpaka rais.
Tunataka rais peke yake.
Kwa sahi Chebukati hatuwezi enda rerun na Chebukati. So tuko na mambo matatu. Watangaze mwenye amechukua kura, kama ni baba anatangazwa, kama hiyo Ruto alichukua na ukweli atatangazwa. Kama hakuna, tunaenda election, ile inaitwa snap election. Kwa hivyo watu wasifurahi wakifikiria ati Raila, tunaenda uchaguzi ya zero, kutoka zero, kwa sababu kuna watu wengi waliipiwa, wako na hiyo system, hiyo server wamekataa kufungua. So we are saying, si ati kutuambia nani akichukua ama nani, tunaenda fresh election. Kama Uhuru atashika for 2 years ama 6 months, hatutaki kusikia ati uchaguzi ya rais kwa nini na baba alipita. Kama ni punishment na wameamini Chebukati, sisi wote tunaenda zero.
From zero. Aya, ningependa nikuulize swali Mama Selina. Wakati inasemekana kwamba itikuwa ati uchaguzi wote ndio uliibiwa, swali ni je, waliopeleka kesi kotini ni kina nani? Kama ni magavana ama maseneta? Manake kama pale Western ulipokuwa ukiangalia, Marara alijitokeza na kusema kwamba ndio amekubali na asubuhi kuwa ameshindwa. Hapa tukamwangalia Nasira akasema kwamba ameshindwa. Ndio tungependa kuuliza waliopeleka kesi pale ni kina nani?
Baba ameenda kotini kwa
Ndio.
sababu Chebukati ametangaza results yenye alifanya peke yake. Inasemekana hivi, kura zote zikifika Nairobi, form 34A ndio isae 34C, lazima wafanye verification na commissioners wakae chini wakubaliane, hii kura tumekubaliana. Sasa wewe Chebukati, andika form 34C na utangaze. Chebukati alifanya peke yake. Saa hii tumejua ya kwamba hiyo servers kama imekubaliwa, kwa sababu nimeona Lai ameandika ati imefunguliwa ama wameruhusiwa. Kuna mambo mingi tutajua kesho, but kwa sasa hapana sema nani alienda kotini. Uchaguzi was not fair, so kama ni kunalify tunaenda yote, kwa sababu Chebukati hawezi simamia sisi. So tukue tayari, Uhuru wataendelea, tutengeneze commission na kila mtu anaenda nyumbani. Kuna watu wengine Bernard, na hata mimi nimecheka. Nasikia watu wanasema ati Uhuru tukimwacha for 2 years ati hata yeye anabaki na tribute yake. Namwambia kura ya uongozi ya rais imeisha. Sisi tunampatia kama caretaker, lakini pia nataka kukuuliza kama Bernard, ati ya kwamba Uhuru akiendelea anapepana tena na msiko kwa mgongo ati wanaenda wote.
Hayo ni uongo.
Haiwezekani. Deputy President kazi yake iliisha siku ya tarehe 9. Tarehe 9 saa hii anapaswa kuwa alitoka kwa hiyo nyumba Karen. Rent yetu tutaendea baadaye, lakini he ceased to be deputy president. So Uhuru akiendelea anaendelea peke yake, baby mzigo. Secondly, I want to say that the case right now in the Supreme Court is
ningependa kuuliza swali moja.
Si
Kuna magavana
nimalize hoja sakwa. Wakati mtu anaelezea kitu na hajamaliza alafu wewe unakata, una create confusion kwa wasikilizaji. Unaelewana? So unatuliza tu alafu utauliza, itakupatia nafasi. So what we are saying that the case that is before the Supreme Court is to challenge the presidential election. So let's get that clear. Is the presidential election. Lakini ile evidence ambayo imeletwa, okay? Ikiwa it is so much damning in the extent that inaonyesha kwamba there was no proper election at all levels, okay? Then it's going to affect the other seats. Because like I said, whatever ruling that comes from the Supreme Court is either going to raise up a revival of petitions almost everywhere, ama they're going to say from the view of this, if the server was being controlled by foreigners and these people were manipulating and the forms were being changed, then it means there are the seats that were won by these manipulators could be they were also manipulated. It was not the will of the people. So they can nullify the entirety of the election and then they call fresh election. If that happens, that means everything was done out of order and nobody won rightly. Everybody was selected. But now that will be determined by how the evidence will look and how the defense will put up the fight. On the other hand, is if there is a proof, okay, that, for example, William Ruto is the one being challenged in the court of law. If he will be implicated that he participated directly or indirectly into the rigging, okay, the court has the capacity to find him with the what is called electoral offense. When he's found by electoral offense, he's barred from participating in any election for at least 10 years. That means if he's punished for not to participate in the election because he tried to manipulate the outcome of that election, it can result into two things. They call a runoff with the rest of the candidates minus him, or they disqualify him and the person coming after him is declared president. There are two things at play here. So anaweza kuwa punished just like wewe ulipatikana ulikuwa uko number 1 kwa class, lakini inakuja kuonekana kumbe hiyo mtihani ulifanya na Mwakenya. Okay? So utanyang'anywa hiyo number 1, si yule number 2 ndo anafanywa number 1. The way it is done in school. So something like that can also take place. But it will all depend on how the case is argued out and the evidence that is availed. Sasa Sakwa, uliza swali lako, tusonge mbele.
Ningependa kuuliza sheria yenyewe inasema nini?
Sorry, Penat.
Yes.
Penat, unaweza kutusomea kwa sababu naona umetumiwa vile wamefungua sava, sijui kama ni ukweli, ni ya kwamba baba aliongoza kabla ya rigging. Penat iko kwa Mtembei ya. So baba aliwina 51.60 kwa sababu wanasema baba alikuwa na 6,942,930 na Ruto alikuwa na 6,418. So kabla ya rigging baba ni kama aliwin. Sasa hiyo safa we uangalie pena tuwekee watu. Iko Mtembei TVT.
Ngoja kwanza, this new information, ngoja kwanza. Ngoja tuspupie. Ngoja kwanza mami, relax. Okay? Wacha tupate swali la Sakwa kwanza, tunarudi kwa hilo. And I'm also waiting for Alex afike ndio tuchambue hilo. Thank you.
Kuna vile mmesema kwamba uchaguzi urudiwe wote. Ndio kuna magavana
uwezekano. Hatusemi itarudiwa, tumesema kuna uwezekano.
Uwezekano, yes. Wacha tuseme uwezekano. Je, kuna magavana ambao walikuwa elected na wakaweza kuwa sworn, na walipoweza kuwa sworn inaonyesha kwamba wameweza kukula kiapo cha kusema kwamba watafanya kazi kwa miaka 5 ambao watakuwa wanasema kwamba ndio wamechaguliwa kwa huru na haki. Lakini ningependa kuuliza sheria inasema vipi kwa hiyo?
Ulifanya mtihani wa form 4?
Yeah.
Haya, mkimaliza mtihani alafu ijulikane kwamba huu mtihani ulikuwa na dosari. Okay?
Ndio.
Awaseme certificate zote zile zipeanwa ile mwaka. Okay? Zinarudi neck. Huo mtihani ulikuwa na dosari. Okay? Si unajiandaa kufanya mtihani tena? Kama unataka certificate ya form 4. Another good example ni gari la Toyota. Okay? Kama Toyota imetoa mwaka fulani magari, alafu hiyo magari ipatikane iko na dosari, kampuni inachukuanga yote inarudisha factory ili itengenezwe upya. Ndio hivyo. Hata swearing in, we can reverse it. Mtu aenda achaguliwe vizuri na wananchi, sio kuchaguliwa na kompyuta. So let me wait for Alex afike na hii nini, na keep is around. Keep, you have information on the
Bernard, naweza comment kwa hiyo kitu.
Hiyo story ya Sava nataka.
Bernard, naweza comment kwa hiyo.
Endelea.
Wekesa.
Naweza comment kwa hiyo general election.
Okay, ngoja kidogo Wekesa. Nimekata mavideo kadhaa ya Sava na upload sahi. So I'll be in the background.
Oh, umejificha.
Nakatakata ndarudi.
Sawa.
So, Wekesa, you are saying something about Nini. We can't be silent.
Yeah, I wanted to say, in terms of election, I think the way we practice law in Kenya, we do the adversarial system. It's not inquisitive, where you can have one area and then you extrapolate and inquire what happened to the rest. So you only respond to the prayers brought to the court. I remember even Judge Lanaola today said, you guys had only brought 41 polling stations. That is what we are going to focus on because those are which are in the affidavit. So depending on our jurisdiction is adversarial. So whatever you bring before the court is what they will deal with. So they will only deal with what is in the affidavit. So the issue is we have a presidential petition. This court is restricted to a presidential petition. It does not go beyond that. So the rest, if they have, they can take their individual pleas. If you have a problem with the governor, let him take it to the court. There are people who ran against him. So they will not go beyond the prayers that the petitioners have asked. Thank you.
Okay, Wakasa, I agree with you on that. And that is as far as the presidential election challenge is concerned. But if, for example, through the presidential election challenge, the evidence that is placed before the court proves that this election was messed up with, it creates room to demand further, like now what they are talking about forensic evidence, okay? Now that what was being tabled as forensic evidence from the DCI about the gadgets that were collected from the Venezuelans, that can open another avenue whereby other courts now will look into the matter. And if it looks like Iebc this year did not do a good job, and the people in office may be in a higher percentage to be the wrong people, not the right people, there can be that aspect of now seeking new orders in a new petition to nullify the entirety of the election. Na hiyo inaweza chukuliwa tu na mtu kama Mtata. Now it doesn't have to be presidential challenge and it doesn't have to be bound within the 14 days. It can be now looked at from a different window altogether. And if
thank you, because you have talked about a new petition there, I will agree.
Yeah.
On a new petition, we agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, Bwana Gitau, toa maoni yako mbio mbio. Kuna tukifungua hiyo fesi ingine itakuwa sasa another fire. Tunataka kuangalia ndani ya server. Server imefunguliwa na ile server inasema si ile tuliambiwa. So sema wawili matatu kabla hiyo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bernard. Unanipata?
Yes. Unapatikana, naendelea.
Unanipata?
Yes. Go ahead.
Unanisikia?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead. Bwana Gitau, unatumia earphone, toa earphone. Kama unatumia earphone, toa kwa simu ndio usikike vizuri.
Mimi nitasema hivi. As far as tukiangalia mambo na uchaguzi, tulienda vizuri tukachaguana. Na tulikuwa tunatarajia uchaguzi wa haki. So if kulikuwa na any interference, na waseme turudi, we are ready, even if tutachukua those 2 years ndo, kwa sababu sidhani watasema turudi uchaguzi ilhali commission inasemekana 4 wako kando, 3 wako kando. Si unaona? Sidhani inaweza kubarika ati tena hiyo commission yote itakuwa hapo. So I think watatoa commission yote, itabidi commission yote itolewe ndo turudi kwa uchaguzi mwingine. So for that we are ready for that. Cause si haki, wa Kenya tumechoka, tunafanya uchaguzi wa haki. Wale huko hivyo wanacook mambo yao huko hivyo. It doesn't matter side yenye tuko. Kama ni Raila alishinda ni sawa. Kama Ruto alishinda kwa haki ni sawa. But wametuchosha jamani. Kama ni uchaguzi, we are ready to go for it for the second time. But I know itakuwa rahisi hivyo. Ita take like 2 years hivi kwa sababu commission lazima iondolewe. Na sahi rais tena inaleta kizungumkuti kwa sababu rais hana hao majukumu, hana amenyang'anywa mamlaka mengine, hawezi appoint any commission. So I don't know hiyo hapo hivyo patenda aje going forward. But as me, I'm ready to go for rerun kama in any irregularity itapatikana. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, asante for Gitao. That is it. Mute your mic, please. Gitash D or whatever. You say Bernard wana hope sana. Koti gani ingine after the Supreme Court? Shida yako ni uelewi, okay? Kile nilichosema ni kwamba Supreme Court iko na 14 days kusikiliza presidential petition. Hiyo ndio iko limited. Lakini after that, kama dosari ambazo zitaonekana kwa Supreme Court zitakuwa nyingi sana, alafu mtu kama Mtata ama mimi nione hii election yote ilikuwa mbaya, I am free to file, okay, a challenge that the way IEBC conducted the election does not satisfy me, that the MCAs, the governors, the MPs got elected rightly. Okay, if I'm able to convince any court now, from High Court, nikishindwa ni appeal kwa Court of Appeal, I'll still end up at the Supreme Court. And if I'm able to convince the court that this election was not conducted rightly, they can nullify all of it, and we go back for fresh election. It is valid, it's still within the provision of the Constitution. So it is not the presidential. The presidential one, after 14 days, they give the ruling, it's final. You can't appeal that. But any other case about the election continues. Hata kama I think we have like, the petitioners have like 3 years. You can, not 3 years, 28 days to appeal. You can still challenge that. So I did not mean appealing against the presidential decision. I'm talking about zile exhibits ambazo zimeletwa kwa Supreme Court, kama they provide enough ground to show that the entirety of the election was not conducted rightly, constitutionally, we can challenge it and get the entirety of the election nullified. So if the Supreme Court does not do that, we still have got a window to explore that. And that is one way of correcting the wrongs that are in this country. Thank you. I hope that makes it clear. Bwana Kip, subiri hapo hapo, najua unataka kufungua chapter nyingine. Nataka tusikie Wesonga kwanza ndio kuja kwako, tunaenda hiyo chapter na mimi nikimaliza hiyo naanza kungatuka. So relax tu kidogo, hold on. I know where you're going, we will not come back from there easily. Wesonga.
Yes, Bwana Bernard.
Songa mbele.
Songa Wesonga.
Yes, Bwana Bernard, amjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Niko salama.
Uh-huh.
It has been a very good week. I'm happy. I'm in the village, but everybody now is a lawyer.
I'm happy. Kenyans are very adoptive.
Everybody
we
now is a
adopt
lawyer.
anything. Anika, Curia.
Yes. Number one, I will be glad this time that I've seen Ndegwa asking how many constituency are we having in terms of votings. Are they 291 or are they 290? I'm still waiting for that to be addressed. And I'm also surprised to see Attorney General Kiti imekuwa moto. I saw him disrupting Julie Soweto more than twice during her presentation. These are an indication that the things are not going well with him. The other thing, there is a loophole. I checked on the IEBC on printing the two Form 34 A's. Actually, they are all twos in all the seats. They are those form declaration forms. They were printed in two, one of two and two of two. That was a very big loophole for voter rigging. But I've seen there are other boxes which are missing both of them. So we are also still waiting for what will transpire in the two. The other thing which I'm also waiting to see, and I've seen, I had the Chief Justice, who was that? Lenahola, the Judge Lenahola, they are preempting in case they nullify this election, and they will be answering another prayer that Chebukati to be found culpable of not to be capable of holding any office. They are preempting of constitutional crisis. That is also a very good area to check on. Otherwise, thank you. Let's get from other participants.
Okay, asante sana, asante sana. I think the judges just want to play it safe, and then also they need to restrict themselves to their jurisdiction in terms of presiding over the presidential petition. But now other prayers are to punish Chebukati. Now that's a different matter. They can advise the DCI to take over from there, investigate the guy. If we get him evidence, then now we can now take the criminal justice system, which can also end up at the Supreme Court. So it is not just them washing hands and now wameenda kama pilot. The case can still end up in their own hands, but this time, that time it will be a criminal case. So they will decide it criminally, not, as a criminal case, not as a presidential petition. Thank you. Now, Bwana Kip, I give you powers to read and write. Run us in the next phase.
So it's a question, Bernard, because the videos are quite long. Kuna hii Okia's spreadsheet, not spreadsheet, his PowerPoint presentation was quite interesting about numbers, and that was what Mama Salina wanted. But something very interesting happened at the end of the case. It's what I tried to explain, but it's explained a little better. Is when they're trying to close. You know, when the judges asked a few questions, two opposing lawyers walikuwa na maswali. So I think I'll start with the one for server, the technological one. Or I could start, it depends on what Wakesa wants, or I could start with Okia's spreadsheet. That one is what do you call it? Okia's PowerPoint presentation. So I think tutangojea the IT geeks wakuje, nitacheza ya Okia. I think his presentation was the most useful for all of us. And then the server question can come in later. But just as this is because I don't want you to go before you see it. I'll play the videos, but with a bit of comedy relief. Just give me about 2 minutes. Kama ni sawa, uta-arrange screens.
What he ended up doing is what my grandmother, Sophia Magambo, calls Nairobi Karafu. Pata potea. Nairobi Karafu to mean at the National Tallying Center. It is, and we've averted on our feed of it, the national person of the commission called both Raila Odinga and William Ruto. The whole day, nobody knew who the winner was. Even the commissioners didn't know the results because tallying had stopped. I refer to the affidavit of the 11th respondents. They have confirmed even them, they were concerned. Why has the open display stopped? Why are you not announcing the results per constituency as you were doing before? That is what I'm saying my grandmother calls Nairobi Karafu. And my niece Mimi calls Piki Piki Ponki Pakamielo Disco. Because he called both of them. He called both of them. And he was the only person who knew who the disco would land on. It could have been either of them. It could have been William Ruto, it could have been Raila Odinga. It fell on William Ruto and he says, voila, you are the president. Is that how we intend to choose our national executive? We've reduced it to Mimi's childhood game of Piki Piki Ponki Pakamielo Disco.
Council again.
Yes, my lord.
I did give you brotherly advice. Be careful. That language appears to be alien to this court.
I'll be guided, my lord. I'll be guided. But the main point, so that we don't lose the crux of the point, is that the lack of transparency in the tallying and verification of the results, contrary to Article 10 of our Constitution, completely eroded public confidence in our Constitution. it completely left a very core exercise of a sovereign donation by the people.
Of how the Kim's kits transmitted on 9th August at 17 hours at the close of polls. He gives that figure. On 9th August at 20:45 hours, about some 3 hours and 45 minutes, he gives his figure of 13 million. Then, most surprisingly, you have two entries. There's the entry that which gives us at 14 hours and 14:40 hours. The Kim's kits are transmitting some 23 hours later, still transmitting data. And we're saying that that data is not acceptable. So we come to the next slide. I'll just run through given the short time I have. When you got that slide, you look, they tell you at 20:45 hours, on 9th August 2022, some 13,731,215 people voted. Polling turnout recorded on 10th August is 14,239,862 ballots. And on the 10th, that is the day after the voting, and we know that it's only elders where elections were taking place. Now, when you analyze that data, you find that 508,647 ballots are added on the 10th. And you saw Land Council Willis show that the audit of the register had almost the same number of ghost voters. So you can see from that data that Mr. Sunguli presents, you are able to isolate 508,647 ghost cast votes, which are more than the difference between the two leading candidates. We've got the next slide. And if you look at the ballots that are recorded to have received, to have recorded on the next day, you are talking of some 1,665,412 curiously cast votes, which are coming out after the close of voting, and that's after 3 hours after the close of voting. So if we take the total tally now, you find that the tally is close to it's about 1.7 million votes. That spike in votes is not possible. That spike in votes is part of the problems we're having, that fellows were having access, the Kim's kits that were still transmitting data from locations that are not clear. Because the Kim's kits that were in polling stations, the voting stopped on 9th. And giving an allowance of 3 hours or 4 hours for people who are still on the queue, you would understand by why a Kim's kit would still be transmitting 23 hours after the close of elections is something that is difficult to comprehend. Also, my members of the Honorable Court, if you look at the Form 34C that has been published and interrogate the data there, if you look at the total of the variables ascribed to each candidate, the amount that you get is 110 votes less than the number that has been printed on that paper. Now, if you look at, that thing was boggling my mind. Initially, I thought it was a simple error of addition. But it has come out, it was not a question of 1 + 1 = 3. Because when you look at paragraph 32 of the replying affidavit of Mr. Sunkuli, yes, I'm on, yes, go to the next slide. Next. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to. Thank you for directing me. If you look at paragraph 32 of the replying affidavit of Mr. Sunkuli, the total voter turnout in the table when you subtract from it, as given in the table, the number of rejected votes on Form 34, you get exactly that figure of 14,213,137, which in that replying affidavit they claim was an error of addition. But if you interrogate their raw data, you find that that figure is the valid figure. So the votes attributed to the candidates are fictitious. From paragraph 32 of Mr. Sunkuli's replying affidavit. So,
Bernard, there's another 6 minutes. Niendelee ama nisiendelee?
I think let's chew more on that and then we come back.
We can come to that 6 minutes. Then we'll come to the server later on. So, Mama Selina, your numbers zako. There are your numbers. Uliona?
Okay.
There's 500,000 from the elders. Ilikuwa difference, 500,000. Then within 23 hours, we get 1.6 million out of nowhere. 23 hours after the election has been finished, 1.6 million came out of nowhere. Sasa nikuulize, hiyo ni ungwana? Remember when this is when I think the members of parliament, the public are quite intelligent. There's a point we're getting WhatsApp and Facebook messages where people were looking at the portal after election, even after Yonyangao alikuwa ameannouncewa. People are like, look, it was 99% when he was announced. It's 10, it's 100%. Imerudi tena 99. So kulikuwa na mchezo inafanywa hapo. The next video we will play in a few hours after tume, what do you call it? After we have exhausted this point, is the fact of what we are trying to understand right now. There's a fight between Iebc, the judiciary, and the parties, the petitioners. The argument is the fact that there's licenses. I understand where they're coming with licenses. So you've got Microsoft, you've got, of course, Microsoft servers, which is the operating system that might be holding these servers. We don't know. And there could be licenses with, but I think they're using Postgrade, which is now, that's free software. That is absolutely free when it comes to the database. So the only problem we might have is with Microsoft, and Microsoft has an office in Nairobi. I don't think they'll have a problem with us having an image of that software. It's not like we are trying to steal anything. The second argument that they're trying to say is the fact that we want to copy the whole image. That means when I say image, for those who remember when we used to use CDs to ban programs. Before you do that, you create an image of the whole operating system before you install it. That's exactly what they mean. It's an image. It's just the server imebebwa kwa a disk, what do you call it, a CD. So it's an exact replica of what we have in the Iebc. When they say it's 8 servers, that image could go across those 8 servers. They just want that one image. Now, what they are trying to say is the fact that if we copy that image, we can replicate the elections by importing that image into another server and what do you call it, and run the elections illegally. But my question to them is, are they incompetent enough that if we've copied the image, done our forensic stuff, tumalizane nayo, we even destroy that image because we don't need it, they could reconfigure the passwords that go to these KIMS kits, because there is enough security. That is one of the requirements that our petitioners are asking is, what is your security policies? If the security is that crap that all I need is to copy the image and rerun the next election, you can reconfigure all the KIMS kit, all other subsequent applications that are dependent on those servers, so that we cannot cheat on the elections. That means your security is crap. We've given you 10 years, and that is the best you can come up with. So the first thing about the licenses, the companies that we're operating those licenses under are in Kenya. Microsoft is in Kenya, if that is the servers we're using. We can send them a warrant and tell them that we need this, and they will oblige, because they still want to do business with Kenya, so they will not refuse. So all the third-party companies, if any of them is in abroad, we shouldn't do business with them, because these are the things you avoid when you have licensing issues. So wasituambia mambo ya licenses, Microsoft is international. The database they're using is Postgres, and it's free. It's just like, I know you guys have used MySQL. It's like MySQL is a smaller database. If they are using Oracle or SQL Server for the databases, that would have been a problem. So the third-party argument should be null and void for me. And you will see the argument that they're bringing there. I think that lawyer is brilliant, but mimi nimekataa your argument. The image should be provided for forensic audit. While we're talking about this, the question of the tender to use this company, which is, what do you call it, systematic, whatever they're called, systematic, whatever they're called, is in questions. One of the petitioners is questioning how we gave this systematic, whatever it is, allowed them to run this election. I'm pronouncing it on purpose because I hate them. Is they bungled elections. First of all, they're in Venezuela. They've bungled elections in the Philippines and another country I do not know. So mimi nasema ya kwamba technologically they're still fighting with us. Snapshot has been given, so there's just 3 out of the 4 orders that were given by the judiciary have been fulfilled. That is why they come here and lie to us that, they go lie to the justice and say, everything is all right. It's not. It's running smoothly up to the point that they don't want us to copy that for forensic audit. It's forensic. Nimeua mtu kwa nyumba yangu. I've killed somebody in my house. But I say, since I'm renting this house, hawezi kukuja kuangalia. You cannot come and look at the house. You cannot come and take the DNA in the house. Because the house is third party. I did not buy this house. What are you talking about? The police come in. They can do whatever they want. They can even take a piece of the slab of the place I'm renting to go and check what crime had happened. The police, the judiciary should even have the ability to destroy it if we're coming to the truth. If it's going to the position that we'll never use that image again, they can reinstall it and start again. What are we talking about here? Your machine has corrupted before, your operating system has corrupted before. Now, uko na backups, maybe your Word documents, you have backups of everything. You can put all your backups elsewhere, reconfigure and install everything. If that's the issue, like I said, restart everything, do new passwords, do new everything, and then do the elections. And I don't think that will take less than 1 day. They're talking a lot of nonsense because there's always factory resets and everything. Hiyo simu yako unakuanga nayo, ikileta shida ikiwa full, you can restart it. Asante sana. Thank you. Bernard.
All right, thank you. Should I? Yes, Rhoda, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to quote the word of God. Like, we know we love Jesus so, like me, I love Jesus so much, and I love people. The Bible says in the book of Romans 8:28, and all we know, in all things God work for the good, for those who love him, who have been called according his purpose. So this is what I quit, that as Mira Umoja, that God, we know we love Jesus, he's our side, and he loves us with amazing love because we are real, we are honest, and he will fight for this battle because he knows, like the Bible says, all good work for those who love him. He know we love him. He will fight for us this battle, you know. So those Chama za UDA, I don't think they love Jesus for real. They'll be very surprised because Jesus is our side. And he loves us so much because you know we have been fighting for our country. We want for the best. We love our country. If we don't love our country, we could not be here and speaking. You know, we love our country and we want for the best. We don't want our country to be like the way Bernard was saying, like Zimbabwe, where I had to buy one thing, you have to carry money with a lot of money, like, you know, to buy, you know, like I remember Zimbabwe when the president Mugabe, the late Mugabe was the president, he was fighting with, if there is sort of elections, he was fighting with somebody who have win the elections, and we don't want our country to go that like the way Zimbabwe was. We want our country to go another way. We want our country to grow. We want development. We want many. We don't want to be these kind of things the way people like Ruto, they are trying to manipulate in our country. We don't want. Our country is big than those UDA. We want to move forward, and the things we can move forward, it's only the justice come and the truth and development. That's shit. Nothing one we want. So yeah, I quit this part of the Bible. It will stand for us in tomorrow. And those justice, and God give those just the wisdom, because there's nothing, you know, let me tell you, there's nothing in this world like to have the wisdom of God. Those justice, they need wisdom because they can make our country better. Because if you know, everything is to feel what is God is speaking for their heart. If God is speaking for their heart something, they can speak it and they can do for us the best. If they say us we go for the vote, we go and we vote. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate it, and we believe God together that all things will work together for our good. God loves us, God loves this country, and he will not let it go to the dogs. That one we can guarantee from the scriptural provision. We trust that God is going to make good his promise in our lives. Let's get this video as we allow in others to make their contribution. Let's start with this. We play 2 consecutive videos and then we can bring in Fen.
Reading, if I understood you correctly, and if I understand the affidavits correctly, we are having this Form 34A. The original, which is filled, leaves the polling station to go to the National Talent Center by road, let's say, for ease of understanding. Its image leaves to go to the same destination, but this time by air. Somewhere along the line, in mid-air, the image is captured. And then all sorts of things are done before it is re-uploaded, which means, therefore, if you go to that captured image, which has been re-uploaded, you will find different content from what it had at the polling station. So to determine whether that has taken place, you would have to go now to the tallying center and locate that one that left by road and compare. Is it possible that that capturing in mid-air also somehow magically changes the content of the one that left by road? Okay, just because I just want to understand. Then let's get back to the 4 commissioners.
The challenge one faces when they talk about the same subject at the end of a conversation by many people is that they find themselves repeating issues. But I will still ask what I had noted down during the proceedings, and you can choose the manner in which you will answer them. For Tim Orengo, my concern is, and actually for everyone who has spoken about the commission, what we have heard is what, about this commission, is what some time back we had someone describing, was it an accident or something on TV, and we were told it looked like a video and drama. At least that's how I perceived the submissions on the commission. And so my concern is, when did this commission become this dysfunctional? The effect of becoming that dysfunctional? What corrective measures were attempted, if any, and with what result? My second concern is from 34A. Minor Kia told us that this election is done not at Bomas, but at the polling station. And for the presidential election, the return of that form is first by electronic transmission. And so, the way I understand it is that a photo would be taken of the form at the polling station. A photo. I want you to tell me whether it's called a photo or what it is called. Is it called a photo? Is it called an image? Is it called what? That's the question I'm asking. And so that time when it is taken, and as it is being sent originally, is it in PDF form? So the journey, because this has to be understood, the journey from the polling station to Bomas, the things that happen in between must be described by the nature of that image at the original place, at the starting point. My other concern, which ought to have followed the first one before this PDF language, is what is to be done as a corrective measure against the chair of this dysfunctional commission. And is it to ignore the constitutional procedures and safeguards that are already in place? My final concern is concerning the relief to declare. What I have heard since morning, because of the dysfunctionality of the commission and a few other things, is that nearly everything about Articles 81, 86, the Act, have been impugned. In fact, one of you told us that everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong. So if every process that was undertaken in this process has so far been impugned, are we nevertheless to declare a winner? Are the figures, in the event that we arrive at figures that show that either the current president-elect has more votes than others, and or the petitioner in petition number 5 in fact has more numbers, what are we to do? Are we still to declare, irrespective of all the other processes having been impugned as you have submitted to us today? If you assist me with some direction in those issues, I shall be in a position to deal with the petitioner's case. We'll see what we will do with the respondents when their time comes. Thank you, Judge President.
Thank you. I think all the questions I had have been asked, but I'd just like to follow up on what
Fen, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard.
Yes,
Asante
I can see you.
sana. Bari ya jioni.
Tuko salama. It is now good morning in Nairobi.
Oh, in Nairobi, ni good morning. Salimia kila mtu ambaye yuko kwa panel.
Asante.
Okay. Me, whatever I saw today kwa Supreme Court imenitia maswali mengi sana, sababu kama election was done in this manner, basi hakuna haja ya election ifanyike. Sababu what I came to realize, Chebukati turned a work of 6 commissioners to be a one-man show. Kwa hivyo nimekuja kurealize vitu mingi Chebukati alifanya tu akiwa yeye mwenyewe peke yake. Nafika time ingine anatuma ma commissioners, anaambia we Cherera enda fanya ile kazi ingine, Nyang'aya enda fanya ile, alafu anabaki akitali peke yake. That is too bad. So mie ombi langu tu, naomba court ifuatilie polepole, wakipatikana washikwe, wasiwachiliwe wakuja watembee tena hapa na sisi. Tumekasirika sana sana sana. Hata kama ni by election hatuogopi, tuko hapa. This time round naye itakuwa ngumu, sababu tutavote tukiwa hapo tukiangalia. Tukiona mtu amesimama tu hivi anagadha watu ni kama anataka kubribe nini, tutaenda kumuuliza unataka nini, sababu this thing cannot just come in a soft way like that. Inapiganiwa pia in the other hand, if that is the direction that we want to go to, they want us to go to. Because Chebukati, according to the lawyers, Chebukati messed up. Hiyo tu peke yake ndo kitu nilikuwa nataka niseme.
Okay,
Asante sana.
asante sana. Thank you. Let's keep in the struggle. We must win this, and for us to win it, we must all pull together. Wanolara, vipi?
Wacha nizime TV kidogo hapa, kwa TV na waka hapa, wacha nizime. Asante sana, nimewasikia nyote na nimefurahi kidogo, lakini kuna hekima ambayo tunataka tufahamu hapa kwa kitu. Okay, the petitions were all consolidated, and then the judges gave a layout of how they wanted it to be done and to reach a conclusion. Sasa Bernard, nataka tu, kuna a lawyer, is a very junior lawyer, lakini he was representing one of the either petitioner 8 or responded 8 or something like that. He was responding to that. He asked one fundamental questions. After that, he asked the judges, never look at what happened in 2007. You have other jurisprudence to look up to. And I think that's what Bernard, you have been speaking all night here, because you didn't speak it the way it should be spoken. There is other jurisprudence for supreme judges, like ours. We have 7 of them, and they have a president and they have a deputy president. So what they do, and mark you my word here, we have all the supreme justices of all of East Africa here, and including the Supreme Justice of, because our laws are coming from Britain, we have a Commonwealth observers and judges are here. So they are looked up to. And this is answering some of the questions the judges were supplementing while they are concluding they won. They wanted to cover all the stuff, because some lawyers are oblivious of that. They may submit because of a cost of time. Judges are asking those questions. This will be their time given to the respondents. So, if I may remind you all, around 4 judges asked only Orengo and Morgor. And expect tomorrow, today morning, after submission of the response, they will also ask consequence questions. And it could be the same, but the response will determine everything. Now, this is now the work of lawyers and how the legal work. Believe me, the Supreme Court judges, they're not stupid people. They ask some layman questions. What they are concreting is the evidence they have seen. They want it spoken by the petitioners. Now we have this amount of fake 0.4A, which are altered. We have this amount of numbers. They have to document it all. So when they are making their judgment, it should be something documented. Because in the initial submissions, they allege there's some from 4A. They were asking, detailed resubmission. And this one, if we can tell you something, if you are legal mind, a judge cannot ask you twice or 3 times if he doesn't have something in mind. There's assumption they're already building. And that's why some of the pleas that the petitioner was asking, including the one to announce the alternative winner of the contest, it cannot be done in only the affidavit. You have to come. I would advise the Baba's lawyers to come with something that Omtita did, because that one is bare. It's not something in written that you have to download a PDF to read it, then we come and speak. Something in bare helps visual the outcome better than something you can just submit and then you constrain yourself on time. You can either just come and speak in one point that you think is crucial as a lawyer, rather than having 4 or 5 minutes or 15 minutes speaking how I'm going to do it, how I'm going to do it, how I'm going to do it. You can always refer your question to paragraphs in your original affidavit. Then when you are speaking, you speak of something, of a matter that Supreme Court judge should look up to it as a matter of emphasis. You emphasize your plea, because now I think there are 3 major pleas that original petition made. Is either to find irregularities and nullify the election. Second, do some sampling of at least some of the tallying, resample them, then scientifically put it in a contest. This way, he asked Orengo, how can we judge that we subvert the original submission now to qualify your petitioner or your defendee to become the alternative winner? Now Orengo has, the 3rd day he'll come and respond to that. And he should use his time not to all those other questions asked by Supreme judges, because their questions are always just about your plea. You plead for us to nullify or announce or call for a rerun. So they have to choose between 2. The easiest one is to nullify, and the easiest second one is to rerun. To announce Raila as a new elected president, they have to quote jurisprudence history. They should go further, give advice from other jurisprudences, especially within Commonwealth, because the chief justices are, I think, almost 50% of them are in Nairobi resident. They want to hear. They're also coming here to hear precedents of judgment. So now, from what Kip was trying to illustrate, because I want to conclude with what he illustrated from what the servers said. This is a concrete, this is another very concrete, because before I go to that, because from the retallying, we already identified the 5,000 boo-boo polling stations. There are 5,000, but at least today, today only, from the television, we found 3. We find ballots, we never find somebody signed them. These are all what we are calling additional 5,000. I think, Bernard, you got the right figures. I think they're over 5,000. If you accumulatively add 186, 137, 148, 137 for a winner, just do a simple mathematics. How that in 5,000 times means, it will mean almost at least 134 or one. This is what the figure I got to. This is what If it's proven that there are ghost polling stations, this first plea that they wanted, nullification is valid. Then, because I think today they added it to be 41. If they can further prove there's a ghost polling station without an officer, without a running officer, but only a Kim's kit transmitted, then the first plea is already granted by Supreme Court, nullification. Now, the miracle plea that Orengo was challenged today, what a rerun will look like with absence. You wanted indictment of Mr. Chebukati. I think some part of it you already talk about it. There is assumption of 60 days that before election is done. There's assumption they can just prioritize sittings. A high court judge can have a panel and prioritize this thing within, let's say, 3 weeks. Then we can have a judgment of, then we have a condemnation of maybe an applicant, maybe a running mate, maybe a participant. I think there's a doable way there. So to conclude, those questions asked by judges, they are not just questions. They are just validation of what already submitted. So tomorrow you'll hear responses from Orengo, Murgor. I don't think they're sleeping now. As we are speaking, they're listening to us, maybe some of their lawyers. They should just concentrate on what, especially that Iebc junior learned person. I think it's a junior learned person to the other one. He gave the position that if they open that, in case, I think they're assuming there's a rerun, in case of a rerun, they cannot do a rerun. So Kip already answered that. So if any our lawyers are looking at that, let them go back to the argument of Mr. Kip here. And today I'm very disappointed because our learned person also is not here. Ule mzee wetu wa ma statistic hajakuja, mwambia kuja leo. Asante sana. Podeni.
Sasa Lara, sorry for the cough.
Wanjira. I miss Wanjira.
Angira is yet to arrive. Probably will come later on.
Drink water, please.
I cannot drink water when I'm speaking the truth. This is how I'm exhausted with that. I have to speak it with all my heart. I am all because I'm sweating that like that lawyer now, and it's only Mr. Bernard is my friend. I'm submitting to my friend. Imagine I'm submitting to a stranger. I cannot even. I'll drink my blood. Well, that's what I'm doing. Asanteni sana. And there's a direction.
Really?
Bwana Kenyatta pia amepatia some glimpse. Hiyo show of another blue jeans and some dotted blues. Kuna clip alicheza, kuna watu wamekuwa mimi sasa kuongea upande hiyo kwa sababu
blue jeans goes with flower shirt.
Sasa wewe tu baba yako, sasa kama nyinyi wote mmevaa hivyo, muendelee hivyo. Lakini nimekuwa na protest na yellow yangu.
Wewe kwanza hiyo uhusiano wako na yellow fever, you need to be delivered. Yellow fever is not good.
No, I'm having a good blue here because I'm waiting for the Supreme Judge.
That means you're lying to us. You have more yellow than blue. You need to have more blue than yellow. Look at the map.
I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now.
Don't wear the yellow. Wear only the blue, please.
The blue is here.
And drink warm water and lemon and honey because you can feel well in your coffin, okay? Just want to advise you, okay? If you want.
What's your name again? What's your name?
Rhoda.
You don't know Rhoda.
Okay, Rhoda, asante.
Okay, thank you.
Nikiwa primary school, nikiwa high school, nilikuwa nakuwa nikisema when I grow up I want to be like Boni Khalwale. Lakini nimesha grow up, nimegundua Boni Khalwale ndio mtu bure kabisa. Kwa sababu wewe daktari, wewe kiongozi ambaye umekuwa kwa bunge miaka 20, wewe uko na bibi 4, lakini ikifika saa ya sapa unaacha nyumba yako, unaenda kwa nyumba ya mwanaume mwingine, unaenda kukula sapa huko. I want to remind all members of parliament ambao wamezoea kuenda kule Sugoi kupanga laini kwa William Ruto, we want to tell them their days are numbered. Ya kwamba sisi jamii ya Waluya, we have no any reason to work with William Ruto. Kwa sababu si hati hatupendi William Ruto, ni kwa sababu sisi tunajua sasa hivi Kenya tumesema kwamba tunapigana na ufisadi. We do not want a president, yule rais ambaye ataingia Central Bank, abebe bank kwa mgongo, akimbie nayo Sugoi. We are not supporting William Ruto because of his integrity. That is the reason. Na juzi mimi naunga mkono rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Yeye ametoa lineup yake mzuri. Akasema number 1 in Kenya. Tuko na number 1A na number 1B. Number 1A Uhuru Kenyatta. Number 1B Raila Amolo Odinga. Number 3 anaitwa Matiang'i. Number 4 anaitwa Ali Hassan Joho. Number 5 anaitwa Cleophas Malala. Alafu number 6 ndio William Ruto. Hiyo lineup president alitoa. Sasa ningependa kuambia wale wabunge kila saa wanaenda Sugoi, wanasema wanaenda kuleta maendeleo Western Province. Sasa hivi tunajua ukitaka maendeleo enda Kisii kwa Matiang'i. Na Matiang'i yako na askari, ukienda huko anapiga risasi. Sasa mambo ya kuenda kuomba maendeleo kwa mtu ambaye hana pesa, tumesema tufanye nini? Tuwache. Mimi naunga mkono masuala ya building bridges. Ni lazima tuwe pamoja kama Kenya. Lakini jana nimekuwa disappointed kidogo. Nimeona tumeenda kuwa na conference ya corruption, anti-corruption conference kule Bomas of Kenya. Hiyo conference mimi naunga mkono kwa sababu tunapigana na ufisadi. Lakini ile kitu ambayo mimi sikubaliani na hiyo conference, ya kwamba unaita conference tena unaita wale watu ambao wanaiba pesa yetu tena wakuje wa address hiyo conference. Next time, kabla mualike watu wakuja kuongea kwa hiyo conference, you must vet those people. Kuna watu hawana integrity hata kidogo.
Once upon a time, there was somebody called Malala. Before he began to eat wrong food.
Nimetoa hiyo yellow.
Asante. Sasa
Oh, thank you.
Malala,
You respect that.
Thank you, Banolara. Walter, vipi?
Poa sana. Nawasalimia nyote.
Karibu.
Asante.
Mawili matatu tukipita.
Pita kwanza na wengine kwanza nichangamuke. Niingie kwa line ya mjadala. Yeah.
Umekuja kuchelewa?
Ndio nilimekuwa busy kidogo.
Sawa. Karibu.
Asante.
Huyu Elizabeth tulimsahau. You kama ameenda. Sasa Bwana Olara, ulisema kitu kuhusu submission ya Supreme Court. Wewe uliona lori ile ilienda Supreme Court siku ya submission?
Yeah, niliona. And
hiyo lori ilikuwa imebeba hiyo form 34A.
Hiyo kitu ilibeba, lakini submission ya Ruto ilikuwa hana form 34A ya ku correspond na hiyo 34A zingine. Sasa kama kuna lawyers wetu wanasikia hiyo mjadala leo, and I think some of them are maybe including Barasa ule tulimsaidia hapo Maragoli hapo Kakamega, hata anasikia. Na kama ashafuruka kwa Nairobi saizi wamekaa karibu na baba, wanamletea baba, kumkeep baba warmth and awake all the night. And because I don't think that Goldman is going to sleep. It's going to be awake for the next maybe another month, in fact. Tumuombee sana. The thing is, Murgor was saying that a PDF cannot be changed. Hiyo challenge ameulizwa na Martha na mama deputy, na kaulizwa pia na all the judges walikuwa wanamtarget yeye, especially the other judge from Mandera ule. Alimuuliza, you mean a photo cannot be turned? No, in fact anything can be turned, but the simplest one to be turned is a photo which is written by handwriting. Because if you are editing a PDF will just make the text alive. Then you can only change the letters. But actual scratch of the photo, that is what is impossible. You see, a JPEG, it will come in a photo format. When you want to edit it, you have to print it again, then manipulate it, then resubmit it. That's how simple it is. Now, again about our learned smoking guy, the smoking asked about the traveling. No, this is not a joking matter, because he saw in the submissions of our lawyers, they are very lazy. They do not include those evidences of actual tallying because remember the time Chebukati chased every other returning officer out of the house? That's the time he had a limited time, but he only changed enough to cover what he wanted to announce. Now, that's why he had opaqueness, this is 0.1 there. Now, if you reverse the old 0.9A, and I think 290 people are not too much to be called by registrar of a High Court of Kenya, including the DCI and police, to come and confirm the same. This is not too much for them. This is not too much. Yeah, okay, let's submit that. This is what now they want to include in their plea, maybe in the next 48 hours, all the returning officers with all the agents, including maybe duplicate of 14 of them, because presidential agents, there are only 2 in every polling station. Duplicate of that with all the ID numbers. That's why when they rigged, they cannot include an ID number into the Form 34A in the rigged, in those ghosts thing. So now this is the catch now. The catch is those people are within the Republic of Kenya. None of them is out of the Republic of Kenya. And knowing DCI, I think everyone who registered his name as an agent, the prior knowledge of his whereabouts is known, including his safety. It's just a cell phone away call. Please, panda gari ya Sako fulani kuja Nairobi kesho na kupokea hapo chini kuna kitu nataka kuuliza, na kama huna pesa panda tu, wewe panda tu, na kama huna pesa zaidi tutakusaidia ufike. This is two things. And the appearance of Mr. Kenyatta tonight or yesterday, it could only mean two things. He's either oblivious or he's in charge. If he's oblivious, he cannot be staying for 14 days. Ingekuwa ajua anafanya nini, angekuja the third day or fourth day. Oh, Kenyans, remain calm. The Supreme Court is doing its job. I plead for you. And the Deputy President also calm your people. No, everyone was calm, including the Deputy President's stronghold. They only celebrated for 6 hours. By 6 in the morning, nobody was celebrating in Washingushi. Nobody was. That's why those vehicles went earlier. If you remember, kuna ile gari ulichezesha hapa on 20-something, 26 or 27, they moved to that area and quelled the settled down. Now, coming to the issue of DCI now, and KPMG, these are all government audits. And I think also the Deputy President has access to it. But now, the report about the Venezuelans, I am assuming President has it, and through the back door, also the Supreme judges have it. And also Ruto has it through his other agents, because you cannot run an enterprise this big without having those accesses. Okay, I took some sip of water according to my sister's advice. Now, coming out to the main thing that I think the judgment will go around, it will never be about the descending commissioners. It will be about the 5,000 added polling station. This is the smoke gun now here. And the DCI has already given that the samples of, you see, 41 polling station being called is a sample which I think, in my understanding, because the government doesn't work in vacuum, these are something incriminating. Because once there's the ballots without a returning officer with signatures with the agents, that's now it becoming a ghost polling station. And the more incriminating thing is the boxes and the ballot were removed from the Iebc center and they were brought there. The CCTV, I think maybe there's no sign of them being brought there, or they were brought there with somebody, but there's evidence that they brought it there. Because you cannot make a sworn affidavit with calling a particular polling stations to be recalled if you don't have a proven, or you're not observing the particular ballot until now. Wacha niachie mkubwa wangu hapo Kip alikuwa ameleta argument yote. I was supplementing what is submitted earlier. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sababu nitakuwa naongea sana. Asanteni sana.
Sawa Bwana Olara. Just one thing on what you have said. The Form 34A, when it's sent as an image, is a JPEG. If it is converted to be edited, it cannot go back to JPEG. That's where the challenge is. You can convert it from JPEG and then do your miracles. But now reconverting it back to JPEG so that it looks originally the way it was snapped, there are some other details that will show. But if you convert it into another format like PDF, you'll be able to hide some of those things. So the question at the Supreme Court is, if the Kim's kit sends a JPEG straight to the public portal and to IBC server, at what point does it change into PDF? Can it change to PDF by itself?
That is the wrong question.
That's where the matter is. That I send you an email that is JPEG na jipiga picha na kutumia. Na wakati picha iko hewani inakuja, inapadilika inakuwa PDF. Is it possible? Keep, you can now...
You know, Philip Murgo is not the sharpest tool in Azimio. I don't think he's bright. There's reasons I'm saying that now. Niachie hiyo tafadhali. You know, JPEG, unajua ukichukua picha, you have various options that the photograph can take the picture in. Ngoja, Evan nafikiri anataka kuingia. So when you take an image, you have to justify to me, Bernard, why. I don't even care about what happened in the cloud. You have to justify to me why it had to be converted either by the procurement company to PDF. If it was converted for space, Bernard, you already know, because you're a publisher, that JPEG is still smaller than Acrobat Reader PDF. I need to know the reason why it had to be converted to PDF. If the answer is that the KIMS kit or the software that is uploading that those images did the conversion, they need to tell me what is the reason why it was a PDF. Because there's no justification. Because
Keep unawapatia response for free tomorrow. That's
no response. No, but there's no response there. There's no. If you look at it at any, hata ukiangalia anyhow.
Okay, asante. Kama hakuna kitu na leak leo, wapatia response kesho. Asante.
No, but there's no justification. Olara, that's what I'm trying to say. Hakuna justification to change it. You have to justify why that was converted to PDF in the middle of the process to come, because the original purpose of this is there's an original copy that is coming from the polling station, and the same thing happens with the technology when you're being sent the what do you call it, the file. The file should be our original copy. Whatever picture, whatever format was sent is the original. Hatutaki ikuwe converted. We don't want anything to do with it. We want it as it was. Secondly, the question that I'm not seeing any of our petitioners saying, Dasimio, is why are they not comparing like for like Form 34s with what they have? They have images themselves. They have the images they took and sent over to the returning officers. So if they did that, if our returning officers did take pictures of this Form 34s, can they compare the two? Can they show? I did not see any. What do you call it? Human beings are visual. To explain to people, we need to compare the two, what Azimio has and what Iebc Cheburuto has, so that we see what is the difference between this. That will also show what Bernard has been trying to describe here. When it's converted to another format, it reduces the quality. It is similar to what you've seen when you send a WhatsApp image several times. The quality reduces. It keeps getting compressed more and more. So what they're trying to do is, unajua muhuri tulikuwa tumeweka hapo kwa nini inaitwaje hiyo muhuri tumeweka hiyo IEBC
ballot paper, yes.
Yeah, the stamp, it's blue. I have not seen any of those PDFs come up in color. Why is it black and white?
And in fact, it is by design, because according to the gazettement, if you had that Mzungu lawyer, what was gazetted is that the same image in its full color will be sent straight from the polling station to the server in the same format in full color. When did it turn into black and white, and why was it why was the Kim's kit set in such a way that it will send a black and white image when it's capable of taking a colored image? Was it not so that it can facilitate when we have tampered with it, we can turn it into PDF, which looks better in black and white, and then put it there for the Kenyan fools to download and believe whatever we have put there? The aspect of people taking public money and using it to take us for a ride needs to end, and the Supreme Court should help us end this madness. Hatuwezi sungushwa miaka mitano kwenda kufanyishwa exercise ambayo ni bure kabisa, haina chochote. Then we pay them 40 billion to take us for a ride.
It is 70 for 70.
Afadhali watupatie hiyo hela, twende kuride boat, will feel energized. It's better for us to go for a picnic and enjoy ourselves other than us to be taken for a ride. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So either the Supreme Court should help us recover our money and get systems working, or they should just leave this country alone.
Still on the same subject, I think people are confusing why it's being converted to PDF. There's an argument that we convert the data, so they're saying they're going to use a technology called OCR. OCR is a technology that converts numeric and text versions that have been written in hand or from an image into actual numbers, and then they convert it to CSV, and then that is a long process. That is not the whole thing. You guys are getting too technical. The whole reason for it was they'll get the original ones, download it, print it. When they print it, they manually, because they're using the same color pen, manually, as much as possible, change the numbers where they need to change it. Once they change it, watavuta tu hivi, they'll just use a whitewash. What change? Try and get to the exact the exact handwriting of the returning officers that had done that. Once they change that, they scan that image again. What they forgot to do, this is two things that might have happened. What they forgot to do is when they scanned it, they converted it into PDF. That is option one. But option two is to change it to black and white, so as to, number one, when you look at the original image, you know, not all blues are the same. See big the same color. Kuna mwingine atatumia bairo karibu ishe, the blue will be a bit lighter, so it will be visible where the changes have been done. So even if the person was such a good
don't forget there is court in heaven. Keep.
Yes.
Ukiwa mwisi, kuna kitu utasahau because they don't have time. And again, there is court in heaven. So hiyo yote unasema, mwisi ni mwisi, anatetemeka, anasahau. So hiyo yote unasema, for me, court is in heaven. You cannot succeed kufanya kila kitu. Mungu hawezi kubali. Anaibia watu wenye Mungu.
Haiwezekani, Mama Selina, God is there. But, you know, it's just, this is another thing, Bernard. What the public needs to understand. Why the lawyer?
You know, Kip, your explanation is valid, only that there is the time factor here. The time factor is the voting is over. People are expecting those things. Iebc has already said that you can get it at the public portal. You get that? So either these people already had results and they had edited those things and they were just uploading them on the public portal. Okay, that's one avenue. Or they were using that avenue. Download the JPEG, manipulate it, convert it to PDF, put it back. cause kutafuta rubber stamp kunini kufanya hiyo maneno yote, it will take long. There are only 56 people. Remember Itumbi showing us his Starling Center. There are only 56 people, so they can't do all that you are suggesting if they are that less number. So kazi yao ilikuwa wewe download, weka hii 6, toa 1, weka 5, rudisha, because huku sisi media house tunataka ku download, na ikichelewa will raise suspicion. When there's suspicion, will begin to demonstrate. So there wasn't time for cooking. That's why the cooking was done so poorly that even after the numbers zilikata. Okay,
but Bernard, somebody say
Papa was still leading even after rigging.
But somebody say maybe they used 2017 election Bernard. We have to be open because Chebukati is the same person. So 2017 hata hii Safa alikuwa nakataa kufungua. We have to be smart the way they wanted to be smart. Mutakuta mambo mingi kwa ni ile mingi ni ya 2017.
Nominator from the 2017.
No, I told you Philip Murgo.
No. That will have different. That will have different candidates.
But they say they were told ulikuwa nasikia Shole aliambiwa kwa nini hukufanya yote. So there is something they were changing, but it was quick.
The Shole one was now this thing was okay. We are assuming this thing was done in 2 different sectors. Okay, kuna wale watu wa IT wa kubadilisha zile zinawekwa kwa poto. Okay, na kuna wale askari wa katikati wa kungoja returning officers wakiingia bomas wawekwe kando, hizo zibadilishwe zifanane na zile zimewekwa kwa public poto. Unaona? So ile imetoka kwa polling station lazima ikuwe intercepted kabla ifike wapi? Bomas. Okay? Na wewe ukiintercept unapigia simu yule mtu wa ile imebadilishwa. Okay, Navakholo uliweka ngapi? 5,000. So tunabadilisha Navakholo ikuwe 5,000 ndio ikubaliane na ile tumeupload.
Bernard, kwani smoking hapo angalia hiyo? Smoking amuuliza kwa nini? Smoking hapo angalia hiyo?
Smoking ndio ile ambia ile how
Bernard, that is why
keep the thing I send you. How does it say Justice Wanjara asked? Can the hackers also hack what the
smoking?
The returning officer is carrying in a briefcase and he said, my Lord Wanjara, you don't know it to me.
Smoking Wanjala ni cartoon bana. Every year, every from 2013, smoking has always come up with naitwanga aje hiyo viral, anakuwa viral. Naitwanga news bites.
Wanjara.
Smoking Wanjala ni brilliant.
So now let's make progress. Reverend Amanda.
Philip Murgor needs to be removed. Philip Murgor needs to be removed, and we need to put a more competent lawyer up.
No, he's a good man.
No, he has already done his submission. He did well, only that he only mixed up the language.
Mama Selina pana, huyu anatolewa.
Ngoja wewe. Iko sababu aliwekwa hapo.
Swali na chacha akamwambia it was a confusion of something, na walikubali, wali understand. You know, sasa nyinyi watu ya IT hata kama mtu ni lawyer kuna na chacha alielewa immediately na wakasema it is okay.
Mama, you know I don't like you. Hapana usiseme. Okay.
You know, Keep, even wait. From the way the judges are asking questions, you also notice they have a problem with PDF and JPEG. So it is not just Murgo.
So anyway, your story of Murgo tuachana naye ni shenzi. Anyway,
Keep.
Wait. You know, people are worried about the questions that the justices asked. It's very important. They're leading us. justices are leading us so that we can come up with appropriate answers. Some of them are leading, wanatuliza sasa mnataka aje, si muniambie ni tuseme aje ndio ikuwe easier for us to explain to the public what we're going to do. Just make our decision easier by you petitioners answering question A, B, C, and D, because we're going to do it. They're trying to tell us we're going to do it. Lakini tafadhali, lead us in the right direction. So people relax. They're hard questions.
You are spilling too much beans. Wachia hapo. Naomba hivi tafadhali. Naomba tafadhali. Thank you. I'm about to sign out. Elizabeth tulikatisia yeye wakati alikuwa anafanya submission. Nataka turudi kwa Elizabeth. Tukitoka kwa Elizabeth tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Kenya 1, alafu Andy. Then we open the floor afresh because the rest of you have already spoken. Eliza, go ahead.
Hi everyone again.
Hi to you. Karibu.
Yeah, keep. Hey, long time. Ulikuwa umezama wapi?
Nilikuwa
Yeah.
ufichoni.
Wow. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, naona show imechacha. Show iko sawa kabisa, imeshika. Yeah. Hapo narudia tu kidogo, acha nichangie kidogo kabla niongee ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongea. Hapo kwa mambo na how wali transfer hizo form 34 to become imekuwa original na imefika huku ikiwa PDF. Nowadays watu wanatumia njia nyingi sana, na especially mambo na scanner itasaidia sana kwa wizi. I think ni hizo format wametumia. Saizi kuna nini nyingi, yani ingekuwa wamesema walitumia PDF for the first place, this is something different. Because kuna vile unaweza piga picha direct through PDF through your phone na upige na scan direct na uishare ikiwa already iko kwenye PDF. But sasa kama hawa wanasema walipiga picha direct, vile huyo jaji ameuliza, I want you to explain to me how. So hapa kuna kizungumkuti. So hawa ni kama walikuwa wanapiga direct, wanatuma sijui ni kwa poto ama ni kwa server, wanafanya hiyo ujanja wao vile tu Kimu amesema. After that wakishafuta manamba, wamesharekebisha, that is the time wali scan na kuituma kama PDF, maybe Bomas ama whatever. But remember there is a original with this returning officer. So wakati huyu returning officer, especially in presidential, wakati anarudi nayo kule, si inafaa ikuwe exactly na ile yenye imetumwa. So hii ilifanywa ukarabati wapi? Hii original yenye imebaki na huyu returning officer. So there is so many questions about this. Another thing nimetaka kuongelea, I will take you back somewhere and forgive me for that. And I have reason because I was looking on this. Tukiangalia wakati tumekuwa tukiregister kura, wamekuja na hizi skits. Hizo malaptops zao ndogo hizi za watoto. So ulikuwa unaregistiwa mpaka unajua wewe ni wewe. Alafu imefika wakati tunaenda kuvote, there are those skits there also. They have to scan your finger, they bring your details so that they can give you a paper. So for those people who are in Kenya, you are supposed to be given 6 papers. Your presidential, governor, senate, women rep, MP, and MCA. And those who are in diaspora, you are only 1 paper utakuwa served nayo. But Bernard, ukirudi kuangalia hizi paper, nimekuja kuona mahali tunaibiwa vizuri sana, na hii isiwahi rudiliwa. According with this KimSkit, ilikuwa ni poa sana hii machine. Kama hiyo printer ingetoa jina yako na kila kitu, na irifae kwa fomu yako imeandikwa namba fulani ni huyu mtu aliregister hivi, I think this one could have good. But this KimSkit ilikuwa tu niitoe, huyu alikuwa ameregister ni sawa, rarua paper patia yeye. Hakuna mahali ina indicate your form was number AAA00. No. So hapa ndio tumekuja kufanyiwa ujanja. Ile pepa inatolewa tu unapewa, na ni kwa ukweli kabisa, mtu hata ungevoti mara 20 inawezekana. Cause ile pepa hakuna mahali inaonyesha ni Eliza amevote, ni Bernard amevote, no. So ninaomba kama tutakuwa na IBC nyingine, we need to change the system of voting paper, balloting paper. This paper we need to change. But kama ni hivi bado, we are still coming to the same problem. Thank you. And I can leave someone come in. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. We will grow towards that direction. I think we need to demonstrate and force that, because the earlier we go 100% electronic in our voting, the better. Where there will be no Form 30 anything, Form anything. We vote electronically 100%. The machine generates those forms. The electronic commission, wherever the electoral commission can be 5 people, me, Kip, Alex, and 2 ladies. We announce that thing by tomorrow morning. Kila mtu anarudi job.
Because Bernard, unaona kama hizo box for the hizo boxes za papers ziko na sealed ngapi? 4. Na every seal iko na serial number. Why can't you, these people can make this exactly to their voters, that Elizabeth, her serial number is that they will not have any serial number will match with my serial number. So you can claim, whereby comes another Elizabeth voted with the same serial number.
No,
we don't even need that. Your ID number is different from my ID number. Okay? So we can identify you with your ID number. So what we do, we generate the voters register, okay, with everybody's name and ID number. The moment you vote, your number is scrubbed off. You vote, your number is scrubbed off. Anywhere in the world, okay? This thing is workable. We don't even need another invention. It is, we are where we are because we want to be, not because there is no technology to save us all this madness.
Exactly, Bernard.
We don't need those ballot boxes. We don't need those ballot papers.
And you're missing the most important point, Bernard. Watu wanafaa kufungwa. You have to. We don't have examples of people being fungwa. That is it. Mtu ataiba kura tena. Funga watu.
Then mutumie utuma number, because here in US, my license is everything. License yangu nikipatikana barabara, wanajua mahali naishi, wanajua kila kitu, social security, kila kitu. So kama ni hivyo, wacha kila mtu akuwe na huduma number, and then that one you vote using that. So haitakuwa sawa, and Bernard, inajulikana wewe ni wewe. Hata nikiwa kwa gari, wakiona my number plate, wamenijua. That is what we need to do.
Mama Selina, in US, we have a proper identification. The database is wide, and even the addresses can be located correctly. Like in Kenya, you can be in a one Mabati room today, you can be another room, but lakini, all in all, we are only suggesting to make the next election to be 100 billion. We are only suggesting the next election to be maybe 150 billion. And if Bernard is correct, he complained about the amount of money Chebukati used. But by the way, Bernard is not 40 billion. He's been presiding 2 elections and he bungled both of them. And I think your suggestion is better than mine. And he's been using, you have usurped at least 100 billion in the processes. And he took similar amount on bribes. And he took similar amounts on bribes. The amount injected to entice those politicians to bribe him and the system is too much. And now, if the Supreme Court, in their wisdom, and I think one of the prayers was they should look not on 2017 election or not our constitution alone. They can prejudice and redo some stuff and give a direction for Kenya Review Commission, not this BBI. They can suggest that, make Kenya safe, then ask for a new constitutional review, including this one, those new elements which are coming here, that Chebukati cannot be taken out. Because one of the others say, how can we take him out? How can we take him out? Because he's in constitution. You, as a Supreme Court, you have jurisdiction of initiating direction. And that direction can be fought somewhere, come back to you. And you have prerogative of looking on other jurisdictions, not including Kenya only, worldwide, including the Commonwealth and everywhere else. Asante sana. And I think the question they were asking, they want the lawyers to allow them to go the other way, not to look at 2017 election only, or Maina kwanza tolewe kwa hiyo argument, because now the argument is becoming bolder and bigger and more concerning, because Maina didn't indict anyone. Now they have to bring a bigger argument which can take people to courts, to jail, to committee, and suspend some other.
Hey, okoa muda, we need to give these people who have not spoken. Okay, thank you. We appreciate that though, and let's remain focused. I think the earlier we advance, the better, because the registration of voters takes place around the country. Every time there is an election, there is mass voter registration. So we use the ID to register, or passport. So whatever item you use for your identification, it's all that is needed. We must switch 100% to technology and then get a secure system to achana na history ya makaratasi, because 40 billion ku print makaratasi, tunatumia siku moja hayo makaratasi, kazi yake imeisha hivyo. After cases inaenda kuchomwa tena, tunaenda kutafuta another 40 billion to print papers. Acha niachie hapo. Kenya One,
hello, mnanisikia?
Unapatikana, sema.
Habari yenu kila mtu?
Salama, vipi huko?
Yeah, it's been a while. Last time nilikuja kwa hii forum, it was like 6 months ago. I can remember tulikuwa tuna argue about bottom up and all that. But ile kitu naweza taka kuongea ni devoid of emotions and everything, right? Let's look at the facts kwa based on hii story tumekuwa nayo leo, because everything will be judged ama hizo story ya koti zitatokea based on the evidence that has been provided. I'm not pro Ruto or pro Raila as such. Ile tunajaribu kuangalia ni number one, what do you call it, Azimio as a entity, so far, if you go back to 2017, kulikuwa na so much evidence based on hizo form 34As and all that, right? But up to now, Azimio hawajatupatia even a single figure ile wana arrive from where we can work back, right? And you have to remember that these judges, right, all of them are voters, correct? Walienda cast their vote. Am I correct? So it means that our judges, right, they have a preferred candidate, right? And looking at even the last questions zile walikuwa na ask, for me, from my perspective, wamesha go through every single document, and they've already made a decision. There's no way watakuwa hawaja make a decision. All these things zile naona zinafanyika saa hii presentation, these are just formalities, because ukiangalia there's references to everything. So assuming nyinyi wote mulivote Azimio or UDA, whatever that is, wewe sahi ukipewa hiyo opportunity ya kumeka judgment, yeah, you'll make that judgment based on the person ulivotia. Am I correct or wrong?
Thank you very
Wrong.
much.
You are
But
wrong.
I fear you are wrong.
Go on.
Because judgment is not done based on who I voted for. It is based on the provision of the law.
No. Not you, Bernard. The judge.
No. The case
judges,
that
are
is
they
before.
voters?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say the judges are going to judge the case according to who they voted for, it means they will disregard the law simply because they have a preference. That is not why they are hired to be judges, and that's not why they are judges of the Supreme Court. Remember, you don't wake up and become the judge of the Supreme Court. You are rising from one rank to another. It is qualification. That qualification comes out of your ability to judge matters impartially. So when you say they're going to judge according to who they voted for, you're already casting aspersion on the judges that no matter what you bring before them, they will still do what they want. That is not why judges are in the court.
I do agree with you with the way you presented it, but these judges are human beings, right? Number one, I'm not saying that watapatia Ruto ama watapatia Raila, but the question is, even based on the evidence that was presented today. For example, nikiwauliza nyi wote, right?
Tell us what you want to say. Don't go round. What do you want? Mara unasema judges wako na watu yao. Mara tell us what you think. We don't want to go round. People are tired. We are not here to play.
So, Mami, it's okay, Mami. It's okay, Mami. Ngoja. Let me handle this, please. Thank you. Let me handle this.
Anasungusha nini?
Ngoja, Mami. Hold on. Thank you.
Sikuzungushi.
Okay.
Can I just
order Kenya One. Okay. You came to the show. We welcome you. Okay.
Thank you.
You are saying the judges are human. We agree with you. The judges are voters. I agree with you.
Thank you.
But there is a reason why they are judges. It's not because they are voters, and the case is not brought to them because they have somebody they prefer. The case is brought to them because they have ability to listen to the evidence, and then according to the evidence, as it relates to the provision of the law, they will issue the judgment.
Okay, I do respect that, but Bernard, don't you think that these judges, even before they sit, kwa your bench, they've not gone through all those affidavit to have a conclusion?
Of course, that is the reason why the affidavit, they should go through them and then judge according to affidavit is part of the evidence.
Yes.
But they cannot rule according to how they feel or who they prefer. They rule according to the evidence and the law.
Okay.
That's why we have a constitution.
So according to what we have now, because Azimio has already presented, I mean, today was all the Azimio and everyone else, right? Tomorrow will be the respondents. According to you, what evidence do you think, not that you know, do you think that will be able to tilt this? And I'm not saying that, I'm just coming from
Come tomorrow and ask me questions.
It seems you
Tell
don't
him
want
to
to
give
debate.
us the evidence.
You just want us to think. Ngoja mami ngoja. Thank you. Kenya One, it seems you don't want to debate according to the to the facts and the law, okay, and the constitution. You want to debate according to what you think, what I feel. And that one can open for us the whole world to choose from, because there are no limits to what I think. There are no limits to what I feel. There are no limits to what I imagine. I am unlimited when it comes to that. And I don't think if we allow that, we'll be doing justice to our viewers, okay, as well as to the people who are learning something from what you're debating. So if you suspect any of the judges that maybe it doesn't follow the law, you need to give us evidence to that effect. If you suspect that the judges have received phone call to rule the case a certain way, you give us that evidence. But if it is casting aspersion based on what you feel and think, then we are misleading people, and I don't think we have time for that in the first place. So please, let's remain concrete based on what was argued in the court today. We wait for the response to the same, wait for the judges to give the ruling. But what I think, what I feel is not important as at now. Thank you.
Exactly. Can I just conclude?
Yes. What do you want to say? Say it.
All I wanted to say was basically the discussion that is coming across, right? The discussion is coming across is more of kila mtu ako na feelings, yeah? Let's put the feelings aside, right? And look at the facts on the table as per today, right? Yeah.
Ukisema kila mtu unamaanisha nani na nani?
Kila mtu, I can see Mama Selena jumping and
what you mean the
Hey,
people in
don't
this
mention
channel.
my name. Don't mention
No, I'm
God,
just saying.
Mami, relax. Mami,
relax. Exactly.
Relax,
don't
please.
mention my name.
Goja,
That's
please,
what I'm
Mami.
saying, Bernard.
Order, everybody.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Kenya
If
one.
you don't have
With
anything
all
to
due
say,
respect,
please.
with all due respect, let's do this. Kenya one. I think you're not ready for the debate. Tuachie tu hapo because you want to go personal or nothing.
No, I'm not saying I'm going personal.
I gave you time to conclude. You start another chapter of attacking the people in the planet. You say everybody here is putting feelings. You found us here with feelings, or what happened?
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, Bernard, I'm not saying that, and I'm people should not musinichukulie ni kama mtu niko UDA ama Azimio. All I'm just saying,
tunasema uko UDA. Kile tunasema bwana,
because watu wataniangalia.
You are a mature person, you look mature and reasonable. Fanya hivi, kama unataka ku debate, tuambie ulisikiliza Judge Leonola akiuliza swali hivi na Justice Mulu akiuliza hivi, hii inamaanisha hii na hii. That's why we are here. But if you want to say feelings na hiyo maswala, afadhali tuache tu tafadhali, because we are spending too much time on trivialities which are uncalled for, with all due respect.
No problem.
Let it rest. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Andy, make your submission, please. Unmute your mic, is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm fine. Hello.
Yes, Andy, you seem to have some delay in your response.
I'm having problem of network connection, Bernard. Let me check on it, then come back.
Yeah. Reboot your router if you're having a router, and then you'll be consistent. Thank you. P. Sugar, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well. Karibu.
Nashukuru. I think kuna issue hapa na jamaa fulani amepotea anyway. I think kuna confusion na huyu jamaa ametoka hapo saa hii. Najua kesi imekuwa ikisikizwa, judges wamekuwa wakisikiza petitioners Kenya wanasema. So leo waki conclude leo jioni, I think huyu jamaa wetu amechanganyikiwa wakati judges wana raise hizo questions towards the petitioners. For example, kuna charge anataka ku elaborate, not that ati haelewi, lakini anauliza tu ni aje form ya yenye imetumwa na picha toward the Iebc server ama portal inachangiwa Alafu anataka kuelewa pia all of a sudden hii ingine yenye inaenda na by road pia inafika huko kama imechenjiwa. Na mwingine anauliza swali, you want us to hang Chebukati, so what if we go for a rerun and maybe among the other commissioners left labda hakuna mwenye ako na qualifications of a high court judge. All those questions sikiulizwa the petitioners from our side, maybe huyu jamaa anaona hawa judges ni kama wako biased. No, they just want the ground to be solid enough pia hawa jamaa wengine the other side, unajua sasa wanajipanga. Hata sasa I'm very sure Kinorengo halali. Unaona, also to give them the suggestions. Unajua kuna hii president ni kama wenda ikawa inaweza setiwa this time round ya kuhesabu hii kura na kuapisha mzee. Tuna hope hivyo. Haijaifanyika. Nullification imefanyika before, si ndio? So mambo ya kuhesabu na kupata mshindi na kupewa certificate yake, hiyo ndio I think haijafanyika. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa one of the players ya plea ya the petitioners, ya kwamba apart from nullification they would like maybe Chebukati apanishiwe, ambayo ikufanyika last time, plus they would consider pia kama kura inaweza hesabiwa msee apewa karatasi yake to dance kwa streets, si ndio? I think hiyo jamaa walikuwa wameconfusiwa hapo wakati hizo maswali zimerise. The same way wa jamaa wa the other side wakipresent nini yao, some questions pia wataulizwa some questions. So akue mless, tunaenda taratibu tu. Kesho akue rada, angalie submission ya kesho, alafu akuje kwa studio tuongee. Sawa Ben.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Bwana Philip. Nani huyu? Damakline Smithi. Unanionea, wacha tu. I will not respond to you. Yes, Mheshimiwa, endelea.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
This is the day of the respondents.
Yes.
And it's going to be a nice day. Now, about the issues that were discussed today, I think I liked the questions that were posed by the judges, because they just want to have clarification and whether the lawyers mean exactly what is in the affidavit, so that it helps them understand the meaning of the wordings. For example, the one by Justice Smoking Wanjala, I mean, it was just trying to ask our team to explain and whether they understand the processes of the 34 A's leaving the polling station and appearing on the portal differently. And that will help so that they can make the right judgment. And I think we are doing well. At least the major issue is whether there were discrepancies, irregularities, and some unlawful actions by the Iebc. And I think we have achieved that today. I just want to bring to your attention that this evening, while I was having dinner, my wife and a grandchild of mine just asked me whether we were in the same school with Chebukati. Interestingly, I've asked my classmates, and sadly, I was in the same house with a guy. We were in Lenana school. I think I was in Form 3 when he was in Form 6. He had come for A levels. We were in the same house. Interestingly, we were in the same school again with who? Kindiki, Hassan Omar, although different years, Musheru. And so I was just saying, I'm sorry that Sakaja or somebody else like that came later. That I want to post a disclaimer that the behavior of Chebukati is not associated with the behavior of a real Changerian and a Laibon. We are honest, truthful, professional, and God-fearing guys. We had a reverend called Reverend Dodman, a chaplain, and I think he instilled a lot of godly values in us. I don't know where that guy came from. Lakini labda amekutana na wajamaa, and the Bible says bad company ruins good morals. Kwa hivyo jamaa hatuna uhusiano yoyote kutokana na shule ambayo alipitia. But the thing is that we need to change things in this country. The problem with this country is not even the issues of ICT or anything else. It's about trust, honesty. Can we even meet in one room, do an election by just raising our hands and be truthful to it? That is what is lacking in this country. Because even if we bring the best technology, if we are a dishonest guys, we'll always find a way to manipulate and mess up. We need to re-engineer a culture of honesty, a culture of good behavior. Because we can't just say, because guys are thieves, therefore we should allow such behavior. We never teach our children to be thieves, even at home. Even if the whole world turns into a den of thieves, you as an individual should just nurture people of good character. And that's what is lacking in this country. We had done a little bit better after 2007-8, after the chaos that took place. At least people had thought we could be honest with each other and do things in a civilized manner. But sadly, when 2013 came and we allowed criminal suspects to be cleared to run, that is where our Waterloo started. Because the moment the criminal suspects came in, they opened the doors for all the bad behaviors. And that's why, unfortunately, I pity His Excellency President Uhuru that he had very hard time with an insubordinate deputy. And that's why you find characters who do not even qualify to stand in a gathering of righteous or upright people like Sudi, just abusing people left, right, center, and nobody does anything about it. When you have those ones as the leaders, what are we telling our children? They will be kicking around the class prefects and abusing teachers. That is the problem with my country. I really pity my land. But thank God that the Bible says those days will be difficult. It will be a time of of trouble, but it never gives us a reason or an excuse of being part of the problem. We would rather be few, but stand for what is right. And let's avoid this so-called witchcraft. Bernard, you people of the clergy have brought a lot of witchcraft into the temple. Because if you want to paralyze our people from thinking, from being rational, from being human, from being reasonable, call God and tell them we are doing this in the name of God. And a person of the character of the so-called elect is a psychopath. It will drive people, it will mobilize people, it will radicalize people and create a fundamentalism where people would easily accept to be put in a dungeon and be destroyed. Religion has become one of the reasons why we are hypnotizing our people. You know, once they call God, God is on our side. Oh, Mungu. People become they go into some I'd wish to get a better, I don't like heavy words, but into some stagnation. And so they don't reason anymore. Today I was walking in my village center where Raymond Moy was being beaten the other day. And the people look at me and they just wonder why I think what they did wasn't right. Because I'll tell them, you are wrong. You just removed Gideon and Raymond Moy just because somebody told you it's time to do away with the Mois. At the end of the day, it's our people who are being served by that MP who suffer. So religion has been used in our time, especially these last 4 or 5 years, to bewitch our people. And therefore, Bernard, as you lead from the other end, let us be Christians by behavior, by action. I was in the Senate for 6 months. I never shared with anybody that I'm born again, but they used to call me bishop because I would stand for what is right. I would condemn so heavily, vehemently, and wildly what is not right. We lack such. And therefore, our behavior of late is so bad that religion has been used. And thank Jesus for the teachings he gave us through the parables, that we are more like a graveyard in this country, where we paint our graves white while we are rotten within us. We have cups, we drink blood, and we drink wickedness while we wash it clean from outside. This country needs a people that will make a difference by the way we live, the way we walk, the way we talk, the way we interact. And for those who are in diaspora, the countries you live in didn't fall from heaven with those systems. People suffered for it, people died, people forced their way to make things happen. We need to do that in this country. We don't have to be loved. We don't want this silly idea of loving a leader. We don't need to love you, Ben. No, we need you to serve. We want you to be competent to perform. Story ya kujipenda, sijui ni wa kabila langu. Those are primitive virtues. May the Lord of heaven help us, that civility may come to our land, and that we may bring up a generation that respects humanity and God. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you so much for that perspective, and it leaves us with a really sense of responsibility. We are a country that is caught up into, they say, the expression between a hard place, the rock and a hard place. We are caught up into the deep blue sea. We must swim ourselves to safety. And for that to happen, we will need some drastic measures. Oga Bob, I'm told you are the chairman in charge of the night schooler. Because I started the class very early, before 7 p.m. I need to get out of here so that I get my brains in the proper perspective for daybreak show. So I'll leave you, the other teachers will come later, just to bring you up to speed. You are the next to make submission. From there you follow huo mkururo tu vile mko, isipokuwa Kenya One ameongea. Okay, Kenya One ameongea, Miss Mora, Doro, ndio namuona mara ya kwanza. I think so. But you're welcome. So Bob, I want you to take charge and allow me to disappear. Mama Selina, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate your company. I have grown many yards by this show. So I not only come to moderate, but I learn a lot. I grow every day by this interaction. And I'm beginning to look like the Speaker of National Assembly because of you people. So God bless you so much. I should submit the application. Bora tu mtanipigia debe. See you later, Bob. Take it.
And Lala, kesho ni mambo. So you have to come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asante.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Wewe nenda upumzike. All panelists, I want to say hello to you, Mama Selina. There is a gentleman called P. Sugar, Doro, Miss Mora, and Harold Kipchumba. Maybe before I make my submission, I can see we have a good number of our sisters and our mothers. So I think I will just give this opportunity to Miss Mora to make her submission.
Wacha nisalamia fellow Chenjerian, my senior hapo, Mr. Kipchumba, Lenana for life.
And you know the guy is honorable. He was a senator, so I think we honor him by the name.
Order. Keep umeingia na kelele na tutaruhusu. Mama Selina, order.
Nilikuwa tunasalamia senior senator.
Miss Mora, you can go ahead.
Yes, keep real. Great.
Hey, hi guys. How are you today? Habari ya asubuhi, habari ya jioni, wherever you are. Yeah, hi Kip. What's going on?
No, it's just school drama hapa tu. Tunakusalamiana hapa na senator.
Sawa. Okay, I watched this whole thing that is going on in the Supreme Court of Kenya today. And Mr. Harold Kipchumba, thank you so much for the insight. Thanks for everything that you said on I listened to each and every word you said, and I thank you very much. And I thank all of you guys for sparing your time to come and share with us what you think is going on and where you think we can take our country from here. I'm one person that is very passionate about Kenya. I don't live in Kenya for the longest time. I don't live in Kenya, but I'm very passionate about my country. I come to Kenya at least once a year, sometimes twice a year. That's how passionate I am. That's how connected I am with my people at home. So when we see things like this happening, like these bungled elections, it really breaks my heart. It really makes me think, like, I mean, I've been so committed to, I left Kenya more than 20 years ago because of, I finished college, there were no jobs. So, I mean, we have to sort for other greener pastures elsewhere. So that's how I ended up living Kenya. Otherwise, I have the education, I had the education, I could get a job in Kenya and everything. But we left Kenya because of the conditions that were there at that time. And thinking like as we divulge deeper into democracy in Kenya, maybe things will change. And then here we are today, this election. It's like we are going back 30 years since independence. It's like it's taking us back so many, many years. I don't know what the other panelists may think, but whatever is going on in Kenya right now should actually not be going on. We've come so far. We are a young democracy. I mean, we all know that's notwithstanding, but we had achieved a lot, especially during the Kibaki administration. We had achieved a lot, but it's like we are regressing. We are going backwards. When we get people that don't want to see democratic progress in Kenya, it really discourages people. Most of us that live outside the country, we've invested in Kenya, and then they said, like last year, the diaspora sent more than 300 billion to Kenya. I mean, we have a stake in Kenya. We really want to know what's going on in Kenya, and we want everything good to happen in Kenya. We have our families in Kenya. We have all our Kenya is our motherland. In short, that's what I'm trying to say. So when we see like elections that quote unquote everything has been put in place to ensure the election is free, fair, and credible, and then we have people that have ill intentions that make sure like the election is bungled. I mean, whoever is doing the hacking, it's Ruto's people, it's I don't know which people are doing the hacking. What do they want to gain? What is their end result? That is my question. Do they want to get rid of democracy in Kenya? Are we going into a dictatorship? Are we losing everything that we've gained since independence? So those are the questions that actually go into my head. I mean, I keep questioning, like, where are we heading? I watched the proceedings of the Supreme Court of Kenya today, and the Azimio Brigade, the Azimio lawyers did a really good job with those opening submissions. They did a good job, but they still have a lot of things to prove. So those questions that the judges asked them, if they come up with the right answers, I believe that's what the High Court is going, the Supreme Court is going to base their judgment on. So they really have to, I hope they're working right now, they really have to burn their midnight lamp to come up with the right answers. So if they come with the right answers, and if Iebc cooperates with opening the servers, then I believe Azimio has a case. But if Chebukati refuses to open the servers, I don't know where that is going to leave the Azimio legal group. And then the highlight the highlight of the court proceedings was this guy Piki Ponki. Oh my God, that guy, like, he is the hero. He really nailed everything. Like, we cannot be doing the same things. That's my conclusion from his presentation. We cannot be doing the same things over and over the years and expect different results. Something has to change. I'm still here, Bob, and I'll keep telling you, thanks a lot for what you did in Mombasa. You represented as well, and we thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. That was wonderful. Asante sana for your contribution. Future MP, I want to, give the ladies one more opportunity, then we come to you. Is it Doro or, yeah, Doro? Doro, welcome to the show. Let us have your submission.
Yeah, my name is Doro. I've never been to the show, and I can say I don't know most of you, but thank you for welcoming me here. And I've listened to Mora. I've listened to, I think it's Harold. Was his name Harold? Yeah, they spoke very well. I mean, whatever they have said, especially Harold, really touched my heart because he really went deep and explained a lot of things and where we seem to be going as a country. I don't live in Kenya, just like Mora. I've lived outside of Kenya for almost 27 years, but I'm home almost 2-3 times a year. So mimi ni mzalendo. And for those maybe who have seen me on other platforms, both mainstream and online, you've seen that I do fight for what is right. And right now, what is right is our country, Kenya, and justice. What we just saw in this past election, and I know sometimes I go to shows like BTalk and I'm really attacked there because I'm outnumbered. And it's when we come to debates like this, it shouldn't be where you can't speak too much because maybe you're outnumbered by the other group and they get you down. It should be fair where everybody can debate and they speak and we move on. So I don't mince my words. I speak as it is. Already just before I came in here, someone saw me requesting and they already told me, hey, you are a nuisance at BTalk, but nice to see you. That's the kind of welcome I've gotten here because there's somebody there who doesn't agree to my points. Anyway, the elections we had, that was a show of embarrassment. Big time. And it has imetupaka kwa Kikisii tunasema liko. Yaani imetupaka, unajua sasa leo unaoga ile uchafu inatoka inashika bathtub kama wewe ni mchafu sana. Tumejipaka yani to the whole world. That is what we have done because a lot of countries look at Kenya as an example of Africa. Like we are the ones to be looked at. Even here in America, when you tell someone that you're from Kenya, they look at you a little differently. So saizi tumechafua hiyo nini kwa ushenzi yenye tunafanya, and if we continue allowing that to happen, especially yani macho tu wazi vitu tu zinaibiwa, you know, the elections are just bangled in the stupidest way possible, then we are bringing our name down. And I'm trying to go real quick here, a couple more minutes. So we're really bringing our name down, and I'm hoping that I know Baba is not in these for the win, or is not in these to show off that he can have power. Baba is in these to change Kenya. That I know for sure. And I hope that he gets victory at the Supreme Court. I've been the one who's been telling people to chill out, just relax. I mean, this is not over yet. Something is up the government's sleeve, because let me tell you, don't think that nobody saw what was all the bungling of elections that was going on. Somebody saw, and somebody higher up there decided and said, let them continue stealing, because we have to end these once and for all. And the Supreme Court is the only they are the only people who are going to help us put this to an end. The fact that it was rough today for the Azimio side, or the Azimio lawyers, they were asked some tough questions or rather the Supreme judges looked like they were, I mean, for someone who is not thinking right, they would think that they were just on one side. No, they were not on one side. They're establishing ground. And tomorrow is going to be the respondent. Wataulizwa maswali mutashangaa. You guys you'll be sipping water on their behalf. So the fact that it doesn't matter what side they are going to rule, they have to ask the tough questions. Our lawyers have to be asked questions that will make them sweat so that they can earn the money that we've paid them, that Azimio has paid them to work. So hizo maswali, they were in order. They are going to either sleep over them or stay awake over them and process them and come up with more answers. But let me tell you, it is not going to be easy for the respondent side. It's not going to be easy for, I think the second respondent is Chebukati. I think so, yeah? It's not going to be easy for DP Ruto's lawyers. It's not going to be easy. So don't lose hope for those who are here who are Azimio people. And for those who are here who are Kenya Kwanza, I'm begging you to look at logic. Look at logic and put your country first. Once that is established, if your guy, if they hold his election and he become, I mean, I can't think of the word. If they decide to let him sit as president, that we don't have enough evidence, that is it. Even me, who bleeds blue, an Azimio person, I'll have to respect him. First of all, I'm here. I've been talking so against these DP, but for me, he's actually a personal friend of mine. But I just don't subscribe to the way he does politics. So it's nothing personal. It's about my country. And that's where I am. Na tuendelee kuomba Mungu. If it's Baba, let's let the country go in be peaceful and we respect Baba. If it ends up being Ruto, oh well, we just have to dust ourselves and we can't continue having such conversations because then by then he will be our president. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Doro. We appreciate your contribution. Yeah, sometimes we need to stand for our country. And we also appreciate the fact that you say that the DP is also a personal friend, but you don't subscribe. That is what we want. You don't have to be my friend, but it's about doing what is right. So I want to bring in Alex maybe to pop in and give his contribution. I can see he's on the move, like Doro. So Alex, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you very much. Some of us have not slept because we wanted to pay attention where we are headed to. And then more especially, Gidongo petition, first of all, confused that. But I think as we went on, you realize the most important petition now that we have in the court is Okikium Tire. And I want to remind you, as Doro thinks that we did not have, I don't know how she said it, but I realize she's kind of saying that our lawyers did not have a strong case in, you see, at some point, even we had to make all the judges sweat. So I think we are in the right trajectory. If there was a time that the country was heading right, I think it is this time. But let me divulge myself into the Okikium Tires petition. What I realized, you see, sometimes you put these people into the defense. But did you guys realize that the Supreme Court was trying to direct all the people who are speaking so that they can just give us the figures that they think Baba got and so that they can swear him in? We have the easiest quest. It looks like they were directing them, asking them, since they have already accepted they did not get the threshold of 50%, and they are saying it was 49 point something. How much do we have so that we can swear Baba in? So I think what is happening in Kenya today is that we have refused to tell the court what Baba got, which I think Baba got more than that. I don't think Ruto passed the threshold of even 40%.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ruto did not get even 40%. Ruto has all this time, what he has been doing is trying to steal the votes. Ruto was not campaigning until today when we are speaking. We still have the Venezuelans in Kenya trying to mess up with the servers. Even now as we are talking, they are trying to steal, even after we have come where?
Alex.
To the court. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you short. Initially, when I got into
No,
this,
Kenya one, please. No.
Sorry.
You just cannot just cut somebody off. No. We have the way we do our thing here. So you will have to lift up your hand, then we'll give you a chance. Meanwhile, Alex, wind up.
Yeah. Thank you, Papa, for protecting me. And let me wind up. I want, if these people are listening to what we are saying, we have listened to all of them. Hiyo visungu nyingi mpaka honky donkey, hiyo yote ikatuchekesha leo. We don't want to hear that anymore. What we want them to produce a number. You saw Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta today go to Mombasa. And I was asking myself, Uhuru conspicuously has been very quiet. All of a sudden today, he goes to celebrate with Ahmed Nasir in Mombasa to give the country the confidence that, you know what, we are holding the country. So this is what I'm saying. Our lawyers don't need to argue with so much English. We want Cherare and the other commissioners who are for and who are the majority to come up with a number. I don't care what that number is, as long as that number is 50 plus 1. That is what we need. Once we get that number, Raila will be sweared. You saw even the BBC interview. And Baba said it very clearly. I don't know. I think, Julia, you are behind there. You can put that. Baba said this. The so-called president-elect is not an elect, is an erect president. Wacha tumpe hiyo anaitwa erect. Hiyo hatuna shida nayo, but is not the president-elect. What we have today, the person who's supposed to be sworn in is Raila Amolo Odinga. From the figures we are getting, from the confidence, why is even the most important civil society groups in Kenya have not come close to William Samoei Ruto? Kenyans, we need to get mad and we need to put our nation into move. What I'm saying is this. I think in 2 days, the result will be shown to us that this election we won very early in the morning. What Ruto is depending on, and I want to guarantee you, is that he bought some people in the GSU. Okay, he bought some people in the GSU. But what he failed to buy, and he can never buy, and you saw Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, over time, changed the security of Kenya in the military. Up to the last day of election, Uhuru Muigai kept changing the military. Why? Because he understood that Ruto had infiltrated the military and he wanted to take over the country by force through hook or choose. So, but Kenyans, what we saw today, and I want us to continue to have this conversation, Baba, this time, whether he likes it or not, we will swear him by force. Thank you so much, Papa. And maybe Kenya One, if you had a question for me, I can answer. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Kenya One. You can ask the question.
It wasn't really as a question as such.
Is it a question or is it a good?
When I initially,
if it is not a question,
when I initially
excuse me,
I was. When I initially
hold on.
I was sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
Kenya One, if it is not a question, then you'll have to wait until we go round and you can make a submission.
Okay, I'll ask Alex a question.
Carry on.
Alex.
Go on. Thank you.
Hi, Alex. I've watched the whole proceedings today, and one thing that if you've also witnessed or observed is, Azimio lawyers have not given us even a single figure where to work back from. Yeah, what are their figures? What are they saying? Raila's won. What have they won with? Where are the numbers? Where are they? So that we can work back to say that this is what he achieved. I remember earlier on, Edwin Sifuna tweeted that they've got 51%. Yeah, but where are the numbers to counter all this? Because this is where the rubber meets the road. At the moment, we are relying on one thing, of which if IBC fails to open the server, where are we? Where are the Form 34A that Azimio had, yeah, from their agents? We've had a quick audit from the Supreme Court, right? They've come up with a few issues that are
Okay, thank you
available.
very much, Kenya One. Thank you very much. That what you are asking is not actually a question. You are giving us a story. One thing I want to tell you is that Azimio have got their numbers, and clearly, if you have been following what is happening in the political scene, way back a few days ago or a week ago or so, Martha Karua made it very clear that we have our numbers, but we can't announce because it is not within our mandate. Therefore, it would not be in our interest to bring up numbers in court. We are not IEBC. We are Azimio. Therefore, we want to rely on the court process to achieve our prayers. So the issue of numbers should not arise. Okay, now we move on to future. Future
No,
Karibu.
Papa, Papa, hold on. I want Kenya One to ask his question so that we can guide him, because I think it will be unfair, because we don't want to look dictatorial. And I'm sorry, Papa, I respect you so much. What was your question? Because you started giving us a lot of stories. What is your question? Ask it so that we can answer you.
What are the Azimio numbers? In 2017, we had numbers. We had Form 34As from quite a lot of polling stations. At the moment, what are the numbers? Chebukati has already given his numbers with and please, let's not, I want a good Kenya for everyone. But at the moment, looking at the submissions that we had today, right? There's nothing, there's no tangible evidence to show that the numbers were changed. The person who we relied on was that Murgo. He couldn't even differentiate before between JPEG and PDF. And that is a very crucial element to show that figures and the Form 34A were altered. He was our lead guy. He couldn't even, but where are the numbers? So if you tell me now, Raila Odinga won, right? What did he win? Where is his votes? The only votes we have at the moment that were counted by IBC, of which I think they're not the right numbers, but where are our numbers to counter this? You cannot tell me that at this late stage, Martha Karua said we have the numbers. They have not been presented. Yeah, they have not been presented. And today was our submission. Where are those numbers?
Okay, and thank you. I don't know if you are making a submission or you are asking a question, but let me guide you on what happened today. If you look at our lawyers today, this case is already predetermined if you don't see it. Papa, can you mute? If you look at what happened today, it's not like we don't have the numbers. We have the number and we know. The problem, we can't give the number, because if we do, and already we are accusing the Kenya Kwanza for having a tally center where the forms were going first before they come to IEBC, then we will be putting ourselves in a problem. And Gidongo petition, you understood, and I think a future MP you understood yesterday as we were talking with Sugar. If we are accusing them that the forms were going first of all to a certain place, and then they come back. So we cannot give them the numbers, but we have our numbers. We had our agents. Kabando has come out and said that there was a stolen election in Mount Kenya, and he thinks up to 40%, we got Mount Kenya 40%. Kioni came out and said, even the people, and even your leader, I don't know if you are in Kenya Kwanza, Nani has incriminated himself, and I don't know later on kama atapelekwa kotini. Gachagua said how we took the two families from where? From the one family from Mount Kenya, and the two families now, which including, na uliona kitu wamemfanyia uko Rongai. Wametoa Jonathan, is it Jonathan Moi? Na Gideon wamemtoa. Now, the thing is
Raymond Moi.
Raymond.
Jonathan
so the thing is that we have the number, but our number, we don't want to give it because, first of all, we want to incriminate Chebukati. We cannot give a number if we want to. If you realize that the court today, everybody was accusing Chebukati for a criminal case. We want to prosecute Chebukati as a criminal, and therefore we don't want to give him a number. If we give him a number, then we are exonerating him. Okay? What we want is Chebukati to pay for the acts of atrocities that is causing to us, sleepless nights for 72 hours that we have not slept. So don't ask me if we have the numbers. You know very well we have the number. Sifuna said it. We had our agents, and we were not just sitting down and expecting to win if we did not know how to tally our votes. But now that we realized that there was an extra tallying place whereby these forms were going, and then they are coming from there, they are coming to Iebc. That is what we want to prosecute, and that is the evidence we want Chebukati, hiyo kichwa yake ipatikane kwa museum. Have I answered you, Mr.
K1.
Okay.
Kenya one.
Before you, no, hold on. Yeah, Kenya one, hold on. I think maybe nani pia kona answer yako, Mora, can you, and Sugar. We want all of us to answer you, then you come back.
Okay,
Future,
thank you, Alex.
mute, future.
Kenya one, what is in court is for UDA to prove also that the numbers that Chebukati came up with are real, are credible. What is in court is actually, it's a burden of proof for them. They need to prove, UDA and the IBC need to prove that the numbers they gave us are real. We do not even have to prove like we have the numbers. All we are seeking is the irregularities and your hacking and all those things. If they prove that Ruto's numbers are correct, then we are okay. We do not have to prove anything to anybody that we have the numbers. Let them prove that everything they did was legitimate.
Mora.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. We have kept Future waiting for so long. Future MP, I want to bring you on board. Kenya one, you will have to be patient for your time to submit, because you want to interrogate every single panelist, and that is not fair to other panelists. Future, just 30 seconds for Mama before you come in.
Okay.
Mama Selina, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mora and Alex. You know, for the 3 days, panel tumeweka our information in, and that is why mtu akituuliza numbers. Thank you, Mora. We don't have numbers. If we had numbers, atungekuja. So nobody will come and ask us about the numbers. Why are the numbers needed? Kama kulikuwa inatakikana numbers, our lawyers will tell them. But for us here in studio, mtu akuja atuulize maswali. I know Kenya Kwanza, they have been getting information from us. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mora, and everybody else. We are here, but we don't want anybody to ask us numbers or our lawyers. They have done what they have done. Watajibu hiyo maswali kesho, na kama ni numbers, Kenya Kwanza waseme numbers yao. We don't even ask them their numbers. Let them wait. Tunangoja hiyo server sisi yote tujue what is inside. Thank you, Baba.
Okay, thank you very much, Mama Selina. Future, karibu sana. Hebu tupatie mawaidha kidogo kidogo hapa. Asante.
Asante sana, nashukuru. Yeah, I'm very new here, so yangu tu ni machache nasikiza, but kile naweza sema ni we should not allow Chebukati to do what he wants whenever he feels like. So kama Supreme Court may allow access of server, he has no right to refuse. You know, anafaa patiane hiyo access immediately, na kikataa, then other branches of the government should follow up. Unaona? So either you know, there has to be something done about it, and he also has to face criminal charges for what he has been doing. Hizi makosa amekuwa akifanya isikuwe ati anawachwa and then next time he can repeat them again. Lazima kukuwe na consequences of his actions so that to prevent his future mistakes again. So I think Supreme Court leo the councils wame present a lot of heavy stuff that cannot be ignored by the Supreme Court judges. So let us continue to see how it will unfold. For now, ni hiyo tu. Asante.
Thank you very much, Future. Nashukuru for that contribution. Now, briefly, I just want to maybe share one or two things with the other panelists and our viewers. A lot has happened in the Supreme Court, and the issue we have right now is legal. It's not political. However, we have a lot of distractions coming from commentators in the social media, and the closing session where the judges were asking questions was a very important pointer to what they expect to do. And I don't want to preempt that because the matter is already before them. But a lot of distractions are coming from the Kenya Kwanza side or the UDA side. And they want to make the Azimio fraternity feel weak. And like this, the questions that were directed at them were meant to deflate them. That is not the case. The judges were simply asking for some kind of guidance. They wanted, a conclusion. They wanted to know where the petitions are supposed to end up. So let us give them the chance to lead us on in the matter. I'm sure they will come back with something that Kenyans will appreciate, because from the questions they were asking, nobody can deny the fact that the judges themselves are Kenyans and they are tired. They are tired of the kind of average work, below average work that Chebukati is giving us. That is a raw deal, and I'm sure they're not happy about it. How to go about to correct that mistake is what I believe they're working on. In addition to that, I want to mention something about the Iebc in general, and I think particularly Chebukati and his wing, because I believe in that Iebc, Chebukati has got a wing that he commandeers, and I'll particularly go to Chebukati IEBC's response to the petition, to the affidavit of one of the commissioners. Is it called Nyangaya or Nyangaya? Commissioner Nyangaya. Commissioner Nyangaya gave an affidavit that was very elaborate, especially on the ICT, and his lawyer actually informed us that they received a response to that. And some of these things, whenever we see them in social media, where they smoke, this fire. And there's this very famous lady who is called Hilda. Hilda, is it Hilda somebody? And I think she was given the authority to reply to that affidavit. And what she said is that the Omar guy, there's an Omar guy who had accessed the server more than 1,000 times, by the way, was a returning officer of IEBC. I couldn't believe that, because the Commissioner Cherera, the deputy, being the chairperson, had given in affidavit, she gave a list of all returning officers in the country, gazetted returning officers in the country, and that Omar was not there. And it is very shocking that that lady who was actually replying that affidavit, that sworn affidavit on behalf of IEBC, lied on, and she lied under oath. She was lying to the Supreme Court. And I want to hope that tomorrow the Supreme Court can deal with that lady thoroughly, because perjury at the highest court of the land should be punished severely, so that somebody does not pick a Bible and just come and give false testimony. And this is now becoming a trend for IEBC. They thrive on, I don't know, they think that some people will not realize what they are telling us. And to make matters worse, they are very worried about how Nyangaya got logs of the server. Well, if Nyangaya cannot get logs from the server, who else can in this country? And yet he was in charge of the ICT department. So the kind of, cabal that Chebukati is running in that IEBC is used to this impunity. They can make them refuse to open servers in 2017, come again this 2022, they still want to take us in circles, giving us excuses of licenses. These licenses, we pay for them, and it is the exchequer that pays for them, and they are paid annually. So the issue of servers and third-party licenses should never arise. And besides, a presidential election is one of the most important things in the Constitution, and it is part of the bigger scheme in national security. We are talking about electing a commander-in-chief, and you want to bring in licenses that we can pay for. And in any case, payment of those licenses comes from the exchequer, we the people, and we want to get a solution to this. So therefore, IEBC is a criminal enterprise in short. The IEBC wing of Chebukati is a criminal enterprise, and it is high time that the Supreme Court dealt with these people, because it is now unbecoming. I really appreciate the guy who became so animated and gave us picky ponky. He was trying to drive the point home, but UDA think that he was a joker. No. This fellow was driving a point. So let's get serious. I want to bring in Duke. Duke, karibu sana. Nataka utupatie mchango wako.
Yes. First of all, I want to start by supporting what you have said, that in Kenya, when people give false affidavits, they are not punished. And that's why we see the kind of information, false information, and encouraged even across the media platform, the social media platforms. In other countries, if you give a false statement, that's an affidavit, and for a serious issue like this, or maybe murder, you're trying to accuse somebody falsely and you are giving false information that you witnessed something. Actually, you can even be imprisoned for more than 50 years. So we have to be serious. We have to enforce the Constitution and other laws, so that when maybe we have allegations, those allegations are not false. They have to be accurate. In today's Supreme Court, two things stood out for me. One is the recognition that the way the guidelines regarding the removal of the IEBC chairman, that was Electoral, are not well spelled out. And that's actually something which will have a crisis in Kenya, because if we can know that the president can die, and we have provisions that what happens if the president dies or if he resigns, even if the president and the deputy dies, we know the Speaker of the National Assembly comes in. And here is a scenario where people assume that Chebukati cannot even die, and they assume he cannot even resign. So that's why it's very difficult for instance, if the outcome is nullified and we hear that as MEO members are not ready to go back with the presence of Chebukati, and there is no provisions of all the procedures of removal are very complicated, and even if he resigns, the deputy cannot take over because she does not have the qualification to be the chairman. So I felt that that's something which should be refined, and the changes in the Constitution should actually capture that and enumerate that. Another thing is about the evidence or the accusation which were being given out. For instance, one person said, I think, was it Mulgo or somebody of such kind, says that there was hackers who accessed the server, and like some individuals logged in 1,000 times. So the question is, how did they know about that? Because for you to know how the server has been accessed, first of all, the server has to be open to people. And it's today, actually, yes, today, whereby the Supreme Court has authorized for the server to be open, so it can be accessed and then be scrutinized whether there was hacking, there was illegal access. So I failed to understand
Duke, let me interrupt you a little. You know, it is not Azimio or any lawyer that is aligned, any lawyer that is representing the petitioners that came up with that document or that information. That information came from and replying affidavit of Hilda Kavonga of IEBC. When she was replying the affidavit of the IEBC, one of the IEBC commissioners, Commissioner Nyangaya, it is not, that information that is not even, it is in, the information is coming from their own admission that that this Omar guy is a returning officer. That this Omar guy was given access.
Furthermore,
and he accessed.
furthermore,
so that information is not coming from the our side. It's coming from IBC. Thank you. You can proceed.
And furthermore, there's also investigative reporting. Most of these things are from investigative reporting. That's why some of these people are they've hidden their faces and they're not showing their faces. So the collaboration between the logs that we have, not us, the investigative reporter, and what you're seeing from the IBC staff member is the fact that it's not an affidavit. By the way, it's a petition. It's the petition. There are several. The problem is, Duke, you're mixing up petitions. There are 5 petitions.
My question is, whose affidavit which stated that somebody accessed the server like 1,000 times? Whose affidavit is that?
I think
Maybe if you can rectify me.
Bob, I think the investigative reporter, what is his name? That had the dossier of several IBC, the dossier about the 56 members of IBC or people who are intercepting the messages. That is from a dossier. What was the name of the reporter, Bob?
I think, Bob, you should have all the
sure,
information before you ask.
You know, I'm not so sure about that, Keep, but I want to answer Duke.
Okay, sir.
About the access to that server. The replying affidavit of Hilda Kavoga on behalf of the IBC. And she was replying on behalf of IBC to Commissioner Nyangaya. Now you can go ahead. It is not that information didn't come from.
No, that's not true.
Only gave logs.
You know that cannot be true because today we were having like the petitioners were trying to give their submission. Responses have not yet been given, so you cannot say that was a response.
Duke, listen. Duke, listen, please. You know, this is where, Duke, you want to mislead people. Duke, when the lawyers for the commissioners came in, they were prosecuting the affidavits of each of those commissioners. And while they were prosecuting those affidavits, one of them mentioned clearly that we have already been replied by IBC. And they gave details of that reply by IBC. So, Duke, sometimes, you know, you don't imagine that we can come here and start lying to people that and give them lies.
Okay, and then my question is
listen. Let me get that clip and play it in a few seconds. Keep I'm sending to you to play.
How about the one
Send it to me.
for Kitongo?
Send it to me.
How about the affidavit of Kitongo, and there was somebody Mwangi, or what was his name? There were 2, there is one for Kitongo, and there is another one for, was it Mwangi or somebody?
You know, my question is this: when you go and say the server has been hacked, individuals have accessed the server, both from within the country and outside the country. Some of them are not authorized, and yet the server is no. That's let me to put my question across. And now the server has not been investigated. The court has not given a go ahead for the server to be investigated so that people can identify whether there was individuals who unauthorized who accessed it. So these people who brought that evidence to court, that there was illegal infiltration, they even know the number of times illegal individuals accessed the server. So how did they know that? That's my question. I'm just asking a question.
Bob, please do the modulation.
I think Duke is trying to ask us question because there are people are going
Order.
to talk
Mama
tomorrow,
Selina,
and
order.
Duke is coming here to interrogate us. I think you are wrong, Duke.
Hey, Duke, the
Order.
Duke,
Order,
the
order,
IT
order.
people, let me just say something quick. It's burning.
Tell me, Bob. Tell me, Bob.
Okay, Duke, there's always a way how IT people know that a system has been hacked. You don't have to get into the server to investigate and know that it was hacked. You don't have to get into the server, just for your information.
Secondly, what is an affidavit? An affidavit is somebody giving.
Can you
go on,
just
sorry.
Can you take care of the studio for about 10 minutes? I'll be back.
So, okay. 10 minutes only. Okay. The affidavit, for me, in my own layman, an affidavit is when somebody gives a testimony. You testify as to the events that happened. So, ukituma affidavit, unasema kwamba I saw this number of logs had been done. So if that affidavit was answered by that person in Iebc, they are confirming the suspicions of that person in the affidavit. And the confirmation of the two affidavits, the confirmation means that there's truth in it, because only person I see that has perjured themselves in court is who you are rooting for, and that is Chebukati. It means you are supporting Chebukati. Chebukati, I'll give you a very simple example of his affidavit that is absolutely lies. No, wait, look, absolute lies. He said the deputy of, I don't know, the military, the deputy head of the military, was in a meeting, and he has not redacted that statement, but this fellow was in Congo when the meeting happened. So you are asking us, no, you are asking us a question about log files where a counter of an affidavit about logs has been answered by somebody in Iebc. Now tell me, you as a supporter of Chebukati, tell me why he's not redacted that military man was not in that meeting and was in Congo. Answer that question before you go anywhere else.
Let me answer that question. You see, all the people that Chebukati indicated that they met with, they have agreed. And that specific person you are talking about, he has not personally said that he was in Congo. It's that we have a rumor across the social media platforms. Is there an official statement or communication from that individual?
Duke, honest to God, Duke, you are getting us off track. We are all going to leave this studio for you. You are getting us off track. You're annoying. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Kenya one. Sorry. For me to let it move on, P Sugar, or is it Philip Sugar? We're going to relax on that. Duke, I think you're the opposite of your cousin, Alex. You come here to kind of incite us, and the way you speak is very intelligent. But please, just for once, just do yani ya leo tu. Sema ukweli. Things look opaque. Things look negative on the UDA side. Things look very negative on the Supreme Court side. So can we work with facts? And don't take us in. At least your kitu ya log files. We've answered your question. It's if somebody's if somebody's answering another affidavit, it's affirming the truth. And I'm asking you, what affirmation of what Chebukati is saying is the truth? You're telling me how can they access of log files? And it's a testimony. It's a testimony, and then somebody else in Iebc saying the testimony is true. Isn't that what an affidavit is? You cannot go back. No, Duke, you cannot go back and tell me, show me more proof. And the proof is somebody who is already in the building.
Okay, can I just finalize my submission without too much?
Hold on, Duke. Duke, just hold on. I think we will give you time, and you know that I protect you a lot. Duke, you came here the other day, and you made allegations that that Venezuelans did not come even to Kenya. Do you remember you said that?
No, let me repeat what I said. I said I even doubt because those Venezuelans were not interviewed by media. We do not even see the videos of them or photos of them. There was a reporting by the DCI. Maybe some people don't trust the DCI. I expected that maybe.
Duke, hold on there. Just hold on there. And that's where I want to take you, because from there, I think we can come to a conclusion. Duke, do you remember when the Venezuelans were in the airport? Who called the DCI and told them that they are working for Iebc and they were their visitors? Who called the airport?
Isn't that your chairman, Chebukati, who said that Chebukati, you said these guys do not exist, yet Chebukati protected them, saying that these are staff members of Iebc. So you can't tell me you need media for that. If, again, kind of an affidavit that the chairman has confirmed that the Venezuelans do exist.
You see, yes, up to now, Chebukati says those were the workers of the IPC. He has not changed that. My question is, why, for instance, if those individuals who came here illegally, for us to have transparency, maybe they were to be investigated in open, maybe they are interviewed, so that we can see what are they saying, their side of the story. Because those who are individuals who are caught physically, I don't see why should they be extremely secretive. They are not accessed so that they are asked questions by the media. At least we can have first-hand information from them.
Duke, very quickly, Bob.
Duke, keep nyamaza.
Yes, sorry.
Bob muulize. Nataka tuende pole na Duke understand leo hatutamwacha na hiyo mambo yake.
Duke, you know, sometimes you try to amaze us, and you know, you are talking like you know, foreigners who could be a threat to our national security. You want them to be given access to interviews by journalists? Are you really serious about this when you're talking like that? Duke, you know,
you see the reason, audience, no, you know, the reason why I'm saying that is this.
The only audience that people can be given is to be taken to court. But if they are not going to be taken to court, they can be deported. But we are not going to babysit foreigners. I don't think any other country can cede their sovereignty that much.
And which type of police caught those people? Anti-terrorism. That is national security. You don't divulge matters of national security to the public, Duke, honestly speaking.
You know, my question is this. You remember?
Excuse me,
the end of
just
that?
for 1 second.
The end of that,
1 second, Duke.
Just a minute.
1 second.
Just 1 minute. You know, the end of that Venezuelan was that there was a time where we were maybe Chebukati and the IT, and they met all of them and said, we have resolved this. But we were not informed how they resolved it. You remember that we were having the IT, the Chebukati, and all they came together and they gave a conference that they have resolved that. How did they resolve it? So that's why I'm trying to say we should have extreme transparency. And we know exactly, actually, for instance, these people are not workers. Because as per Chebukati, they were workers. Up to now, he has not changed that.
Ongoing case. Transparency on an ongoing case.
In terms of what they are, a conclusion.
So let me ask you, Mr. Duke. And that's a very simple statement. And I know you have traveled several times out of the country. Have you ever traveled out of the country without a passport?
No, it's not even practical to do that.
Now, the question is this. The Venezuelans got to Kenya without even passports.
You know, that's also that's.
Did you hear what our security?
Now, when you travel, can you travel with a fake document? What's the procedure of you traveling? Which document do you have, and how they are verified? So some allegations like that is which makes me question whether it's true or false. If you have traveled, do you know the procedure of traveling?
Okay, let's give Madam Mora to say something, and then Duke will come back to you. Madam Mora, maybe wewe sauti yako inaweza nyamazisha hiyo.
I'm actually not going to engage Duke. He comes to this forum and disrupts everything. Can you guys bear me witness? When he comes on the show, like we go into shambles. He just distracts everything. Duke, we cannot be privy to everything that is going on in the government. We cannot like ask for evidence for everything. That is you just live in your own world. We cannot. I mean, there's no way. Even where we live, wherever in each country, there are like private things that the private investigators do, Secret Service does. There's things that the public should not even be privy about. All we knew is like the Venezuelans came to Kenya, they were illegal, they were deported. What else? What other evidence do you want? To do what with it?
We have, Duke, we have had enough of you today. And I'll say what Ruto said the other day, enough is enough. If you come in this panel to blatantly lie and even argue that the Venezuelans to kuwapea audience, we did not interview them, that's nonsense. Those are criminals. They did not even have traveling papers. How do you want us to interview criminals, Mr. Duke? Have you ever seen somebody comes to your house to steal and then you say, okay, let's give him an interview? Is that what you do? We have had enough with you, Duke. Now, I want that head of yours to start functioning and reasoning.
No, you see, the reason why I said that is this. You see, we have procedures. For instance, who says somebody's a criminal or is not a criminal?
Order. Duke, I want you to do one thing. I want you to wind up and stick to the menu of the day. I don't want us to give us diversionary leaders to, on a wild goose chase, because I've realized you're very good at that. We are going to stick to the menu of the day. If you don't like the food down there, then maybe you can take some water and take a rest. But taking us on a wild goose chase is not what we are going to entertain anymore. Thank you.
Whenever I submit, I can even submit within 2 minutes and move out. The problem is when I submit, you start asking questions. So if I made a statement of even one sentence and then you ask like 10 questions, you see? So it's you who tries to take me around, not me. Another issue which I want to
stop being an attention seeker. Stop being an attention seeker. Let us stick to the menu.
Also, I want to talk about the division of the commission. You see, one of the questions which was asked is that the 4 commissioners were trying to give several reasons, most of them dating back to the time when there was procurement. And also they said that they were not assigned their specific duties. But these individuals were working throughout the process. From the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, all that, they were there. And now, when we are remaining like 2 hours also to finalize the process, it's the time now they start to raise this. So actually, prevention is better than cure. For instance, from the first time, maybe when they were not assigned their specific duties or they were not involved in their verification, if they should have raised that, then maybe that would have maybe solved the situation up to now. Number two, when they say that they were not part of verification and tiring, that's not true, because verification is a technical process. There are qualifications for those who are verifying those from that 4A and other security features. There were procurement of workers or hiring of specific workers with IT knowledge, and they were trained. Actually, they were around 56. Specific workers trained for verification purposes. And those workers were there at the Bomas of Kenya, where there were desks of verification. And they were trained on how to use specific devices to identify the security features. And then after that, they will submit the forms to the commissioners. So I failed to understand how they were not involved in the verification process, and yet they were not the one who were trained to do that. And as per the constitution, it says it is the IPC should verify and tally. So it does not say it's about the commissioner. So also that is what I failed to understand. And finally, what I can say is this: from today's submission of the petitioners, they failed to give specific disparities or irregularities. For instance, maybe you specify specific polling stations where maybe the form that 4A has been changed, and you state it was changed from which figures to which figures. To a large extent, they were giving actually general information about hacking, about interception of forms, and then the forms are changed, but they are not telling us which specific forms were changed and how the data or the figures were changed, because the key is about what the figures interfered with, and then the interference of those figures affect the total time. Wind up. Okay, I can be.
Yeah. Let's engage. Let's just engage him in 1 minute. Let's not. I know people are not patient with me today, but Duke, let me ask you a question. Do you realize that we have over 300,000 voters who just came and voted for a president, but they did not vote for anybody else? Secondly, Duke, I want you to be a little bit wise today, and I don't want to engage you in stupidity today. I want you to be logical. In Kisumu, how can more people vote for Anyang' Nyong'o than Raila Amolo Odinga? I want you to tell me that kind of disparity, because you are telling us.
Homa Bay.
No, just hold on, Kip. I want to engage this young man today so that, you see, he gets away with a lot of things. Maybe Makiadi anakupembelezanga, leo tukupembeleze. Let me ask you a question. Wachana hata maneno ya Kiambu. How can it be? Is it even logical or sensible that somebody came to vote for Anyang' Nyong'o and did not vote for Raila Amolo Odinga in Kisumu? And the panel, I want us to, Duke, is it even possible?
Can I answer that? Let me answer that.
Kenya, wait.
Let me answer.
Just a moment. Order.
Very quick.
Order.
It's very quick, my senior. It's very quick.
Keep 30 seconds.
Duke, furthermore to the voting issue, you can't tell me that you're being served documents at the wee hours of the night, that you're going to answer all those things about 34A and 30 whatever it is as the 4 commissioners. Hawa watu walikuwa reduced to mere stupid work, not even as commissioners. Wanaenda sijui wanaongea sijui vitu za media na nini, alafu you expect them to answer about the CEO of IEBC acting like a commissioner. So I'm telling you, these people had less time to defend themselves. And furthermore, they had to negotiate about getting their own lawyers in IEBC. So the amount of time they had to do all those things is very unfair. Okay, answer Alex's questions, because I'm getting very fired up today. Because Duke is get away with a lot.
No, keep
Duke,
tafadhali.
Duke,
Wait, can I, Alex?
Kenya one, can you mute, please? Kenya one, mute. Kenya one, can you
Let's engage
mute
Duke.
your mic?
Duke, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to
Duke,
ask you a
let me
question,
ask
Duke.
you a simple question.
Alex, order. Duke, I want to ask you a question. You know, you have just mentioned that yesterday's court proceedings, you did not see anything that could convince you about discrepancies in the polling stations. And I want to ask you a question. Are you sure yesterday you were following the proceedings? Because I want you to go to the submission or the session that was being prosecuted by Julie Soweto. Julie Soweto specifically dealt on figures issues. And when you tell me that you did not hear anything to do with discrepancies in the polling stations and numbers, then you did not watch. You are let me say you are coming in with sideshows, because I cannot believe that you can even afford to say that here. Now I want you to wind up the few questions that you have been asked before we move to Mr. Sugar. Sugar has been very patient with us, and we cannot keep him waiting any longer. And maybe Alex can ask you one last question before you answer them together. Then we move away from you. Thank you.
I can answer them. I want to answer Alex this way. It's true, when you go to cast your vote, you are given 6 ballot papers, and the number of votes cast for the presidential and the governors, and they should be equal. But what happens across counties, if you maybe have actually witnessed a lot of things, what happens across counties, you find that when, you know, the tallying of the presidential ballots are the first one to be counted, and then they are the only one which are transmitted electronically. Then you will find scenarios whereby those who are contesting for governors and other positions, they do monkey business. Others stuff ballot papers. Others can even duplicate. When they are counting, they can actually even indicate or count. For instance, they are maybe they have counted to 100, they add 50. So when those irregularities happen across the counties, then it means the disparity will arise. So what if it is the governors who inflated their figures? So the difference is as a result of those who are contesting for the governors are the one who stuffed ballot papers.
So Duke, hold on there, because Duke, you're getting really annoying.
No, it's factual. It can happen like that, and I've witnessed that several times.
No, Duke, no, Duke, hold on. I'm not a Ginsatropos. I'm not a person who has not developed fully undeveloped brain. My brain is very developed. The core issue in this campaign was Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. You can't tell me that only in Kisumu, in Homa Bay, in Migori, people came and voted for the governors and left to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. But yet that did not happen across the Kalenjin land. That is the first thing I want to let you know, that if you don't think there were disparities in this election, that is the first one we are letting you know. That is the first disparity. That
No,
we
you
are saying
see,
something that we have. Hold on. There is value in listening, and there is civilization in listening before you answer, because you're not answering our questions. You are talking and you are not answering our question. The question is this: where you are a supporter of Ruto, did you go and voted for a governor, but you did not vote for William Samoei Ruto? Was that even practical?
I've answered that and you have not listened to it. What I said is that's not practical. However, imagine a scenario whereby those who are contesting for the governors, they have stuffed the ballot papers or they have interfered with the counting. That's one. So if there is a disparity, what if the governors increase the number of ballots illegally? So when there is a disparity, it does not mean that. No, can I finalize this?
Duke, I want to cut you short. Duke, I want to cut you short. And I'm cutting you short
just
because
1 minute,
you're dwelling on hypothesis.
Just 1 minute. I want to move out, actually. 1 minute.
30 seconds.
Regarding the...
One is too much. We can't hold this plane any longer.
20 seconds. When we talk about Kisumu, you are trying to say that there's people who voted for only the governors and not Raila Odinga. That cannot happen. However, remember, even we were not having agents across Nyanza. So where was the agents of Raila Odinga? And is it true that based on what the documents presented by the agents of Raila Odinga from Kisumu and Homa Bay, they are different from what is in the portal? If there were Raila Odinga agents were there and they brought specific documents which conforms with what is submitted, then what are you trying to say?
I think I'm done listening to this nonsense of yours. That in Nyanza,
Alex,
we have
we move on. Let us move on.
Yeah, but just hold on. I want Duke, we are not going to allow you again to come to this panel to tell us that there are people from Nyanza who went to vote for a governor and refused to vote for Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. It is not even logical. And you are trying to defend what is illogical. I don't know your state of mind when you even say that. Duke, we don't want to kick you out of this panel. But when you're saying such kind of things, I wonder your state of mind. And I'm questioning your state of mind. Maybe I personally will pay the bill, Yamatare. Sorry for saying that.
Alex, don't be too hard on... let us move on. Let us move on. P Sugar, before we come to Kenya 1, and then we move to Surist, and then no, Pamela, and then Sure. Is it Surist or some? That is an interesting name. Okay, P Sugar. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Bob. Alex, how are you? So, kuna vitu hapa hata siamini. You know, I'm trying to imagine how I can share the same podium with this Venezuelan who have come with petrol and everything to lit up our country. In fact, if they happened to be brought into any channel, sione kama ningeketi chini niangalie. Brother Duke, you see, intelligence hufanya job tofauti sana. Hakuna vile unge expect ati waseme kuna wasee wameshikwa airport wakifanya shughuli ABCD, then now for you to trust them waletwe kwa screen surely waone, haingefanyika. Halafu issue ingine hii ya about today's performance. Our lawyers performed really well. So well, in fact, niliadmire sana. I had a hope like, nilikuwa na hope like 90%, now it's 100 plus 10. Na kwamba hii kitu sasa tunaenda kuchukua. However, about the questions, yeah, there's this question a judge aliuliza ya kwamba about if it's possible for a form, hii form yenye inapigwa picha inatumwa kwa IEBC server, kama inaweza chenjiwa ikiwa kwa was it a picture or a PDF form? A picture, I think. If indeed it was altered, and if it was altered, so pia kama hii ingine yenye ilikuwa inaenda na agent kwa Bomas of Kenya, kama pia ilikuwa inaweza chenjiwa kwa njia ama ilifanyikaje? What I know from a simple understanding ni kwamba hii form yenye ilikuwa inapelekwa kwa Bomas most likely of course haikuguzwa. What the guys labda walichange ni the form labda yenye ilitumwa kwa picha, of which I think the IT guys will tell us if it's possible to have the form, edit, then upload it ikiwa kwa hiyo JPEG form. About the issue ya kwamba ukiwa Kisumu unaweza piga kura kwa women rep peke yake omit mambo ya president, honestly it's not possible, because personally I don't think I can go to a polling station, vote in my MCA, then forgot to, I don't know whether it's to forgot to vote in Baba or what. Most likely naona ni kama naweza pigia Baba kura ni sahau kuhusu women rep, lakini mi kuwa na votes mingi kwa governor na presidential candidate yako na kura kidogo, hapo kuna shida. Duke, it's good to have intelligence, to be intelligent while we are arguing. Okay, thanks Irene.
Wind up, Sugar, can you wind up?
Yeah. So, me, I have one question. Do we as mere lawyers, do you have enough evidence, and maybe Alex utaingilia hapo, do you have evidence of a 34A form which is differing from an uploaded one? Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Sugar.
I think on that
we have. Go ahead, Alex, answer that question. 10 seconds. Your camera, I mean, your mic is mute, huh? Alex does not seem to be communicating. Sure our list. I want to bring you on board. Karibu sana.
Hey, hi guys. I just want to make some sense. I've just been made to come here because of Duke, and I want to make some sense on Duke. Raila has been in the political construction of Kenya for so many years. And whenever he makes a move, he knows exactly what he's doing. And to us who have lived, I don't know how old is Duke. That's my main problem. I don't know how old he is, and I don't know if Duke amewaishi Kenya and has been through all the problems Kenyans are facing. My first point will be, like somebody told Duke, like, we are not here to be entertained by nonsensical issues. We are here, we are wasting all our time. Some of us are at work, but we are stealing some of our time just to try to make Kenyan to see some sense on how Kenya is supposed to be. And we are not playing about it. To us who are living outside Kenya, it is really saddening if I see my inboxes, the suffering that our people are undergoing through, you know, the economic situation at the Kenya at the moment. You know, and if we don't arrest this thing as early as now, I tell you by next year, we won't be having something, a country called Kenya. And we have to be very serious about it. So when I see, I think Duke is a kid, maybe he's born 1992, 1993, you know, that's why he reasoned stupidly like this, you know. It's pain me to see a youth like you.
Order. Surely we are not going to entertain that kind of language. You need to be a bit civil, in as much as you are feeling aggrieved. Now I want to bring in Irene. Irene K. Unakaribishwa sana. Would like to have your contribution as a Kenyan. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, I had a good day. I was happy to see the
Hello.
president in Mombasa. Hello.
Karibu sana. Karibu.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. I had a good day. Yeah, okay. As I was saying, I was happy to see the president today. He was in good spirits. Maybe it means something good will happen. Okay, what has been disturbing me is those 15 polling stations. Did they find any mistakes, or? That was my first question. My second question is, okay, and the way those judges are talking, do you think they can prosecute Chebukati, or? Okay, to me, I think maybe they can order for a rerun, but I don't know. Will they prosecute Chebukati because of the way they are talking, and they've really asked some very hard questions? Hata nimeweza ku lose hopes. Or what do you guys think?
Asante sana K. Mute your mic. Nakaribisha sana. I want to invite okay, one thing we can tell you, Irene, is that prosecuting Chebukati is that is not the work of a Supreme Court. It is the work of the any criminal proceedings normally are start with the magistrate courts. So that the Supreme Court can only give guidance, but cannot prosecute Chebukati. I don't want to. I don't know why you are losing hope. Why are you losing hope? We are on the right track. Our lawyers are doing their thing, and so far so good. And as for the 15 polling stations that were being scrutinized, it is still ongoing. They are not done with that work, but so far we have a few polling stations, like one from Mombasa, where there was no Form 34A. The ballots are there, but you know, when you close the whole voting process and the counting process, you're supposed to keep a copy of that Form 34A inside the ballot box, and the one from Mombasa did not have one, so they didn't even know what they were tallying from. There was no point of reference, but they were counting the votes, and a few other discrepancies here and there. But we are yet to get the findings of those of what the scrutiny that has taken place in those 15 polling stations. And I want to urge people to stick to the Supreme Court report, because the Supreme Court has got its own team that is participating in that tallying and verification. And to avoid social media, because social media is very toxic, and either function will try to give us false information with regard to that scrutiny. So let us try and wait for the report from the Supreme Court team. That is where I think we can get a conclusive report. These other reports that a few influencers on social media are posting, some of them are paid up. They're paid up. You know, they're influencers who are aligned to UDA. UDA is many a times is relies on propaganda. So they have paid up influencers, and whatever they post has got some far-reaching effects because of their following. So let us stick to that Supreme Court team. Thank you. Maybe I can come to Mr. Kenya One. I've not given you a chance because you have been very radical, but now I want to bring you on board. I want to give you 3 minutes to give us what do you think?
Kenya One, we want
Go
to
ahead.
listen to you.
Unanisikia?
Yes, tunakusikia.
Yes,
Good.
go ahead.
Thanks for the Alex. By the way, before I even start this, I want Azimio to win because kuna issues zile we need to discuss. We need to separate emotions from reality. Alex, umesema hapo kuna issue na Kisumu and Homa Bay. Kuna issue na tallying and all that. Kuna differences between votes. Can you expand on that? Can you explain on that?
I want you guys to go to see how the voting pattern in Kisumu, in Homa Bay, and in Migori, whereby the women rep, the governor, the senator got more votes than Raila Amolo Odinga. And you know, Raila has been on the ballot 2007, 2013, and 2017. And it doesn't make any logical guesswork that somebody, especially, you see, we speak not even as Baba supporter. And Duke must know this. We are die-hard supporters of Baba. And for the record, I was born in Kisumu. I was raised in Kondele. And I know how Kisumu feels when they go to voting. It does not make any sense to me. And Iebc needs to explain this to me. How somebody can go and take a different paper, vote for a Anyang' Nyong'o, vote for a women rep, vote for even an MCA, and then he doesn't vote for Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. I want you to understand how these people are lying to us. They are lying that, oh, there is no disparities over here. Now, we can deal with ours at home, whereby you realize this is how they even stole the election from us. Now, I want to know, logically, can somebody go to vote and not vote in Kisumu, wacha hata Migori, in Kisumu, and they don't vote for Baba Raila Amolo Odinga? I want you to answer that question in your own head. And Duke is trying to lie to us here. Hello? Then why did that not happen in Eldoret? Why did somebody in Eldoret not come and vote for jamaa wa kifua anasema siasa tusiweke kwa roho and koti moja, but you realize that across Rift Valley everything was fine. People came, voted for the presidential, voted for the senator, voted for everything, but when it comes to Nyanza, people came and voted for the senator, the governor, but never voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. Does it make any logic to you?
Can I answer that?
Kenya One, that is what. Okay, go ahead.
That's fine. I do understand where you're coming from. We want Azimio to win this
1 minute.
case.
Hold on. Kenya One, hold on. You know, Kenya One, I want you to be very objective because I've been here long enough, and before Bernard left, I think you are taking the panelists and the people who are watching us for a ride.
No,
You know,
I'm not.
just in
You're
a few minutes,
assuming
you've
that,
just told us that
sir.
you want.
Sir, no.
No.
You're
Can I
assuming
finish?
that.
I'm the moderator. You know.
Thank you, but you're
I
assuming
am the
that.
moderator, so you either. Let me finish.
Thank you.
Kenya One, you are taking us for a ride because you came here and you told us that you neither support Azimio or UDA or Kenya Kwanza for that matter. Now you're coming and changing the story. I want you to be very focused and don't take us for granted. We are not
No, we're
waste
not.
time.
No, let's.
I want you to be objective.
Bob.
So when you are
let's-
submitting, you please be objective.
Bob, can I cut you short? You know, this is an open channel for everyone.
Proceed.
Thank you. This is an open channel for everyone to air their views, regardless of where they stand. And this is what Mutumbe is, yeah. And the questions that I'm asking is neither here or there. I've asked a question to Alex. Yeah, Alex has said in Kisumu, right, there was an issue, and I'm not denying that. Yeah, he has explained all that to me. Yeah, but what I'm trying to ask Alex is, during today's evidence, where Azimio had everything to produce, where was that evidence? Where did they present that to show that in Kisumu or Nyanza there was a 300,000 difference? Where was it? Can somebody answer that?
This is a talk show.
Now,
No,
Kenya One.
No,
sorry.
Can we?
Kenya One.
This question is.
I'm the one moderating. Kenya One. Listen, Kenya One. You know, the reason why I've asked you to be objective is one. Yesterday's proceedings, if you did not concentrate throughout the day, do not come to ask us for numbers. And the numbers that you're asking for is something, I mean, it's either you never watched the proceedings or you never listened. If you go to Julie Soweto's submission, she gave the differences in 40. She was prosecuting an affidavit where she gave a few examples, but they had 41 different polling stations where figures did not match. So if you come and ask us about numbers, then I would ask you to go back and watch the proceedings, then come back and give us something concrete. But you cannot come and ask for numbers if you clearly it shows that you did not watch what was going on in the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Furthermore, this is a talk show.
Sorry.
This is a talk show. And then what you're doing to us right now, Kenya One, is you come and tell us you're neutral, then you tell us you're Azimio. You're not making sense.
Bob.
So, Kenya One, first of all, you have to tell us where your alliance riding and answer the question you've been told right now. Forget about the evidence. You were told about that yesterday. Right now, tell us why in Wasingishu, everything is smooth. Bomet, everything is smooth. Kericho, everything is smooth. Kenya One, I have control. You cannot talk when I'm talking. Alafu Nyanza, the whole of Nyanza, from Homo Bay, Migori to Kisumu, Raila's numbers are lower than the senators, MCAs, and the rest. So if you answer that question before you tell me about evidence, tell me why Raila is not popular in Nyanza. Why is Raila not popular in Nyanza?
Can I speak? Because you keep on muting me. Right.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting.
Go ahead. Interrupting. It is my time to speak. I've been granted, and I'm asking a question to Alex. right? Bob, I live in UK. Today I spent 12 hours going through all the proceedings, right? Through all the proceedings, right? Bob, a question to you. You said, right, initially regarding the chair commissions, right? I want us not to be emotional about this because it is facts that will make us go through everything. It is facts, it's not emotions. Bob, before the judges retired, there's a few questions they asked the respondent one, which was, I think, was Orengo's team. Yeah, they asked, when did the IBC become dysfunctional? When? These are answers that they need to have on Monday, not on Friday, before they come back, right? I'm still going, you need to answer that because at some point you told us that there was an issue that you said regarding IEBC officials, and you went through the whole process. But the fundamental questions that we need to answer is, when did IEBC become dysfunctional? Going back to Alex, let's go back to the figures you said about Kisumu. Listen, I'm not here to I am somebody who wants Azimio to win. But the problem we have at the moment is there's holes everywhere in this.
You told me you're neutral.
I didn't tell you
So
anything about
keep
neutral.
wachana na jamaa proceed. Please give him
Yeah.
time to prosecute himself.
Exactly.
Even if we disagree, let us agree to disagree agreeably.
Exactly.
Allow this guy to prosecute, and that's why we have even kept Duke here. That's how we are divided in Kenya, in our own homes, and we must listen to you, but also you must listen to us. So we are giving you time, but also fanya haraka.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
keep on going around and around. Thank you.
Alex, you said that kulikuwa na issues Nyanza. Didn't you say that?
Yes, the voting pattern is suspecting in Nyanza this time around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where is that evidence? Hii tumekuwa hii Supreme Court leo, tumekuwa tukileta evidence. The only thing ile nilikuwa napata from your evidence ni Chebukati yako na issue. We are all agree Chebukati yako na issue. We all agree. But hiyo evidence umesema hapo Nyanza, and those are the things that will matter at the end of the day. Leo Supreme Court wame issue orders, orders to go and look at 15 ballot boxes, correct? And nikacheki Sifuna amesema kuna issues na hizo ballot boxes, 30 form A zina miss, ziko blank. Azimio, iko wapi evidence zetu za kusema hiyo story, hiyo story ya
tumesikia question yako, because you keep on going round. Your question is very simple, my friend. Is that you think we don't have the evidence, and probably you are not understanding the thought of line where we are prosecuting our case to. Remember, the number one thing we are doing in Supreme Court, because and I think you need to understand very carefully what we are doing in the Supreme Court.
Thank you.
This time, hold on. This time we did not go to the Supreme Court.
Can you mute, please? Kenya one, please mute. Kenya one, mute, please.
We did not go to the Supreme Court just so that we can cancel the elections. We want the election to be overturned. And we are focusing on one criminal called Chebukati. Today, we were prosecuting Chebukati, not the numbers. We want to put Chebukati as a criminal so that we can get him out of IEBC in case the court doesn't know what we are going to do. Okay, because the court might get to a point that maybe it doesn't know what to do. In case we go there, Chebukati ametolewa na tumepeleka yeye museum vile tunataka, first of all. So the issue is not about the numbers. The issue is to tell Kenyans that a man was given 40 billion and he has bungled on the election. Whether it is from UDA or our side, we all agree that Chebukati was not effective in this election. So we are prosecuting Chebukati today before we go ahead. So you are asking us for numbers, but the issue is not numbers. We want to get Chebukati, first of all, as a criminal. And you saw what was happening in court. So I don't know why you're asking about numbers, but if it's numbers, I can bring 3 people who can prosecute that, because it seems your state of mind is not understanding already what I am saying, because I've already answered you that. Duke, I can see your hand up. You know, Duke, let me ask you first.
Alex.
No, just, that's not true. You are trying to mislead us. First of all, we know that the
You
Supreme
guys
Court
have
does
turned
not
this
have
place
a
into a marketplace.
jurisdiction to.
No, hold on, Duke. Duke, hold on. You guys have turned this place into a marketplace. Are you asking a question? What do you want? You will have to raise up your hand, and then we give you an opportunity to ask a question.
Yes, what I was saying is.
Alex has not finished.
Kenya One, you are extreme. I'll get you out of this studio because you don't want to go by the rules. Go ahead, Duke.
I wanted to counter Alex because that's not true. When he's trying to say that we are going, the main aim of going to court is about Chebukati, that's actually misleading us, because even Poppy have stated here that the Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to do criminal investigation about Chebukati. Even if you listened very well to the questions when the Supreme Court was crossing today, that question was there. There somebody asked about how can we go about that, or which procedures or provision in the Constitution will we use. So the Supreme Court does not have any jurisdiction to criminally investigate or say that Chebukati is not qualified or is a criminal. It's actually determining the presidential. It's a presidential petition whether the election was done in fair, verifiable way. So, Alex, you are trying to mislead us.
I don't know then when we are trying to prosecute Chebukati, if the election was done right or wrong. We have a divided commission. Duke, do we agree there?
Yes, we agree.
And is the commission agreeing that he made a mistake? The majority of them disagreed with him.
That is debatable because some provisions of the Constitution gives Chebukati a mandate as a person and states where the issue of commissioners and
Duke, you are not answering the question. Duke, I'm asking you a simple question. Did the majority of the people say that? The majority of the commissioners say that he was wrong and the figures that he's giving us are not the right one. When they went to Serena, how did they disagree with him?
Just say yes or no, Duke. Just answer that question straight away.
You know, Alex. You cannot work from the answer to the question. What are you trying to say? Because it's true, there are 4 commissioners are against. Yes, 4 commissioners are against Chebukati. That's true. But does that hold any water? No, constitutional. If you go, for instance, Article 138. 3C.
No, Duke. Answer the question.
So it's
Duke,
based
answer
on
the question. Are the 4 commissioners against the numbers that Chebukati announced?
Yes.
Now, when he announced the numbers that the other commissioners deemed not to respect, the question is this: where did he get the numbers from? Because the work of the commissioners, that's why we moved from ECK, whereby we used to have a chairman who had the prerogative to do anything that he could. But this time around, we said we need 7 commissioners, and the reason there are 7 is to have a tiebreaker, so that we don't have a situation whereby they can tie. So if the majority of the commissioners have said they don't agree with Chebukati, so the question is, where did Chebukati get the numbers? And secondly, is that not a reason Chebukati is a criminal?
In what I can respond is this: 1, yes, 4 commissioners are against Chebukati, and we have 7 commissioners within the IPC. However, there is clear guidance on where commissioners have to vote. When it comes to counting or declaration of the results, the commissioners are not supposed to vote. So we cannot cast our votes as Kenyans, and then we have individuals who will vote whether to announce our results or not. That's not the provisions of the Constitution. So when it comes to administration issues, procurement issues, yes, they have a say, they can do that. But when it comes to the tallying and the votes which we cast, Chebukati is specifically given that mandate, and what he can use is actually numbers from 34A. So does Chebukati get the numbers from the 4 commissioners? No, from 34As, from the polling stations across Kenya, where Kenyans casted their votes. The votes were counted, and others were electronically transmitted, and others were physically available to the Thomas of Kenya. So that is the issue, and I can give specific articles of the Constitution. That's at Article 138, Part 3C, and 138.10. Read them; they are very clear on what Chebukati has to do.
And I think Duke here is misleading us, because what Duke is trying to say is that the Supreme Court is only going to determine who won the election. And the reason they must determine is for us to prove that Chebukati had wrong figures. So how can we determine Chebukati had wrong figures without incriminating him? And that is why Duke is lying to us. Don't joke with our intelligence.
No, that's not true. First of all, the Supreme Court will determine whether the process was fair and verifiable. They are not trying to. That's what they are trying to determine. Number 2, IPC's fraud. For instance, it has like over 50,000 workers. What if we have maybe workers, some 10,000 workers who made a mistake? Remember, we have like presiding officers, returning officers across Kenya. We have an electronic system. Chebukati is not even an IT expert. So if that system fails, not because of Chebukati, because of the company which was procured by all the commissioners failed, then he cannot be a criminal. So you have to understand IPC as an organization with thousands of workers spread across Kenya. Some of them not honest, others honest. So anything which happened, for instance, if you are a CEO of a given company with 1,000 workers, then you cannot be a criminal if there is a mistake made by one worker somewhere. So you have to understand that.
Thank you very much, Duke. Duke, I want to ask you a question. And be very brief in your answer, because I want to proceed and give an opportunity to somebody else to contribute. Duke, did you follow the proceedings? And if you did you listen to a gentleman by the name Paul Nyamodi? Because you seem to want to defend Chebukati, but Nyamodi was very categorical in his call it when he was prosecuting his case, and Chebukati, and let me address myself to Nyamodi and Feroz Nerji, because they actually explained the same thing. You know, the fact that Kenyans are not very well conversant with the provisions of the law, it should not, Chebukati should not misuse that position, because in essence, Chebukati has been operating illegally. He has allocated himself powers, even gazetted himself as a presidential returning officer, something that is not even there in the constitution. He has given himself enormous powers, where he is the one who wants to tally and verify and announce. That tallying and verification is to be done by the commission. But when it comes to replying, in his replying affidavit, he now brings in the word commission, so that he covers himself from what he has been doing wrong. So, Duke, if you listen to Nyamodi and Feroz Norji, you realize that Chebukati is violated the constitution, number one. He violated provisions of the Election Act, and is like a serial breaker of the law. And this escaped so many times, and more so, even in addition to that, if you also listened to the famous Piki Pomki guy called Willis, Otieno Willis, you know, Chebukati all along, he came on national television, and he told us that they had engaged KPMG to give us and to do an audit of the register. And despite having received an audit report, Chebukati played hide and seek for quite some time, until the media or the media had to pin him down one time and ask him, where is this report? Why can't you make this report public? And Chebukati has played hide and seek until it has come to this. Now, in that audit report, if you listen to the advocate Otieno Willis, he clearly explained how, and he was precise, because I think he had the report himself, and he has put it as an annexure in one of the affidavits of the, I think he's representing Caliph and Caliph. Yeah, and in that report, the recommendations of the KPMG, Chebukati never addressed those recommendations. He still led us into an election with all those issues that were meant to be addressed. And clearly, and KPMG also mentioned that despite the fact that they were contracted by Iebc, they kept on asking for the register. They kept on asking for so many other things so that they could do a proper audit. But even the Chebukati played hide and seek, and even gave them the register, I think, in 4 days to the deadline of when he was supposed to gazette it. So, Duke, sometimes, you know, we try to defend Chebukati, and you have been very consistent in defending the wrong. I don't know why you choose to be on the wrong side of history. You have defended William Ruto since we began the campaigns. Right now, you're defending Chebukati, and I want to bring you up to speed with all that has was spoken yesterday. I want to conclude, then I can bring in Mark. With all that was said yesterday in the Supreme Court, I want to take you back to, I think, was it over the weekend or a few days ago? The same deputy president that you have been defending, somewhere in Bungoma, after a church service, or was it when the church service was on? He addressed people there, and you know what the deputy president told us, or can I give him the name president-elect? The deputy president told us that IEBC has set standards on how to conduct elections. And I want to believe that either something is very wrong with him, because if that is the kind of standard that the deputy president wants, I mean, is giving us Kenyans, that IEBC has done an exemplary job and they have set standards on how to conduct elections for the world to see. That statement, I think, it was something else, because with all we have had at the Supreme Court, I don't know whether it was the right thing to say. But I'm sure Duke, like the Duke Mariba, you will defend him on such things. So sometimes Duke try to defend some things which are impossible and shameful to say. Unless you have anything to say for 30 seconds, I want to give that opportunity to keep 30 seconds, and then we go to Joshua Mark. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. You see, all what was raised today at the Supreme Court, what I can say, they are allegations. That's why there are judges waiting to make determinations. So I cannot just conclude from the allegations. So we wait for the judgment of the Supreme Court. However, what I can add is that you see, you are trying to talk about the act, the Elections Act and the Constitution, but I'm also using the specific Constitution acts. Actually, there are actually two specific Constitution acts which talks about the role of Chebukati and the Commission, but the ASMEO petitioners are actually misusing it or misquoting it. They are substituting the word commission with the commissioners. So when you are talking about the commission, we are talking about the organization which entails more than 6,000 workers. So it states that the commission, that's the IEBC, should verify and tally. And actually that was done by the commission. So the 7 commissioners were not trained to verify and tally. So it's about the commission, not the commissioners. And there's a difference between the two.
Duke wind up.
Yes, I'm done.
Keep 30 seconds. Then we go to Joshua Mark.
No, I want to cleanse the palate. There's a lot of mambo mingi niko na video about 9 minutes. I think we discussed that. This is at the end of the proceedings last evening. If you can allow me, it's up to you, Bob. I think it's time we cleanse the palate. What do you think?
Yeah. Why don't you play the 4.5 minutes, and then after maybe one panelist will give it the last 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do that. If it's interesting enough, I'll see in the background you raise your hand and you tell me stop. I think that would be best.
Okay.
Yeah, you tell me when to stop, yeah? Because it's your show today. Aya,
Okay, thank you.
Dakika moja, watu wangu wa Kenya. Duke, leo umekasirisha watu sana. But it's okay. We still like you.
Still an issue arising out of the scrutiny. I am told I would like my learned junior to explain, because he's the one covering the technical issue of the scrutiny.
Good evening, my lady, the Chief Justice and the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court. My name is Eric Gumbo. We've had interaction with my colleagues who are handling the scrutiny, and they give us the indication that there's been very good progress so far. But there's one specific issue which they would want to get clarification from this court on, that arises from order number 2. Specifically, the use of the word forensic image. Now, the applicants appear to be interpreting that to mean an opportunity to get the image of the entire server. Now, that is causing a bit of a concern, because then it means if they have the image of a server, technically they'll have gotten access to everything that certainly is contained in that server. It means that that order will be so far-reaching that after that event, it may not be possible for the Iebc to use that server again. It then particularly concerns the Commission, because if perchance there was an order for a repeat election and you don't have that infrastructure, it then means that that election may not be conducted. The other concern is the potential breaches that might be in relation to third-party licenses that are contained, and so therefore it really is important that we get clarity on that question so that then the exercise can proceed smoothly. I am most obliged.
Yes, with your permission, Madam Chief Justice, ladies, I raise because after we broke off over lunchtime, I personally went to the Iebc offices, 21st floor, where the exercise was going on. And I'm sorry, but I don't think what my learned friend has said is exactly what was going on. First, the team that was sent by this court to supervise did come up with what was an implementation matrix and laid it out. I think this was done yesterday. And what I learned is the biggest problem that has been going the whole day are arguments about this implementation matrix. And as by the time I left at 3 o'clock, nothing had happened. And even some of the simplest issues as giving copies of the technology system security policy had not happened. So what I met is an argument between technical computer people about what they should comply or not comply with, about what forensically, for instance, the issue of the forensic image is not correct that the demand was for an image of the entire server. In fact, what I meant had been agreed on was that the part of the server that was supposed to be forensically imaged was going to be cloned so that there's no access to and that had also been agreed on. But when it came to implementing it, there were always new arguments. And in my estimation, what I found is that there is nobody at Iebc who this order is directed at, who is responsible for ensuring that these matters are done. I went, the CEO of Iebc was there, the director of ICT was there, there were 2 or 3 lawyers from Iebc and a host of other technical people, and all that was happening was arguments happening between one team and another team. The CEO says this, but he doesn't talk, so other tech people come, argue with the people from the political parties. That is the confusion that is going on. And therefore, unless this court addresses its order at a specific person, who then can come in case there is doubt as to what these terms mean, can themselves come for clarification, then that confusion will go on. But either way, we did try to sort out the problems that were there. I left at about 4 o'clock, the process now starting. The advice I give to the team is, let us first see what happens in the several hours, and then they will say what is it they are not getting, and we can report that to court. I will be going there after this to find out how far that has gone. I still feel very strongly that this court needs to make somebody from IEBC responsible for the implementation of this order. Thank you.
My lady, my lord, sorry. Without appearing to belabor the point, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, being given an example of one of the issues that arose is because there's also an argument going on as to how many servers are involved. There was talk of only accessing one server, then there's a whole range of technical arguments as to how many servers are involved in an RTS and how many should be shown. Team is saying that there are about 8 servers involved, that they've only gotten access to one, that they're not getting access to the other 7. There's nobody at IEBC who takes responsibility to answer that question, so nothing gets done. Thank you.
Sorry, my lady. Sorry, my lady and my ladies and my lords. Without appearing to want to belabor that point too much, I think when we got back after the short break that the court took, Justice Lenola did indicate that there was fairly good progress in all the fronts, both in For Other House and in Anniversary. So it certainly cannot be true what counsel is saying, that there has not been progress, because then that would impute that counsel is even saying that the court is not saying what is happening. We have gotten very clear indications that there's been, there are 4 compliance items that were raised. There were 4 compliance items that were raised. Out of those 4, item number 2 has been resolved, item number 3 has been resolved, item number 4 has been resolved. That is the current update that we are getting from our team. The only item that is outstanding is the question of forensic image. And I think there's substantially good progress. It is not accurate to report that there's no progress. We have our director of ICT who's personally taking charge there and is the one who's updating us on what is happening. I think if we could get a clarification in relation to what that forensic image is, then we will be able to complete the exercise. I'm most obliged.
Thank you, Council. I think from what we understood when we took the break for lunch and when we came back, the issue of order number 2 had been resolved by the question of cloning as opposed to the security question of forensically imaging the server. So what we gathered, and that's what I said when we came from lunch, was that there is progress. Let us revisit it later today after we leave here. But as far as we were concerned, the resolution was that they'll do some cloning, and then any concerns that this team would have would then be presented to us tomorrow, having also gotten a report from our team. But at the time we came, there was good progress, and that's what Mr. Gumbo is saying, so far as we knew from our team out there. So perhaps, CJ, the way to go, let us go back ourselves, perhaps get a report from our team, and should there be any need for a direction tonight, we could do that remotely. And if not, then we give a report in the morning, because we gathered that the progress was immense and that something would be perhaps actually finalized tonight. I think that's the best way to go, instead of us going back and forth. And we don't have a report from our team. So would you allow us to do that? Then we come back to you. Thank you, CJ.
The palette has been cleansed. Roba. No, naficha vitu. I thought that was long, but quite important that we watched that. They are hiding the servers. So tutaenda na hiyo, and Duke uta relax kidogo. Wacha Roba drive hiyo, umeongea sana.
Now, Joshua Mark, karibu sana.
Asante sana Papa Keith, Duke, Samson, Ati, no, anyone. In fact, I watched the proceeding, and it was well, but I'm just worried with the with this back and forth of the opening of the server. I don't see if there's something good is going to come out of this. Because already this is what they did in 2017, and now they are repeating it. But I'm sensing danger with Lenaola. Lenaola is a bit trying to defend IBC. The way Lenaola is behaving, the character is behaving, I don't know. It's me who's seeing it, but Naona Kama is trying to defend IBC because he started it. The issue that they refused to open the server started around this, after lunch. And he told Orengo that everything's okay. And then he was still late again around 5. He told Orengo that to wait until tomorrow. But now I'm seeing this just back and forth. And I'm telling you by tomorrow, which is today, I don't see something good coming out of this. So I don't know why they're adding. You know, sometimes we tend to believe in courts. But if courts are toothless dog, because if court has given instruction that something has to be done, then why don't they just use their authority to instruct IEBC to open the server? And if they cannot open the server, then there's no case there. They just have to stop the case because that is an order that they need to open IEBC. They need to open the server. But now you're seeing they start back and forth. I don't know why. And this is exactly what happened in 2017. And they went court-free like that. They went like that, and I don't know why court did take an action, because, you know, when you disobey the court order, they must take an action. Because if it was just a normal human being, any other citizen, if you obey a court order, there's an action that is going to take against you. So I'm worried why, if court, like 2017, they disobey the court order, they went like that. And now I'm also seeing the same thing happening. So to me, I'm worried that however much the Azimio team is trying to push for opening of the server, I don't see anything coming out of this. We sometimes agitate citizens. You know, this issue has really injured so many people. This election has affected so many people. So that when you're watching and you're seeing something like this, you get more and more agitated. So let's hope that tomorrow is something going to happen. But to me, I don't see anything like opening a server. IBC going to open the server. But I watched the evidence, though Duke is saying that the allegation, I don't know. You know, evidence put before court, and then you're saying that those are just allegations. So sometimes, Duke, I don't know, sometimes you tend to defend even what's not supposed to be defended. Because the evidence that were brought before the court yesterday, and you could see the way they were articulating the issues, each and every lawyer, the way he was articulating his issues, you realize that there was a big mess with the electoral system. You know, sometimes we don't have to defend what is wrong, because at the end of it, this is our country. If this country banned, all of us are going to ban. So, however much we are in different political angle, but when something's wrong, you don't have to defend the way Duke. Sometimes I normally wonder with the way you defend this thing. And there's a day I ask you, are you really a Kenyan or a Somalian? You know, sometimes we always kuwa ni Msomali na tungana na Msomali. Wewe kupigana na Msomali na mtu ni Somali, kumbe yeye anakuja bado turuga na ile Msomali. Said that even if this country ban, yeah, taruka border and another Somali. Because if our electoral system are filthy, at the end of it, if this country ban, all of us are going to ban. But if what the evidence that has brought before court, I saw it yesterday, kama kweli ni that's how our electoral system are, then we don't have to do an election. And the way the Piki Pong came, the way he was talking, and exactly that's what's happening.
Wind up. John Mark,
jaribu kutamatisha.
Na wacha kuengage Duke bana. Duke will have to wait for a full round. So malizana.
Oh, namaliza. Now, I'm just saying that if our electoral system inakaa namna hiyo, then there's no even a single day that any Kenyan should wake up in the morning to go and get a queue, and then at the end of it, in the evening, somebody just given a certificate like that. Ruto was given a certificate free of charge. I don't know even if he bought it, but Piki Pong said that, and I remember Tuju said that Gulie and Bulu went to his house, and he said that they are auctioneers. And exactly our electoral system, the highest bidder, they anapewa certificate. So there is no need of us going to vote. 2027, in any case, I've been saying, in any case, Ruto escaped with this certificate and presidency. 2027, tumwachie apige kura, achukue urais. 2032, akipenda apatie Gachagua. Gachagua aende nayo pia. 2042, Gachagua akipenda arudishie mtoto wa Ruto. We don't have, because we cannot be in a country where our electoral system is conducted as if somebody is operating in his own house. So to me, I'm very much pissed off with our electoral system. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Mato, anataka kukuomba uchukue usukani kidogo tafadhali. Martin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Lakini kabla uniache nichukue usukani, sugiacha tu hata nipeane hizi points, because unajua mimi nikichukua na nyamaza kidogo naanza kuweka watu on their point, tuende kitu mzuri. Can I do that with your indulgence while you're still here?
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all this channel. I always watch it. I mean, hata kama siko area, I'm always back there just watching and listening to everything. I appreciate everybody that comes over here. And this is our country that we are fighting for. Samahani, mtaongea tu kizungu for now, mtaniachia tafadhali tu hivyo. There's a couple of things that I wanted to say. Duke, sometimes when you come here, just have a conversation and not a whole hour that we do, but I don't want to indulge you right now. You will wait for your time, because sometimes it just deteriorates when you come here. It becomes an argument rather than a conversation. This is a TV station that is being listened everywhere. Write your points down, come and tell us what you want to say when your time comes, so that it doesn't just become where people come in and then they get out. I mean, umekuwa hapa weni veteran hapa, heshimu pia channel kidogo, isikue tu ni is just a back and forth kitu ya, you know, back and forth. And I'm so sorry to go hard for you on that, but that's how I feel. Sometimes when you come, it's just 2 hours, same thing. Watu wanasahau, wengine wanaenda kulala. So just come with your points. It's okay, we respect you and everything. I don't want to rebind on that one. Also, I want to tell people that there's something we've been saying here for the people that have been listening to us. We've been saying that this is a very good momentous time of our country. It's very needed and has been needed. We need it very well. It was supposed to happen this so that our country can move on. And I'll give you my backup on that. There's something called precedence after you make a constitution. And today we have 8 petitions, okay? We have a precedence of, if you realize, there's the guy that came up for the prisoners and the special needs people not being allowed, and also the Iebc workers. And they say that these people never ever work. And he gave a number of 700,000 people, and he said that's not a given number. That's a number that we can just speculate. Why are these people not being allowed to vote? If they were to vote, they could change the whole dynamic of everything. And Iebc, other than the the presidents of what cases have been there, either Mainakiai, I think he gave a lot, 3 of them. He said, if IEBC has never tried to facilitate anyone to go vote, kama uko na special needs, or you are a prisoner, or there is something special for you, inakuwaga ni watu wenyu. But according to the Constitution, Section 92, I think it's 93 or 92, I stand corrected on that one. Everyone, special or not special, you're supposed to vote. So where is this number going? But okay, now you go back and ask yourself, why is he bringing this petition in a petition that is about Raila and Ruto? Why is he bringing up this story? It's because it's a precedent just about to be made to be added on the Constitution. Like somebody said here, rightfully, yes, the Supreme Court might not have the power to jail you, but they have the power to waseme unafaa kujailiwa ama unafaa kuwa prosecuted by a lower court. But again, the only court in a country that can actually put something on the Constitution or amend is the Supreme Court. What is said goes to the Constitution. Why do you think so many people are coming in to be people petitioners or to be included into it? Because mtu kama huyo is not worried about what happened this year. Is that when the judgment is being made and it's going to be written in our Constitution and cemented there, that is something that is going to be there, that the unajua tunasemanga hapa hivi, tutaenda tuchukue mabasi, let's activate, let's do, tutachukua hata watu wagonjwa na watu wako jela, and ule mwingine alisema pia watu wa jela tutawapeleka kwenda kunini. I don't think he understands what he was saying. But truthfully, yes, as Kenyans, they have a right to vote. Now, what does that case do with what is happening right now? Totally nothing. But is when the judgment comes, then it comes to the Supreme Court, to the Constitution, that if you're sick, you are allowed to vote. Either uletewe kuja kuvote hapo kwa bed yako, or whatever it is. Kama uko mfungwa pia, you are allowed to vote, so that every Kenyan can exercise their rightful right of what they need to do, kiwa mzee or whatever. I'm going to finish quick, Big Papa. There was, and I want these guys of UDA to tell us, why is it that we are finding blank papers which they are supposed to be formed, I think 34 Bs inside of, ballot boxes, which you're supposed to put a copy in there, and then when the where are we getting, some weird, boxes? It's something that we have to really look at, the bandit economy that we run and the bandit society that we run. System ya majambazi. Why is it that systems are not followed? There is, and then those are the clarifications that most of these guys that are coming in that really want to have in this ruling, so that it goes to the Constitution. The only way you can take anything to the Constitution by the Supreme Court. And that's why this time is a very monumental time. Listen, it doesn't matter who's going to be winner. They probably even know who's going to win. And that's why they're asking, some of them are asking, so now if you, like, Deputy CJ asked, now if you're telling us to jail, or you're one of your, whatever you're asking is to jail Chebukati. So then what happens then if we decide to go for another election? But again, the government is not asleep. Just after elections, the deputy chair of Iebc got gazetted. She can run elections. Okay? She is gazetted now. So, and the reason you have a deputy is because should anything happen to the chair, that will not mean that we cannot have an election in our country. It means, and when you say anything to happen to our chair, it means anything, akuwe na homa aezi, or even being found criminally liable of something. Akienda gonge mtu pale na gari, ama ende uwe mtu, mtasema sasa tutakuwa na elections. That's why they put those mitigations out there. But it's our Constitution because our constitution has a lot of lacuna, and these are the things that actually come back and change our constitution to actually get where we are. And that's why we are talking about the minor Kiai case and everything, and is making a precedence. So this is a precedence to come. We might even actually, you might be surprised. Everybody knows who's going to be the president, but we need that case so that our country can grow, and especially when it's going to be an international community hub. So it's a good case for Kenyans. We should be happy about it. Whoever is gonna end up being the president after that, still this case will be a monumental thing that was gonna help our country from now and forever. And then this thing of Sava, yes, they had brought a case of saying Orengo tried to say that thing before they went for the first break. But again, yes, they're trying not to open the server because they know what is happening there. They've given them one. They're saying that there's rights, a contractor's rights and all that. But they were given something. They were told, clone it. Cloning. Any IT guy, if Kip was here, would tell you, you can clone it, but you still get everything that you wanted to get from that server. We are not going for read-only. Read-only, anybody can see that. We want to see exactly when the numbers came, how they came, and what it is, and we want to see everything. This is not a good case for the UDA guys. But anyways, Kinaduke and the UDA guys listening to us, you guys have your day tomorrow. Entertainers, let's see what you got. Anyways, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, Big Papa, I'm so sorry. I might have taken a lot of time, but I'm sorry. It's okay if you want to keep on going or however you want me to do. I was just getting burnt by that and Duke, and I could see a lot of people, I think the conversation, I just wanted to come and say that ijulikane tu iende hivyo so that we clarify some things that we also follow. Thank you, Big Papa, for Mombasa. I have not told you personally.
Thank you, Martin. I want to go to Sam. Sam, you've been here for quite some time. We've not given you an opportunity. Then we can go to Major Generali. Then to, is it Sabrina? In that sequence. Otherwise, let me just give it to Richie. Richie, you can take over. Karibu sana. Tulikuwa na Samson alafu Major Generali na Sabrina ndio walikuwa ja contribute, then we can start all over again. Lakini Makiadi unakaribishwa, unaonekana fresh hivi, unaona ni kama umetoka Supreme Court, sijui ulikuwa wapi? Ama wewe pia ulikuwa natoa jasho kama wengine wa piki ponki. Karibu sana.
Sijui kama unanisikia? Am I clear?
Nakusikia, karibu.
Oh, safi. Thank you, Bob Papa.
Yeah, you're very clear.
Asante kwa kushikilia studio. I think let me just hold back for a minute. I give the panelists a minute to speak, and then I can make my remarks later. Samson, Ni Samson umesema?
Yeah, Samson. Yeah.
Aya, karibu. Unmute your microphone.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me clearly? Hello?
Endelea,
Can I be heard?
tunakusikia.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that actually I'm in Kenya and Kenyans are not happy. Let me just say, not say Kenyans, but most Kenyans are not happy. First of all, I start by saying that our court has been very soft. Like, let me just not go to 2017, but like today, a court gives an order, and then they're being told that we can't access something. Then they just go very soft, like, we are still waiting for a report to be given, and someone is already doing something. Something is not happening already in place. Another thing I would like to answer. Actually, I started the show a bit earlier. I was not online. I was not streaming live, but I started it earlier. Kindly, may you allow me to, Bob, may you allow me to answer some questions that were being raised. first of all, someone said that we don't have any proof that there were some votes that were reduced and there were some issues in the ballot papers. To answer that question, Azimio team made a request, and actually they were granted. The request was granted, and that's why they were allowed to go and access 15 ballot papers first, which they found some papers had some issues. I mean, the ballot papers had some issues. And then also they made some requests, and currently they're going to check 41 ballot papers. I think you've seen that one online. So it won't be 15. They're going to check 41 ballot papers. I mean 41 boxes. And then also I want to answer another question about PDF and the JPEG question that has been raised here. So that one I'm going to check. I'm going to look for somebody who maybe was at the polling stations, and I'm going to ask them whether while they're taking the images, were there a place where they were choosing the formats. But as per what I know, if that system was very secure, they're supposed to send the images in JPEG, because JPEG is what you can find electronic footprints. PDF can be modified and can never and won't leave behind electronic footprints. So when the system is very secure, it should be taking images in JPEG by default, not in PDF. So actually, whether there was a place where they were choosing PDF format or JPEG, that I shall confirm with some people tomorrow. I will come back to stream live. And what I'd like to say is that this is not a matter of jokes. Kenyans are sad, and I'm sure that if this thing will go opposite side, I'm very, very sure if there will be a next election, you will see cannot be like 20%. I'm very sure of that. So we just pray that things goes on well, and court should not be very soft. Court is very soft, and you hear that right now they're telling us about, they cannot do anything to Chebukati. I don't know this. Some things, I don't know, it is about the law, yes, but sometimes just need to walk straight and hit something hard so that someone can learn a lesson. I think that's all I have for now because of the time. Thank you.
Asante sana, Samson. Let me move on to Sabrina. Sabrina, are you there? We can see your face, tafadhali.
Yes.
We want to see your
Hi,
face.
how are you guys?
We want to see your face.
Can you hear me?
We want to see who is speaking.
Hi.
Sawa sawa.
How are you?
Salama sana, endelea.
So I'm joining from North America. Kwanza nataka kusema I'm a big fan of this show. Second, I'm a big fan of, you guys are doing an amazing job. I'm a big fan of Azimio. Ever since, Baba lost this, I don't think I have recovered. But anyway, I just want to say one or two things. I want to say that let's respect the difference of opinion, right? For Duke and I guess Kenya won. Let's also respect their views, their opinions. Let's not just attack other people because they're different from what we're thinking of, Second thing, I want to talk about the Supreme Court. I've been following here and there, and I feel like apart from Okia Omtata's petition, I haven't really seen a concrete evidence where someone says, maybe James Orengo says, my lords, this is this, and this is the evidence, and nobody can dispute that. So I think I've seen Okia Omtata with his numbers where he was talking about 65%, where Chebukati was declaring, and then he later came and said 64%. That's a concrete evidence. Other than that, I haven't seen anything that is very strong from the Azimio team. I think they need to pull up their socks. I think they need to come together and really think about the way to go forward, because I feel like some judges are really attacking them. I feel like Leneola, and who's the other judge? Wanjala was really hard on them too. So if you have something strong, like, I think this is the time to come up and say it. I truly believe that Baba alishinda na kanyang'anywa, you know. And I'm thinking also Ruto is not, and I'm sorry to say this, but I'm also thinking the Kenya Kwanza team are not just sleeping. They're obviously doing something background, you know, to make sure that there's nothing that these servers, people can find from these servers. So I think Azimio need to do more. Other than that, thank you.
Asante sana Sabrina. I would have wished to give you more time to make your maiden speech. Unfortunately, you hid yourself. But it is okay. We have listened to what you have to say. Na karibu sana. We always appreciate a new addition to the panel. So I would want to move to Major Generali. I think you're the next one. Kenya 1 nilisikia kiongea, Joshua Mark nimekuona ukiongea. So let me move to Major Generali kwanza.
Kwanza hamjambo nyote. Hope everyone is okay or is in a good state. Okay, I've been following up on this case today, the whole yesterday, sorry, because here now I've crossed the day. And this, just the way Jack, is it the guy by the name Joshua Mark and Sabrina have just talked about. This Lenaola and Smoking Wanjala, I'm really worried about these two judges because the way they are talking is just like they are counter-attacking. And about the servers, Lenaola is trying like to postpone everything. So I don't know if he's okay or maybe he's just trying to tell them we know about everything, because he was answering to our lawyer James Orengo, telling him that we are aware about everything, so just wait until tomorrow morning, then submit this to us again. Then we'll see what to do. So I don't know if he's buying time or what is happening. But let's hope for the best. By tomorrow, the servers will talk louder. And also, at least we have some evidence that have been found today by scrutinizing the ballot papers. And those are some things that are coming up. And by tomorrow afternoon, they'll all be finished. So we'll know everything that is going on. So that's what I can submit for now. Thank you, Mr. Richie Makiari. Back to you.
Yeah, Asante Generali. I don't know if you are aware that the servers are open now. I mean, they.
Not
yeah, they got access. In fact, what Lenaola was trying to say is that if they need any more clarification, the judges were ready to do that remotely. I think that was the last statement that he made. So far, I think they should have access to whatever they were demanding, unless I stand corrected. But other than that, I think I would want to welcome Collins. Let's keep it brief, ndio at least kila mtu aongee. Collins, karibu.
Good evening, everybody, and good morning, wherever you are. You told us today to give our views on how the petition went or the Supreme Court sessions went. I hope you're hearing me, right? Okay. I'm so happy with what happened in the Supreme Court. Today was the day of petitioners. It was not the day of the respondents. And that's why you find it was a bit ambiguous on how the Iebc commissioners and Iebc commission were represented by two people, the two law firms. So they were a bit confused on who represents the commission and who represents the commissioners. On the part of Azimio side, somebody may say that they did not have evidence, but a person who was keen enough could see how they were so nice and so scathingly trying to paralyze. You know, when you want to kill a rhino, you don't go straight to beat it. You start by paralyzing it. And the terms of paralysis was try to be using a way in which you cannot, because the Kenya Kwanza team has a whole night of doing response. So you cannot go throwing things and you are all arsenals in the same direction. The main thing of today, there was about the election was not free and fair. That was the first thing that Azimio and the whole team was supposed to prove. The election was not free and fair. The second thing is the commission was not in order. They did not stay in togetherness to run the election. They did not run as a unit. So they were trying to prove that. The other thing was there any interference with the election? Those are the three issues that they were trying to prove, which Julie Soweto did very well by giving us examples of two people. There was somebody called Anol Oginga, who did a sample of 25 polling stations in counties like Nyandarua, counties like Nairobi, Baringo, and I think Mombasa. He did in 15 counties. So this person tried to make sure that he understood if there was a problem with the distribution of votes, which Julie Soweto proved that there was addition and subtraction of various number of votes at each and different level. Was there interference? Yes. That was proven by Philip Murgo, who proved and gave two names. One of the names was somebody called Kinisu, who had more than 10 access, more than 1,000 access to the media, to the Iebc servers. Whatever he was doing there, the Philip Murgo team tried to put across. Opening of the polling stations. Already we have a case in Mombasa where the polling station was opened in Majengo. There is one polling station that was found to be having unstamped form 34A, because the question was there a problem with relaying of results from the polling stations, which I think is coming handy to be yes, because one of the instruments used in declaring the presidential election is Form 34A. It must have security features. Some of the forms do not have the stamp of the IEBC. That means it was not the official form. There is a polling station which do not have Form 34A. So we are still asking, what did they use to declare the results? There is a Form 34A that is well stamped but not filled in Majengo. It is stamped, not filled. So we are still asking, how did they know the figures, or what did they use to know the figures that they sent to Nairobi? There is another polling station in Mombasa still that has all the features, but there are two forms. There are two forms and they are all inside. There is another polling station that was found to have all the governors, some governors' vote ballots mixed together with the president's ballots. So what they counted, was there something called scrutinization of the voter, the ballots? before counting, or were they counted together? So today was only that. Tomorrow we will see now the rebuttal from the Iebc and the Ruto team and any other team that supports Ruto. So that's when now they will cross-examine the petitioners. You said this and this. We have the figures and we have the proofs that we did the election according to the law. Is there anything that you think we did here that is not factual? That is when the Orengo team will produce now their figures that the figure you are saying is wrong. The one we have is this. You cannot produce your figure before the originator of the figure produce the figures. The origin of the figures is the Iebc. They should produce their figures first, is when you produce yours to counter them. You can't start by producing the figures before you, because you'll be asked, where did you get your figures? Produce the figures, then we counter with ours. I think I will stop it at that.
Thank you, Collins. Let me just ask you a question before we move to Irene. When you talk about the counting of ballot papers that was happening in Mombasa, was that polling station gazetted?
Yeah, but polling station is one of the 15 polling stations that were supposed to be checked. So it's gazetted.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarification. Irene. Unmute your mic. Can you hear us?
Okay, I'm having network issue. Let me solve it.
Aya, sawa basi, but we can hear you. Ni sawa. Okay. Let me ask you, panelists, now that everybody has spoken, I want to bring this issue here. And I think this issue was asked by one of the judges. How does the postponement of Kakamega and Mombasa election affect the results of the presidential election? Anybody wants to jump in? Yes, Duke.
It can affect, or it may not affect. It depends on who the voters like most. For instance, if there is somebody who likes the governor more or the parliamentarian more than the president, and that the motivation is that the motivation which makes that person to go and vote is maybe the governor of Mombasa, for instance, but he has known that that governor is not going to be there, then he decides not to go and vote. So meaning, but if he was to vote, he would also vote for the president. But now, because the governor, who is his or her priority number one, is not there, and it was the main motivating factor, he can decide not to do that. But in the Kenyan context, I think it's not true, because people are more affiliated to the presidential positions than other positions. You will find very few Kenyans who maybe are motivated more by those who are seeking governor position or those who are seeking parliamentarian position than the presidential position. But in Kenyan, I think in the Kenyan context, people are more motivated or are more compelled to participate in the presidential election. So the suppression will happen the other way. So it's the governors or those other positions where the election was postponed can claim that there was suppression due to the postponement of their elections. So that's what I can say.
Yeah, I'm coming to you, Mato. But Duke, just to try and disabuse what you're saying, that people are mostly, attracted to an election that has a presidential candidate. I would want to refer you back to the turnout of 2018. 2002, when people were voting for Mwai Kibaki. Probably not Mwai Kibaki. Probably you did not vote then. Let me go to 2017. So take the turnout of 2017, compare that with what we had in 2022. They are all elections, general elections, because we had the president down the ballot. And compare those two and tell me that what you've just explained to us is true. Because when we look at 2017, we had areas that posted over 98% turnout. This time round, some areas were posting 30%, probably 40, 50%. So how do you justify that before a court of law? Because you are supposed to explain that really because your governor was not on the ballot paper, that's why the turnout was 50%. How do you justify that before a court of law?
You see, the comparison is not based on the turnout. And you cannot compare the turnout of 2017 with that one of 2020 because we have different prevailing economic circumstances. We have different candidates. Therefore, we cannot compare the two, but it's actually theoretical argument because you cannot go practically, maybe do a sample or ask people that if there is no governor, will your governor missing in a ballot paper make you not to go to vote? So it's from a theoretical perspective, but not a practical perspective because nobody has done that research. And even if somebody do a research, it cannot be 100% accurate because you can actually do sampling. So it's like a theoretical perspective or understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Duke. Nimeona mikono zimeinuliwa, but Mato niliona ulikuwa umeinua. Let's do this. Let's just get 1.5 minutes each so that we can address this issue. And I want you, Mato, ukikuja useme. I mean, you know, sometimes, and mkitaka kunigonga mnigonge. But what I want to say is this. I think that was a very weak argument. That was a very weak argument. And because for you to go and say that probably the numbers were low because the governor was not on the ballot, you have to prove that. And how do you prove that, Mato?
Now, maybe you might not have a way of proving it to prove, but Richie, it's real. You see, Richie, these guys are not what to come assist when you working and you have vacations. People that vote, there are people who maybe work in a supermarket, people who work in a place and whatever. So now when you're called and then you're going to vote, you might only be able to get out of job once. Ikikuja yote mzima hata mnaweza funga shop. Okay? Ikikuja yote mzima mnaweza hata funga shop. Saizi ni time ya watu wa kwenda kupiga and then mpige mapema nyinyi wengine mrudi. Ama hata ule wa kulisha ng'ombe anaweza enda akalishe ng'ombe, aambiwe leo tutafungulia ng'ombe kazi imechelewa kidogo. But sasa ukishatoa hiyo ya presidency na maybe ndio ilikuwa imeweka mtu, sasa hata mdosi anaweza angalia, so utachukua siku 2. Na kuna watu wachukua every time utachukua siku 2. So there's a lot of considerations and also psychological things that go through it that can cause a lot of voter apathy. When you're here, and sometimes it's not even mdosi, it's about the money that you make. When it's done at the same time, nyinyi wote mnaenda, and then kuna ile pia, there's also the psychological thing of tuendeni tukavote, leo ni siku ya kuvote, and then now you are all divided, so nobody has that. Kuna mtu akona hiyo moral. There's a lot of things that are going. Richie, it will cause a voter apathy, psychologically and even physically, financially, and the decisions that you have to make for your life and your kids and your income. Thank you.
Ngoja kwanza niende kwa Bob Papa. Let's keep it brief, ndio tuzunguke.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Voter apathy can be caused by, the influence of a particular candidate can cause voter apathy because, for instance, there are those people who look at their immediate representatives, as in the governor, the MCA, and the MP. And more so, personally, from my point of view, my governor is very important for me because my governor runs the county. The county affects me in the way I do business, in terms of licenses, in terms of the infrastructure within the county, because with devolution, you know, it is as we progress and as we develop and adapt our constitution fully, most of these services will be devolved. And I want to believe that we will also reach a stage where we will even devolve the voting system, because it happens elsewhere in the world. So when I want to vote for my governor, Abdul Swamad, here in Mombasa County, and he's not on the ballot, I might not necessarily want to go and vote, because the president sometimes affects very little in my life. But there are those people who believe that the president also gives direction from a national perspective. So yes, it can affect voter turnout, because in the absence of the governor, who is majorly, if you look at the presidential candidates themselves, most of the appointment were governors or governors to be, or governors, outgoing governors. Therefore, when your governor is not on the ballot, or is not, the elections are not being carried out, there is that lethargy that comes in, and many might not go to vote. So I'll give you like another example. Is like there are those people who believed in Sonko, and they would have wanted Sonko to be on the ballot. And in the absence of Sonko, they can abstain. They can just feel like this election is not worth it. So yes, the gubernatorial elections do affect the turnout for the presidential candidate, and that is not in doubt. Thank you.
Okay. Bob Papa Asante Sana. I would want to move to Collins, but before you come in, Collins, I still want to ask this question. And I think that is why even, I think it was Judge Njoki or who asked. Bob Papa, you've mentioned the aspect of governor. And further, you noted that it is because of devolution that you'd want most likely to have your governor on the same, on the ballot the very same day you go to vote for your president. So let me ask you a question here, because you're talking in terms of devolution. Your MCA is equally important when it comes to devolution. So if the MCA was not on the ballot paper that day, would you still have that urge to go and vote?
I think I made it clear the governor is the one that affects me. The MCA, yes, it does affect me. But there are many people who are, even if you were to do a sample and interview people in those two counties that the elections were postponed, there are those people who say that I am tired of voting for Raila Odinga because every time I vote, they steal his vote. So there are people who have actually resigned to localizing their vote. So as for the MCA, yes, he immediately affects me in terms of legislation, and not necessarily in terms of development in the area, because legislation brings it down to policies that can improve on the county, and and public participation in terms of deciding what projects to support in the county assembly. and push for. So I want to really stick to my argument that that the governor is a focal point, and there is more motivation when you see the governor that you really want to govern your county is present on the ballot. And that might not be the case for me, but I know I have spoken to so many people, including the most of the so-called hustlers, and they felt like there is a lady who works for me, and she felt like kama Abdulswamad hayuko, hata sioni niende kupiga kura. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu kila mara nampigia baba wanamuibia. Sasa mimi nataka tu governor wangu. So, and I want to believe there are so many people who share the same sentiment. Not necessarily me, because I'll vote Baba anytime. Even next week, if they say we are going back, I'll vote for him anytime.
So the last statement that you made has just contradicted everything that you're trying to explain. Collins, karibu.
Okay, thank you. The question is, did the voter, if I got it right, did the postponement of election in Kakamega and Mombasa affect the voter turnout? Yes. Does the postponement of the governors or the MCA's vote affect the turnout? Yes. Why? In Kenya, still, we are a young democracy. Most of our voting is not about the leadership, it's about clan. There are people who feel that when their member of the clan is in the ballot or on the ballot, it draws so much attention to their people to come to vote. For example, that's why you find sometimes when it's a by-election, there are people who cannot even come from Nairobi to vote because it does not affect them at home. Mtu wetu hayuko kwa ballot, hata nisipopiga. That's why there were a lot of projections that there would be a lot of voter apathy in the central Kenya because their interest was in the presidency. Anytime when they don't have any candidate on the presidency, then that means that they will be suppressed. For example, in Western, there are people who come from the family, the clan of Wanga. There are people who come from the clan of the other clans. When their member is in the ballot, they will come so many. But now it's because the presidency and the governor is not coming. Wanapingana na nani? Now, if the two candidates like Malala and Baraza were coming from the same clan, hata wachache wakienda wanajua ni mtu wao bado atapata. Because most of the time you'll realize that we always put, if this person comes from a bigger clan, the only person who can counter him must also come from almost the same clan or the second largest clan. We still have clanism in our politics. That's why most of the time in future, I'm not a prophet of doom, but the war of presidency will come to this governorship. People will be running on who must be the governor. Happening in Kisumu currently, when Jakano is not in the ballot, you will not see people of Kano so much interested in the governor. But when their person is there, they will vote for him, including when wako kwa nyongo, watakuwa wanamkampenia. That's what happened. That's why some people lost the thing. So why did it suppress the voter? Why is it assumed that it has suppressed the voter turnout for Raila Odinga? That is his stronghold. Kama walikuwa na 70% or 68% the other time, this time around they were 57%. That means the whole of that 7 or 8% imereduce. Kura za nani sasa zinapungua? Ni yule ambaye amepata kura nyingi kwa hiyo area, which means ODM is reigning in the same area. So if the voting is reduced by 7%, it has reduced kura za Raila by 7% zenye amepata huko, na imereduce pia kura za Ruto by 7%. 7% of 200,000 is not equivalent to 7% of 100,000. I hope we are understanding that. In Mombasa is a stronghold of ODM. If ODM was supposed to get 180,000 and UDA was supposed to, Ruto got 100,000. 180,000, the voter turnout was reduced by 14%. 14% of 180,000 is not equivalent to 14% of 100,000. Now, if you see those variations, you will know why voter turnout was affected by absence of governor. At the same time, it affected Raila Odinga or a specific candidate. I hope I'm clear on that. Richie, you are mute.
Yeah, I'm saying I like the way you argue, and I like the way you bring it out that politics has been localized. But then I want to ask you here. You've brought the point that by the governor missing from the election that day, it might have affected the turnout, especially in strongholds that are perceived to be Raila strongholds. Let me ask you now, if the judge goes further and asks you here, now that there was a governor's election in Kakamega and Mombasa, what would you say about the turnout?
Always a by-election will always have a turnout, because when you put 3 elections together, there is somebody who doesn't want to vote for Makiadi, but he wants to vote for Duke. Because Duke is there looking for MP, Makiadi is also there looking for MP. Now Raila is the other on top, or Collins is in the lower side of the MCA. Kuna mtu atakuwa ameenda kwa sababu it's a law that utapewa kadi 5 ama kadi 4. There's somebody who just go to that ballot because he wants Makiadi. He's not interested in Duke, he's not interested in Collins, but because he wants Makiadi, na kwa sababu amefika pale amepewa forms 3. By law, you'll be given 4. And if you refuse, you'll be told, even if you don't mark it, just put it as spoiled ballot. But you will be given 4 or 5. Unless you choose to not to want. But kusimama kwa watu wengi, at the same time, that's why you're already told, wenye wamekosa nomination, the more the people contesting, the higher the number of the people who will come to vote, but the other will be splitting the vote. But the person on the apex, the president or the governor, kama ni mtu mmoja ama wawili, he will get the high number, because kila mtu atarai clan yake, because politics is clanism. Now today you saw there was no presidency, there was no MCA. Kuna watu wengi hawakuenda kupiga hiyo kura, because mtu wao ashapata MP wake, yeye mtu wake alishapata, mtu wake alikuwa MP alishapoteza, so he's not even going there because mtu wake alipoteza, amekasirika. If you call them, if Raila Odinga and William Ruto were to be elected after the governors had failed, kuna magovernors wengine hata wangeshughulika kwa kampenia president.
Okay, wacha niende kwa Major Generali. Major Generali, can you tell us how you quantify voter suppression by virtue of missing your governor, your favorite governor on the ballot box?
Okay, Bwana Makiadi, it's an interesting question, and it's a little bit hard, but I guess I have an answer. Okay, to me, the postponement really affected the presidential results because of there are those people we say are undecided, the voters who are undecided. So they have gone there to vote in the in the polling station. So they have to be given 6 papers. Yeah, they have to cast them, right? So you're missing only the governor. And the president, you never decided, but you wanted the governor, Governor so and so. So when you reach there, you will decide and drop for the president. But since the governor you wanted You had decided whom you're going to give. He's not. He's
but before you move, umesema there are those voters that are called undecided.
They're undecided.
Then you are given a ballot paper and then you decide.
There are 6. You decide when you're there. Wacha huyu anguke na yangu. Kuna watu wanasema hivyo. Wacha nimvotie huyu anguke na kura yangu.
Si umemwita undecided. Sasa ata decide namna gani na umemwita undecided already.
Yani amekuwa undecided kwa one candidate. Yeah, amekuwa undecided kwa ambapo maybe ni president haja decide nani atapatia. But the rest amedecide atapatia nani na atapatia nani. But kwa president bado anaona Ruto ni mzuri, anaona Raila ni mzuri. So anaona kwa hawa nitapatia nani. So wakati anaenda kucast vote anasema wacha nimpatie Raila. Unaona? Anamdropia Raila. Unaona? Huyo ni haja decide kwa president, but governor alikuwa anataka governor fulani na huyu governor wamepostpone election. Unaona? So wamepostpone yeye yake itakuwa baadaye. So aendi asafiri ataenda nyumbani. Unaona? So ime-affect presidential election results. Manake yeye angeenda pia angevote, angedecide wakati amefika pale, amemvotia governor, amevotia MCA, votia the rest, but akadecide wacha nimpatie Ruto ama nimpatie Raila akifika pale.
Okay, I see your drift, Major Generali. I think what you're trying to say is that just by virtue of lazima cast your ballot yenye amepewa, then that will increase the number of whoever is the candidate that he's going to vote for.
Makedi, can I interject a bit? Just 1 minute, 1 second.
No, Collins, Goja, mute your mic. Mute your mic. Ndakuja kwako. We are just having a brief interaction. Sabrina, you had lifted your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Richie. So what I wanted to say was, actually Colin said it better. Sisi wa Kenya tunapiga kura in tribal way. So for example, if I am Kabila Abdulswamad, ama let's say Fernande Barasa, and this guy whom I'm related to through the clanism or tribalism is vying for the governorship, and I must get out of the house to go there and vote for him. Considering this is the stronghold of Baba, the probability of mimi kupigia Baba is high. You understand what I'm saying? So the probability of mimi kupigia Baba, even if I've not been decided, but remember this is his stronghold.
Sabrina, sorry to cut you short. How did Baba perform in Bungoma in 2017?
No, we're talking about Kakamega.
No, that's just an open question to you. How did Baba perform in 2017 in Bungoma?
Not sure. Did he perform poorly?
In terms
Bungoma has always been a rogue, let's say a rogue town, kind of, right?
Okay. Let me not mention Bungoma then. Let me go to Nyamira.
Yeah.
How did Baba perform in Nyamira last time?
He performed well, I believe.
Bob Papa, I think Uhuru Kenyatta won Nyamira. Bob Papa, I stand corrected.
Yeah, Uhuru Kenyatta beat Raila, but marginally, not much.
Okay, thank you. Now my point is home. So, Sabrina, I want you to justify that Mombasa is a stronghold here, Baba.
Mombasa has been a stronghold of Baba ever since. This is his backyard. We all know that. Even the UDA people know that, right? So I think by declaring that these people's vote should be, the election should be postponed, this man was clever enough to know that Baba will garner so much votes in this region. Okay, who was the most popular governor? It was Abdulswamad. That's why he won right now, right? So by suppressing that, by removing Abdulswamad out of the mud, you're actually denying Baba his rights. So that's what I'm actually with Collins, and whoever said that the undecided people, I don't know if it's Major. If I wasn't decided, like, you know what, between Baba and Ruto, anyway, I'm gonna go vote for Abdulsamad, or I'm gonna go vote for the UDA guy. I don't know his name, Sarai. So I go there. Let's say I'm gonna go vote for Abdulsamad. I go there. Now I'm coming to Major's point. I was not decided that I'm gonna vote for whoever. The probability of me voting for Baba, knowing that this is county Baba, is very high. That is just so clear to me. I don't know why you confused, Richie.
No, I'm not confused because I'm trying to bring a point here. I think you said you live in the US. Let me give you an example of what happened in the 2020 election in the US. You know Arizona, right?
Right.
So Arizona has always been red. Am I right?
Right.
What happened?
Georgia
What happened
too.
in 2020? And Georgia. So
Yeah.
would you say that Georgia is a Republican state in terms of voting?
Yeah, they always voted red, right? This time they voted for Biden.
Thank you very much. And that's exactly the same thing that we are trying to bring out here. I mean, how do you quantify that this county is somebody's stronghold before a court of law? And that is what the
Well,
judges were
also,
asking.
yeah, also, Richie, when you come to talk about Georgia or Arizona, in this sense, we also have to look at the two candidates. Trump really, who liked Trump? I know white people, sorry to say, but white people like Trump, right? But if really Republicans had a stronger person standing with Biden, I bet you Georgia will still be red. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I don't know. The point is not home. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But the thing is, I'm trying to show you that here, you cannot just say that this is somebody's stronghold. There's something called flipping. You can flip a county. You can flip a state. It all depends with how you sell your ideology to the voters. So there's no way unaweza niambia kwamba hii ni stronghold ya mtu, because if we go back to what happened in Kenya, I don't trust the 2017 election results, but from what we saw in 2017 and what we saw this time, we can say for sure that Baba won Narok this time round. I think last time, I stand to be corrected. Last time, I think Uhuru Kenyatta won Narok. I think Northeastern, if you go to Northeastern, Sabrina, if I go by your argument, Northeastern, almost all the counties in Northeastern went to Uhuru Kenyatta. But this time, I think Raila won most of them, except, I don't know, ilikuwa ni Mandera manigani. Kuna moja ambayo ilimponyoka. But what I'm trying to say is this. There is no way we can justify that this is somebody's stronghold, and therefore we expected him to perform better before we see the votes being cast and being counted and we see the results. Twende kwa Samson.
Okay,
or you want to say something? Yeah, I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a minute.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, it's very hard. Like, I can't comprehend how Baba can lose Mombasa and Kakamega. You know what I mean? Like, I can't comprehend that. I don't know. I can't.
Unaona watu wananiambia hapa ati anaitwa Kevin Fred anasema but with all fairness, scale statement ya Kevin, but with all fairness, Richie, Mombasa has always been Odinga's stronghold. It's hard to flip counties, especially in Africa.
It is his bedroom. Like, I can't comprehend. I can't even see it. How? Like, how can
but
just,
Bungoma
you know what
was
I mean?
flipped. Bungoma was flipped. We lost Bungoma.
Bungoma has always been wishy-washy. Like, it hasn't had that.
Now you go down to starting. Unaenda
No,
sasa
it
chini
doesn't
kwanza
have that
kumpatia
grip,
conditions.
like, you know. But I get it. I get what you're saying. Wacha mtu mwingine ajaribu.
Okay, thank you. Wacha tuende kwa Sam. Ngoje watu wa
Yeah.
whatever. watu wa base inaitwa nini, first floor, ngojeni wacha tumalizane na huko second floor alafu tunakuja chini. Samson.
Yes, thank you. I just want to prove a point about, let me just check on it later, Bungoma. But there's something that quoted asked whether it can have a scientific proof whether the postponement of this election would have affected the votes turnout. Now, yes, it would have affected due to this. The way I think, who said this point? I think is Martin, talked about the working style in Kenya, where people work 8 hours. You don't work in shifts. So you find that someone has a job, like for example, like let me say, like I deal with the system software installation. So let's say I have an hospital somewhere, I want to go install a system. And then I have a vote, let's say back in Mombasa or in Nyanza. So I have to travel today, leave my wife in the house, or we have to travel all of us. Let's say I don't have even maybe fare to go. So I have to travel twice, 2 trips, right? So as you can see, if you compare the government votes, I mean, the governor votes in Mombasa and Kakamega, it was like a measure of might between Azimio and who? And Kenya Kwanza. It was like of a might. Like whoever won that election, a government that would have won that election would have proven something else. Like it is like a status, something that is showing that that part is powerful. So those who, let's say, if I could have not I could let's have maybe less fair. I could have decided to say that let the wife go, then I'll go the next one. Or if I'm having a very tight schedule, maybe in my work, I could have said, let the president, obvious president will pass. I will go to the next one, whereby I'm having Simbarati. Maybe I see that one has got a lot of opposition in my area, so I'm going to go to vote for him instead of spending fare twice. I spend fare how many times? Only once. So financially, it's affecting voter turnout for sure. Because traveling twice in the same area, it's like I'm wasting a lot of time, and I know that Simbarati has got a lot of opposition in my area, so I will go to do that and start voting. So it could have affected. And now, if I was saying to check, I don't know whether my Google is lying to me, but I was saying to check, and I saw like Bungoma has a problem. Bungoma, I think last time 2017, Raila was beaten in Bungoma. Let me check again. So 2017, I think the results, president election results, I felt like it was beaten in Bungoma again, like the way it was. And actually, just few percentages, not that some thousands, not that like a big percentage that can bring a difference. So to my point is that due to traveling issues and the living work and the way Kenyan job type is, traveling twice it was at cost, and then also economy of Kenya is very, very bad right now. So wasting that time of fare, someone will just decide to go to either one governor or it goes for president. Then he comes back to work. Thank you.
Aya, Duke, alafu naona kuna watu wawili wameingia. Ngojeni watu wa basement. Ngojeni kwanza. Dakika moja tu nitakuja kwenu. Briefly, Duke.
I disagree with some because, for instance, if individuals were unable to travel to vote, it will be during the second time. So it means now the separation is for the governors because they traveled during the presidential casting, and now because of financial constraint, they cannot travel twice. So that means that the governors, the current people, the governors were the one who should complain, not the presidential candidates. Also, Makiadi, you can actually say, you can say that this is a stronghold for somebody based on the historical patterns. For instance, the way the historical voting patterns that can be used to give evidence that this is a stronghold of somebody. But however, in summary, what I can say is this, that yes, there should be maybe small impacts, but I think those are not sufficient enough to say that it caused further suppression. Because in this country, people are discussing, they want maybe to have the presidential voting on a different day so that it can be efficiently managed. And at countries like, for example, in the US, we have midterm elections whereby other seats are contested separate. So there may be some disparities, but very small and not sufficient enough to make a significant change. So that's what I can conclude.
Yeah.
Kidogo.
I don't
May I
know
answer
who's
Duke
speaking.
Kidogo? Sam,
Hold
may I
on.
answer Duke?
Hold on, Sam. Hold on, kidogo.
Okay.
Just a minute. We'll have time. Collins, nimeona Bob Papa ameinua mkono nimeona, but with all due fairness, wache tusikie watu wengine kwanza. We'll come to you. Wacha niende kwa Daudi. Let's make it brief ndo at least we move. Oh, ngoja Daudi, just a minute. Future MP, pole sana. Nimeona umedrop mara mingi sana. Let me give you an opportunity. I saw you here earlier, najua huna mambo mingi ya kuongea. So go first. Future MP, are you there? Unmute your mic. Okay, go.
Oh, sorry, I'm having trouble with my network. Wow. I think, it does suppress presidential votes by postponing the governor elections, because all these things are related, and even small things they suppress votes, just like things like closing polling stations close to the people, and there's so many things that people go to vote. People come with morale when they want to vote, especially if the reason of postponement they see is unfair. Then that they will see it as like killing their morale, because walikuwa wamejipanga, they want to vote for this governor, and also this governor is for this party, and for the presidential election. So they feel like that they are being suppressed, their voice is not being heard. So it does play a role in suppressing votes. At what percentage? Now that one people can debate, but we cannot say that it doesn't suppress the presidential votes. Yeah, that's what I can submit for now.
Yeah, Daudi. Thank you, Future MP. Daudi.
Yeah, thank you, Makiari. Am I audible enough?
Yep, loud and clear.
Wonderful. So you will all agree this is a very tough thing to prove, because I think there was a word to the effect of science. So it has to be scientifically proven that postponement of these other elections did cause voter suppression. It is going to be hard. You could all give your thoughts and things like that, but I think it will all stop at pontification. But I think one way that these lawyers could come through is by quantifying the turnout in all the other counties and show how the turnout in Kakamega and Mombasa was suppressed in comparison with the other counties. That could help save the narrative. But where I stand, it is going to be a very hard argument to make. I think Ms. Soweto tried hard to do it, but it seems like the judges still want more of a convincing to be done. But if they're to help their argument, I think they could do that comparison where you plot the number of turnout across the country and you see if there was a dip in Kakamega and Mombasa. I think that could be scientific, and you could argue that while it may not be
causative, there is a correlation. That could try to bring the point home. So that's my thought around that point, and I'll let the others go. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let me go to Collins first. Nimekuona nyongeza karibu kwanza, lakini tulia kidogo, tutakutafutia kikombe. Wacha niende kwa nyongeza, kwa Collins, alafu niende Bob hapa, nakuja kwako Samson. Let's take a minute each, alafu tuende kwa nyongeza.
We'll take a time.
Unmute. Your microphone has gone back to mute.
Okay. I'd answered the question of whether it's affected. I'm going to answer the second part of your question, which you are asking, is there a way you can prove that it was somebody's stronghold and it can be flipped or what? In political science, we have something called trends, patterns, and traditions. There's a way in which trends, patterns, and traditions affect the outcome. One of which is scientific comparison at study called cohort study. What happened with other counties in comparison to the country's turnout level. A national turnout level as per the Kim's kit stands at 64%. The turnout level of Kakamega stands at 57%. So if that 57%, then what have they been doing? How have the turnout been in the last 3 or 2 elections? If you compare those 2 or 3 elections, then you plot a figure, you will see there is a dip it goes up, like it was up in 2012, 2013, 2017, and then it goes sharp. If it drops, we can say, if it drops smoothly, then the graph is normal graph. But if it drops sharply, then it means there is an effect. One of the effects can be prevailing factors. Was there a movement of politicians from the same camp, or did we have all new politicians, that there were no other past politicians? So you can use those kind of factors to determine what can affect that kind of turnout. Another thing you can use is compare the national turnout percentages with the 2 counties. Are they always above the national turnout, or are they always at par with the national turnout? But this postponement, has it gone back below the national turnout, or has it gone high above the national turnout, or has it remained the same? So those are the only scientific methods, the statistical methods that you can use to determine. Another thing with the Bungoma is, has Raila been winning in Bungoma? The answer is no, because that's where you find how many MPs were elected in Bungoma in the last elections. The people, the likes of Major Waluke and Baraza and Didmas Baraza, they were not on this other side. So if you see how they have been trending on the other side, then you know, yes, Raila's numbers have reduced because Wetangula is not there. His impact is seen, but he's not been winning it. So he has not lost it. He has only reduced. The parts of Mombasa, that trends and patterns show that he has been holding it as a stronghold from the last 3 elections. So if he gets less votes than he got the other time in terms of percentage, then we look at the national percentage. Did it have a general percentage that is low? Yes. If that is yes, then it means it was affected by prevailing factors, of which is there a new party there that has gotten other seats? No. Is there the same retention of seats? Yes. But the number is down. So that tells you there was a prevailing factor. One of those factors is postponement of the election on 1 seat. Thank you.
Yeah, I like now the kind of trajectory you are taking, Collins. Asante sana. I think we are giving people ideas. You know, I watched the opening whatever kwa court, nikaanza kusikia watu wanaimba mambo ya ping pong, sijui ping pong, pung pung, you know, things that do not even resonate with the whatever. Lakini sawa, I think emotions were high. Bob Papa.
Yeah, Makede will be very brief. You have talked about how Kakamega would have essentially affected the turnout for the presidential vote. I've just been looking at the figures in the 2017 election, the first election, which was nullified. The turnout for Kakamega, and remember, Kakamega is the third most populous in terms of voters in Kenya county. I think Nairobi is first, and then Kiambu, and then Kakamega, if I'm not wrong. And the turnout for Kakamega for the presidential vote, that is votes cast, was 551,000. And compare it with the 2022. And you have to take note that 2022, there was an additional voters added to the register. So you can see the figures. The figures were actually, they went down. And you have to also consider that in that 2017, Raila Odinga garnered over 64% of that vote. Of that 551,000 votes, he garnered over 64%. So essentially, you will have to agree with me that one way or another, the postponement of the gubernatorial race affected greatly the turnout for the presidential vote. And it doesn't really matter whether it was the presidential vote was going to go the Ruto way or the Raila way, but fewer people came out to vote. If you go by statistics, and likewise in 2017, Joho won the elections with 221,000, and with less number of registered voters in the county. And that at that particular time, Mombasa had 584,000. And if you look at Abdul Swamad's figures, it was 192. So you can see there is a difference of almost 30,000. And that definitely can show the difference between 2027 when we had less voters in the register and 2022 when we had more voters in the register, and yet the turnout was much lower. So if it is about scientific, I think the lawyers doesn't need to get their mathematicians or statisticians to elaborate on that point, because it is valid. Definitely there will be an effect on the postponement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bob Papa. Now I like where the conversation is going. Now at least sasa naona tumeanza we are starting to give Azimio lawyers something to think about when they go before the Supreme Court on Friday. I think should be on Friday, yeah. So I love
akili tena. Makiadi usitusumbue akili tena hivyo.
No, you know, the reason why I'm saying this, Bob Papa Ngoja, the reason why I'm saying this, I remember in 2017, kuna lawyer wetu mmoja, doctor, sitaki nimtaje jina, alishindwa hata kusema formula ya Y is equals to MX plus C. I mean, he really struggled. Na unaona kuna mwingine pia, let me not go to that. Nyongesa, karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I just go straight to the discussion. Makiadi, after the additional registration of voters, Kakamega and Mombasa, in total registered voters is almost 1.5. Because Kakamega alone is 900 plus registered voters. Mombasa is 600 plus registered voters. When to go to the presidential 2022 presidential election result, the total number of turnout as per the Raila, because there's a time he talked about the turnout. The total percent is not more than 40%. It's around 40% of the register of the turnout this year's result. Both Mombasa and what? And Kakamega. So that tells us a lot. And most of the time, if you are standing as a presidential, let's take up as a presidential candidate, mostly you depend on your foot soldiers, the other candidates below within the county, governor, MPs, and MCAs, because these are the guys who are going to mobilize at the ground. So if you going on an election, minus these guys, most of this has been postponed, even their morals will go down, and they'll not mobilize voters. These things, Bob did it like, I think it's 2 days ago when we are having the by-election. They had to mobilize people to vote. So if Baba doesn't, okay, the governor is not on the ballot, how will he use his own funds to mobilize for Baba? And that one will also affect the turnout. I think that was what happened in Kakamega and what? And Mombasa. Okay, can proceed, Baba.
Aya, safi nyongeza. Nilikuwa nasikiza ile comment, natafuta hiyo video nikipata nitacheza. Comment ya Judge Njoki. Judge Njoki said that these are all different elections. The presidential election is a separate election from the MCA, from the MP, and the senator and governor, and that's why she wanted somebody to convince her how the turnout would be affected by, not having the governor on that ballot. But I like the ideas that you guys are bringing here, because these are some of the ideas that Azimio lawyers should be using in the court. Otherwise, tukienda na ile kienyeji wanasemanga my learned friend, mutaona vituko. G.
Hey, how is that? So I'm so happy. So you can tell my mood based on what was happening today. And I'm hoping this, at least the judges started poking holes on the evidence, and you can expect what will happen tomorrow when Akina Gatti and all our lawyers. But the question that with the question you're asking, Richie, and I don't know why we are not asking ourselves, does the law allow postponement of elections in some places? For some reasons, like the confusion of the ballot boxes, maybe there is violence, or because the constitution anticipated there can be something. Is it against the law? Does the law allow them to do that? Because that's the question. Because if the law allowed them to do that, the next question should be we should be asking ourselves is was it justifiable for them to do that? Because if they can convince the judges, because remember in court is about the law, what the law says, and the evidence. Does the law allow the commission to postpone election in some places? Yes, it does. If they have enough reason, then that question is over. There's nothing we can do about it. And then at the end of the day, whoever is alleging that this person, the reason why he chose Kakamega and Mombasa, and remember there are also 4 other, like Rongai, there are also 4 other constituencies. You have to be able to prove that what was the motive? What was that the intention of the commission? Do they have a good reason? Was the intention really to target the stronghold of Raila Amolo Odinga? Because that's another thing. You can just say, yes, they targeted Kakamega and Mombasa. You have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt. Because if this is the law, they don't care. I have had people talking about the mood of the people. You know what? Because I didn't go vote because of this election. When you go change your mind, whatever happened, whatever your mood is, whatever your morale is, like whoever was talking about the morale, it's none of their business. It's not the responsibility of the judge to take care of what you feel or what you decide. Because this is not voting, because this is not running, I cannot go to vote. What do you expect the judge to do about it? That's your business. That will not help anyone. And the other question, and I had also you talking about it, Makiadi, and Jokindo asked, let's say, for example, can an MCA in Kakamega go, or in Mombasa say, I was going to win this election, but because of the issue of the governor, most of the people who did not come to vote was because the governor was, the postponement of the gubernatorial election. Because it can happen to either way. We have, like Joaquin Dongo was saying, we have 5 elections, only that they are happening the same day at the same polling station. Can Ruto come and say, Rongai, for example, it affected? Because unless, on the other hand, you say they only targeted, right? Let's assume, because we all know Kakamega is Babas, even though there's, things can flip over. But we know Rift Valley was Ruto and the other place. So can Ruto come and say they targeted Rongai and Kachelimba and the other is Pokot and I don't remember the other one. Because unless you are targeting a specific areas that you know for sure this belong to this person and there's evidence, and like you said, things change. Like you're talking about Bungoma. Even though most of the members of parliament have been, like on the last one was Jubilee, Bungoma voted Baba in 2017 and 2013. So things can change. But again, at the end of the day, was the intention of the chairman to postpone the election? Was that the reason? Did he have enough reason or ground to postpone this election? Does the law allow them to do that? And that's the main question we have to ask. Talking about the scientific, unless we have someone who have experience or educational background on these areas, not anyone can come and say that this was the reason why. So I think the way things are looking, in my opinion, and I said this yesterday and I'll say it again, Azimio and Akina Umtata, they don't have any case. There is no way whatsoever. And I remember one thing I also talked about yesterday when we were here, about in case we don't have a chairman, Chebukati is gone, right? There is no any other person who is qualified. And you heard that today, if you are listening. So there are going to be a crisis if this guy is, because none of the other 6 is qualified to be a judge of a Supreme Court. And for you to be the chairman, you have to have a same qualification like the judge of an appeal, court of appeal. None of the 6 is. There is also the process of how you can remove an officer of an independent institution like Iebc. Now some people are saying remove him, condemn him and hard. It's not possible. So me, in my own opinion, reading the mood of the judges, I think this game was over, and we can try again 2017. My hope, and I say this, and I'll say this again to us, Zemio brothers, we can try a different candidate. Because chances are, if we have the same guy, they'll beat him again.
Yeah. Unajua, I give you an opportunity. Mute your mic. I give you an opportunity to make your remarks on what you're talking about today. So we are talking about what's the menu ndio hiyo unaona. Wacha mambo ya candidate. Utafanya nifukuzwe hapa na watu. Ukiona wameanza kubadilisha sura aseme tupo hiyo mtu nje. So
anyway,
just
let me conclude.
Yeah, confine yourself to what you're talking about. Najua people's emotions will start running high hapa. So let's stick to the topic here.
Yeah, and Karibu Julius, I haven't seen you for days. I don't know what happened. I hope you're okay after what happened, Paul Sana. But like I said, those was my main point. Listen on what people are arguing here, Bonarichi and all the other guys. But
did someone die or something?
No, based on what you told us about your family members, how they're gonna cast their vote. But Richie has told me not to go back to that. We'll talk about that when the time comes. I hope we'll have a topic on. We are going to do a postmortem on the whole election, and then we'll talk about that. But today we have been told to confine ourselves to the issue of what's going on. And the question was, and like I said, about the voter suppression in places like Kakamega and Mombasa. And they are not, I don't know why people are not talking about the other 4 constituencies. Not all of them were Baba stronghold. So I think that's, and then another thing, the final one, I don't know if for example, you see 2 people fighting, Richie, and they come for you, can you help us resolve? It could be a married couple. And you hear one of the couple with so many things. This, alifanya his, he did this. You look confused. So the Azimio group has so many things from voter turnout, although I don't know, Venezuelans, and so many. So which is which? Can they concentrate on at least one strong point? Because it seems like they're trying to fish for some things or reason or evidence that don't even exist. Let's try this one and this one. In case this one don't go through, maybe the other one cannot go through. And that's, it looks someone is not being honest. I think the best thing they should do is concentrate. They should have concentrated on 1 or 2 issues. But they are looking for everyone, anything available on the way. So why don't you get up Bwana Richie and
okay. Yeah. Safi, Julia, I think you came before. Bob Papa, you want to say something? I'll give you a minute. Don't prolong. Don't prolong.
I want 30 seconds. I just want to tell Guy. Guy has come with some little propaganda. It's like he's already bashing the Azimio legal team. Guy, I want to ask you, did you listen? Did you watch the proceedings yesterday? Because if you did, then you will know that Chebukati, even the way he postponed the elections in Kakamega was against the law. Now, I have sent Makiadi a video of how the legal provisions that Chebukati was violating while cancelling those elections, and it was well articulated by Feroz Norji. So, you please don't come to irritate us. Sometimes be objective. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, I'll
don't allow Guy to rebuttal because
no. It's your turn to speak, Julia.
We are not going to stop now. Guy, you don't have to kuniambia ni pole kwa sababu even an election is held tomorrow, I will still ask my family to vote for Baba because I have a challenge with working with criminals, thieves, thugs, murderers, ICC suspects. I mean, I have a challenge with that. So I'm this kind of a person that I don't think I'm supporting Baba because of tribe, because I come from Mount Kenya region, but because of principles. So you don't have Usinihurumia, I'm okay, I'm doing good. Now, the other thing about what Makiadi said, I want to agree with Makiadi, and I also want to agree with Guy and a number of us who have spoken here about the issue of voter apathy or suppression in Kakamega and Mombasa. I think it's going to be an uphill task to prove that for the lawyers. But I like what Nyongesa has explained, and somebody else, I don't know, Anikama Meenda. I didn't see that picture, Nyongesa. I didn't see the picture that, and now I see it, that if a member of parliament is not vying, or a governor, he's not likely to be aggressive to campaign for the presidential for his presidential candidate. I did see that picture. So I think you now gave the Azimio team good points. But now going to Makiadi, I think that question is valid, the one you ask, and I think it is just a by the way thing among the many things that Azimio is likely to bring. Unaona inakuanga kama ile point ya mwisho. That's how I see it. But I really think because our legal team are preparing and are getting prepared, I think they are going to be very prepared to handle that. You people, have you been in school? When I was in school, I think, and I was doing literature, Makiadi, I was studying literature na fasihi, niligundua kwamba that I was able to answer questions and even tilt the answer, and because it is literature, I could be graded correct because I was able to convince the teacher that what I meant, and I could provide evidence and make submissions why I think that this is what happened in that book or that novel. So I think these are lawyers, Makiadi, and they are going to go scientific. They are going to do what will take them, but we are not sure whether the judges will buy that. Now, I want to go to Guy. Guy, I have a challenge also with working with people who... Guy, can you come back? I want to see your face, because I have a challenge with dealing with people who have a problem with making interpretations and reading through between the lines. I found you making the interpretation of the statements by the lawyers very literal, and unachukulia juju. You didn't take your time to read those questions. You didn't pay attention to what the judges were asking. And if I were you, listening to the judges, I would be worried about the whole situation. If because you have proved to be a UDA person, if I was in UDA, I would be very, because I think over my years of experience as an educator, I have learned to interrogate things deep within what somebody says. Now, if somebody asks you whether you love them, you got to think about that statement keenly. You don't just take it from those three words that they have asked you. So I want to go through a few things the judges ask, and after that I'm going to prove to you that the judges were leading to something which they have an objective which they want to achieve, and we don't want to say for them, but I suspect they have an objective which they intend to achieve. Now, Judge Renaula asked something. Did the 4 dissenting commissioners ever complain about Chebukati's action before they walked out? So I take it that Renaula wants the team of Azimio lawyers to investigate and come back with why the commissioners walked out. Otherwise, he could have expected an answer there and there, and they could have curtailed their responses. But they gave them room to come back and give responses towards that. Now, Judge Oko also asked, what are the ingredients to be satisfied before the court can invoke Section 84 of the Elections Act as pleased by Azimio? So again, this judge gave the Azimio team to go and do further investigations and come back prepared. Then we have, what is the relevance of spoil votes in computing the presidential votes? Joking Dugu, can handwriting be capable of being changed in the form of that 4A's through staging? Does the voter, you see, if you ask me, and I'm not a technology guy, if you ask me that, and then I'm going to investigate how the handwriting can be changed. I'm going to come back prepared and talk about how the forms were downloaded and how others were written and how others were posted, if you ask me. Now, does the voter suppression claim by Azimio affect only the presidential election? Judge Wanjala, what is the relevance of the voter turnout of the presidential election? Now, why could be the dissent in commissioners' protest against Chebukati harassment on time? Now, feasibility of the relief sought if the election is annulled. Now, due to Chebukati, now I want you to pay attention, Guy, to this now. Where are we going after asking the Azimio lawyers these questions? Then Judge Ibrahim is going to this. This is very serious. Now, feasibility of the relief sought if the election is annulled due to Chebukati's malfeasance. What risk probability will weigh to guard on the possible lacuna in the event Chebukati is impeached? Okay, so where are we going? Where are the judges going? Now you can tell where the judges going. They are preparing themselves for an annulment. They are not preparing themselves just say we annul this election. They are asking the Azimio lawyers, if you want us to annul this election and we call for another election, first and foremost, they know these are Kenyans. They know 2017 that Baba boycotted the elections because of Amin Chebukati. So they don't expect that they are going to annul the elections and then the same teams are going to buy in Chebukati as the chairman of the Electoral Commission. So they are preparing the stage. They are preparing the stage for an annulment, and they are preparing the stage in the event of annulment. Who is going to conduct this election? Those are the questions. Now, then CJ Milu said, what did the commission, in the minor case, when a photo is taken in its original nature from the polling stations, are they taken as PDF? What should be done as corrective measure? Now, listen to this, Mr. Kim. What should be done as a corrective measure against the rogue chair of this dysfunctional commission? Now, should the actual winner be identified by the court? Should he be declared? Now, so Chiji Kome says all her questions have been answered. So these questions were many. And Judge Naula still asks us a question about removal of Chebukati. Will the commission be still legally constituted to oversee an election? Now, these people have seen beyond the case now. They have seen in the event of the Azimio team proves that, and this one I'm speaking to all the people who are here. I think there's a lady who was here who was saying she didn't find the Azimio providing any evidence. That's what she said. Another one, I think called Kenya, said that the Azimio did not provide any numbers. But now if you look, and then some people here were frustrated with the questions. I think Joshua was very frustrated with the questions. Now, these questions are leading questions. Now, pay attention, fellow Kenyans and fellow panelists. I am an educator. If I want my students to excel in my exam, I will give them leading questions. It's like a review packet. It's like a review packet. I'll give them a review packet to get prepared well. So our lawyers were given a review packet to go home and prepare and come back prepared. Now, all of us, we are arguing about the postponement of Kakamega votes and voting and all that in Mombasa. Now, if you were in the Azimio team, would you go home and enjoy your weekend and do nothing about it? No. You'd go home and prepare well. This is like a teacher preparing the students and giving them leading questions. So I do not see why Azimio people here are coming to say, and give also, that the judges tried to frustrate our lawyers. They did not frustrate them. They prepared them of what is coming. That behold, next week we expect this explanation. You see, these judges, whichever, it doesn't matter which side they are taking, they have to do the right thing. They have to follow the law. And if they are going to annul this election, they have to prove to the country beyond reasonable doubts that they have good reason to do it. So they have to prepare the petitioners, dear petitioners, as you come back next week, you're going to come back prepared with this. So I do not see anything wrong with those questions. Nazina kama ile tulikuwa tunaita tukiwa shule mwa Kenya. Nenda ulete haya majibu. And I expect that Azimio lawyers will come back prepared. So, Mr. Gee, I want you next time, take your time. I think you are intelligent. Read through the lines. Don't rush and say that the judges were bashing the Azimio team. I think it is shallow thinking that you are using now when you make that interpretation. And I hope next time you go further. So I expect there's more lawyers to come back prepared now, and those to wind up, those who are saying there's more people did not have numbers. It is not numbers here. The numbers will come later. It is now we are in the process of looking at the process. We are in the process of looking at the process. That is why even these police stations are being investigated. And I am happy because Kenyans are really careless. Because these police stations that did not have on that 4A, some of them may not be out of rigging. It may just be mere carelessness of Kenyans who don't think they should do the right thing, who cannot follow instructions. You know, the instructions say before you seal the ballot box, you have Form 34A. The instructions are, but because they are so careless and they don't care about the law, and because they live in a majambazi world, they think they can get away with everything. That's why those things are happening. So those small things that you people think are small are not small. If there was no Form 4A, I think so it's going to tell you this, that is an error, that is erroneous, and that is wrong, and that is illegal. So we are first looking at the process. So our lawyers are going to prove that there's something very wrong with the process. Any small thing that happened that should not happen, that disqualifies this election. So this thing at majaji waliuliza maswali, these questions are valid, these questions are wonderful. Na haya maswali ni kama Mwakenya. So Bwana Gi, next time I don't want you to do some shallow thinking and some shallow interpretation. As for me, vote sympathizing for Baba, mimi siwezi pigia team majambazi kura. Asante Makiadi.
Asante Julia, I just want to digress from your line of thinking, and you've said that probably the judges are preparing Azimio lawyers for what is ahead. My question to you would be, looking at what Judge Ibrahim asked, I think James Orengo and team, about if they feel that the process, I believe was the process or what, of announcing, the process at which, with which the results announced the current guy, I don't want to mention his name, then why would they also want their candidate to be declared winner? If the process was in shambles, why would they want also the same process to be used to declare their candidate a winner?
Probably they'll have a way of proving that, because they will explain how somebody talked about several Form 4Cs generated even before the elections was summarized. Somebody talked about that. So they'll come up with that. They'll say, for us, would have expected that our president would have been announced after 1, 2, 3 has happened. But for this other rogue president, elect president, was announced only after this was done. I think they are going to explain that. So Makiadi, I'm not expecting that the judges are going to agree to all the petitions. I think I'll be naive to think that. I'll be very naive to think that. But I think the Azimio team is going to do what it will take them. The first objective is to prove the illegalities in this process. As long as they prove the illegalities, what happens next?
But Julia, yes, thank you. I think if you prove that there were illegalities in this election, you do not expect the same illegalities to have your candidate announced as the winner. That's my point.
Yes, and that's okay, Makiadi. Even if let me tell you something. What's the objective here? To make sure, first and foremost, Ruto is not sworn as president. So if we achieve to prove the illegalities, then we can go the next step. Like this judge is asking that we prove the illegalities, and then we have allegations against Chebukati. It means we cannot go for an election against Chebukati. Now, there is a handle there for everybody, for the judges, for the Supreme Court, for the whole country. So the judge is asking that. So I think the Azimio team will not be worried about those declaring Raila as presidents and the issue of Chebukati. The first thing they must work hard to achieve is to prove the illegalities and have the annulment of the election. That is the main agenda. That's my take.
Okay. Thank you. Bob Papa, I'll give you only 30 seconds ndio niende kwa disha. Ameka hapa almost 30 minutes na hajaongea. Almost an hour. 30 seconds.
20 seconds, I'll be done. You know, there's one suggestion that there's one judge who was asking how would the elections be conducted, and I want to say that Kenya is a signatory to the UN, and in 2017, the UN political affairs they have a political affairs body within the UN, and it released guidelines on how to assist member states conduct free and fair elections. And the guidelines include supporting the independent bodies that are what do you call it, that are in existence in those member states, and where there is conflict. For instance, they have conducted elections even in Central African Republic. So it is not, it's not like life is going to stop because Chebukati has refused to resign. No, we still have options. We still have political solutions to that, and we still can get a neutral body that can carry out that. Because the fact that we are signatories to the UN, we are part of what do you call it? That process of being assisted to choose our own leaders freely, and we can also use the UN.
Okay.
So it is not a big deal. We are not going to stop because of Chebukati.
Bob Papa, I think that is wishful thinking. I'll come back to you and explain why. You cannot bring the UN when we have a constitution that is still working that says the Iebc, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, is supposed to conduct a free and fair election in the Republic of Kenya. We are not a failed state right now. And I believe even if we get rid of Chebukati, we still have an Iebc that will carry out the elections. But we'll come back to you. You'll have to explain why you think the UN is the better option as compared to the Iebc. Disha.
Thank you, Richie, and thank you, everyone. Let me say, as I just followed up on what transpired today, and I must say, looking at the 9 issues that have been raised for this petition, on my side, I think like 80% has already been dispensed. Listening to the judges of the Supreme Court asking those questions is like they already have in mind, because listening. Remember that the petitioner has already consumed their time. They only left like, I think, an hour for the rebuttal or something, or 30 minutes. So on my side, I think the only thing left now is about the outcome of the scrutiny of the server and the ballot boxes. The issue of whether Kakamega or Mombasa caused a suppression of the voters, so that is something that is subject to like they say, the scientific proof. Like you got to show like it only affected the Azimio supporters or the Azimio voters. When you go to Omtata's petition, I didn't really get him well. He didn't bring out the factor of the 50%+1, because he argued upon the percentage of turnout instead of the total votes that were casted. Yesterday, I raised a point on the matter of rejected votes, and I think one of the judges raised the same question too. And just in case we get into a nullification and there is a reader, do you know that it is possible to have a reader with 2 candidates and no one wins? No one gets 50+1. The reason here being like if you bring in the rejected votes as part of the total votes cast, it is possible that Raila can get 49 point something, Ruto can get 49, and the rejected votes is a percentage. So even with two candidates, if you factor in the rejected votes, there is a possibility that no one gets the 50+1. That was the reasoning behind not including the rejected votes as a percentage.
Disha,
Yeah.
let me ask you, did you talk about a rerun and not having a candidate getting 50+1? Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Do you know how a president, I don't know how to frame it. Do you know what metrics are used to value?
The 50+1 is not applicable in a rerun.
It's only in the first election. I mean, if you have a rerun, then the person who wins the majority of votes becomes the president automatically. I heard you saying that yesterday. And
No. What is the what is the other term that is it a rerun or a new election?
There's a repeat election and a rerun, a runoff.
Okay. Let me say, I was talking about a new election.
A new election, all the candidates will be there.
Yes, if all the candidates are there,
yeah,
we can still go on, like even we can go to 10 times without getting a candidate if you include the rejected votes, because rejected votes, unless there is voter education on what about rejected votes, it's really hard for a candidate to win if the rejected votes is a partial percentage of the total votes cast. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you so much.
Sawa, asante sana. Let's go to Simwat. Hey. Julia, 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds.
Okay, I only think about the rejected votes, Mr. Disha, will be a big issue because it can be used for fraudulent activities. And we suspect that that is what Chebukati is trying to do. You also talked about the judges already made their decision, and it's, according to you, you seem to be of the opinion that the Azmio team has already presented everything they need to present. I tend to disagree with you. I think the judges are driving this thing to a conclusive matter to decide what if we nullify the election, what next? Why are they? You need to ask yourself, why are they thinking about that? And another thing, I watched Murgo. Murgo was talking about the issue of technology. What Murgo said is so damning, Mr. Disha. If you are in Kenya and you're a judge, morally, you won't ignore that. So now I think you can guess where the judges are going. Asante Makiadi.
Aya, wacha niende kwa kuseo haraka haraka. Okay, ngoja kuseo. 30 seconds, Joshua.
Yes, kindly, I just want to clarification between a rerun and a runoff. Kindly, just clarification so that I can join. Because Disha is talking about a rerun, which I think is a repeat. He said that in a case of a rerun, we may not get 50+1. So I just want clarification between a rerun and a runoff. Kindly.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Kuseo, you'll handle that as you give your submission. Karibu.
Maybe we can start with that. You see, what Julia is saying has a lot of sense. You see, it's like our the people who framed the Constitution did not go very far away on these issues, recurring. And that is why, by the end of the day, the judges are going to be the one to give the way forward, to prepare themselves so that they'll come up with workable, practical solutions. That's why they are praying that the lawyers themselves also touch on this, because it's likely to be an eventuality. Now, to deal with what Joshua is saying and what Disha is saying, a rerun is like repeat. So all the 4 candidates will be there. All 4 candidates will be there. But a runoff, only the first 2 would be there. Now, if there is a runoff and nobody gets 50+1, the way Disha is saying, it is simple majority. The person who has the highest votes is the president. But if there is a rerun, call it repeat, what will happen is that we'll be back to where we are. you will still have a 50+1 for the winner. If it is not there, then it will be followed by a runoff. I think that's clear. Now, I think I'll touch Hidogo on what the issue on the determination number one. Determination number one. If you allow me to just refresh. The determination number one is saying whether technology deployed by Iebc met standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. Now, I'll start by saying that you realize that to do this, that is why the very first thing the Supreme Court did was to send a team to go and scrutinize the servers. The servers had to be scrutinized because the claims of the first petitioner were that the transmissions were intercepted, some were replaced, some were deleted before they were projected onto the portal. Now, there is also hand in hand with that the scrutiny of those selected polling stations. Now, you realize that when the verification was being done at Bomas, some people choose to think that once the commissioners went to the floor to read the results or they verify the constituencies, that means that they were correct. No. Remember, one of the lawyers already indicated that even if they had come across a constituency, call it Chepalungu, where the figures on the presented Form 34A are not agreeing with what is on the portal, they will still read it and pass it as having been checked. I think the word should be checked, not verified. The proper word should be these constituency figures have been checked. Any anomalies have been noted. Remember, from the Maina Kiai case, even if you find out that there are discrepancies between those forms and the electronic portal one, Chebukati has no powers to amend them. So they just have to go like that, but the constituency is strict as having been checked. Whatever the discrepancy is, goes to the next phase of issues. And that is why when Chebukati had done it from 34C, the commissioners were, before they left Bomas, they were asking that, okay, you have produced the Form 34C, but what do you do with the issues which were brought on down at the floor, the discrepancies which were noted, the inconsistencies? And Chebukati replied that he was going to deal with them. It does not mean that, remember today I heard that they were saying that what they were reading was just written on plain paper. I think that can tell you exactly what was happening. It was just a record of which constituencies have you checked, this one. So go and read the results. That is basically what they were doing. Anyway, let me go back to the Murgo, the auditing and the electronic transmission. Now, from what I've just read, there is this idea of verification. The issue of verification, verifiability, transparency. Now, remember, one of the claims of the petition was that the forms were interfered with before they were uploaded on the portal. It is important to understand that the forms were coming in what format? They were coming in JPEG format. And one of the verification and transparency that was being looked for was the timeline it was taking from the polling station to the IBC server and portal. Ideally, if it was real time, it would not take more than 3 minutes at worst. Everything should be there on the portal, once transmitted from the KIMS kit at the polling station. I hope you all remember earlier on we were talking about geofencing and locking of those KIMS kits. You realize that each polling station had a designated KIMS kit. So in other words, the results for that polling station must come from that particular KIMS kit. And the KIMS kit, the transmission was time-bound. So in other words, the time it was transmitted must be on record. If they had gone ahead and landed at the portal and at the server with that in mind, you would be able to check from that JPEG format the time it was sent and the location it came from. Remember, the claim was that the people who infiltrated the servers were doing these things at Bomas. Now, that would be convenient for those who are projecting the forms in PDF. You would not be able to tell the location once you are on the PDF format. Again, you will not be able to tell the time they were sent once you are on the PDF format. Now, that brings me to the idea why there were challenges in opening the servers. Remember, according to what I heard one of the judges saying was that the people who are going to do the audit were supposed to be using some clone form of servers to demonstrate what was taking place. They were not supposed to do the demonstrations in the server. So they were supposed to get access and extract the data uploaded by the technical experts from the registrar's office, and then demonstrate how once you have received a JPEG form and you change the format, you can't have it now again onto the, you change it to PDF. You cannot project it now on the portal as a JPEG. Now that got lost. That got lost. So it means that whatever is appearing at the portal on a different version, PDF, was a form which was already either transmitted from Bomas, from another KIMS kit. Remember, earlier on, we had indicated here that about 2,000 to 3,000 KIMS kits from the earlier lot had gotten lost. So anybody who wants to transmit something from a ghost station, it means you have a non-designated KIMS kit. And when you do it, you upload and project it on PDF, you will not be able to tell that it came from Chepalungu anymore. And that would then give you an indication why these people don't want to open all the servers. And they had, now I understand they had as many as 7 servers. Now, I'd quickly go to what Leonora was talking about. You remember, they were very stern that Iebc was not cooperating to give access to all the servers. And what did he say? He said that they only have up to 2 p.m. tomorrow. So 2 p.m. tomorrow, they will either have the servers opened or not. That is what Leonora said. And most of us, if you remember what happened in 2017, the opening of the servers is what I think one of the things that made the Supreme Court not bother with anything else but to nullify the elections. So I can see that, but my fear for that is not even the nullification. I'm just wondering that, does Leonora mean that Iebc is going to get away with not opening the servers again? That should be very worrying, because he said at the last time is 2 p.m. tomorrow. If they are opened, bring the scrutiny report. If they are not, report back, say they have not been opened. Those were his concluding words. Now I'll just talk a little to conclude on the issues of the Chebukati. Chebukati and his, yesterday we had indicated here, Mark Ritchie, that Mwite was going to talk about the disagreements at the commission and the conduct of Chebukati. And as much as it is the Gidu Mugai group that is recognized by the Supreme Court, it didn't stop the other lawyers from saying as much, from the convenience of the other 4 commissioners. And from the look of things, personally, I think they love to take both, and they love to treat it that the two factions are not in agreement. And going forward, I do not see how they are going to be able to do the elections. And maybe that is one of the reasons why I was saying that would it be out of the ordinary to have a case against the Iebc conduct even before the Supreme Court do their ruling? But for me, what I would say is that 2013, 2017, the Supreme Court had appointed lawyers. How are they appointed? How are they appointed? Muite was the lawyer in 2017, and I'm sure he knows how he was appointed. Now, the CEO, as much as he's in charge of procurement, he procures what has been discussed by the commission. Procurement rules and even thresholds are discussed by the commission. The standards expected are discussed by the commission. Then now the Iebc CEO is given the go-ahead to implement. Anyway, that is still up to the Supreme Court to deal with. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so Sana Daktari, thank you for your contribution. I think somebody's just correcting you that they were allowed finally to scrutinize the servers. I think that's what maybe you might have missed, but we don't know to what extent. But let me bring in Demba, and then we can move on from there.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Kuseo. ABC spokesperson.
Demba, please.
Yeah, I want to just make a comment.
But I can do a better job than Chebukati, that I know.
Yeah, sure. You clearly can. I notice the way you did. I want to address myself to 3 things. One is when I listen to the especially the last part of the questions by the judges, I have a feeling they have like they were saying, they have gone through the affidavits, they have gone through all the responses. They have looked like Wanjala was saying, and Lenaola also alluded to that. And they were seeking clarification. My attention was drawn to their need for the appellants to say, especially in their reliefs, what would happen in the event that a process that you say was not credible, and the results thereof being used to declare you as a president. You see, that was a very pregnant question. So it presupposes that in the event we do this scrutiny and we get into a point that yes, Raila Odinga, petitioner number 1, led, what do we say, right? So they were seeking clarification. On the issue of Iebc, I think they are trying to avoid, being drawn into the internal differences in the Iebc. When you look at the question that Lenaola is, I think, is it Lenaola or yeah, what is one of the judges was asking, that at what point did they discover that there was a difference? And what was done? Actually, Mwilu said that. What was done if there was any attempt at a corrective measure? And what was the results thereof? All these things are in their affidavits, by the way. If you go back to the affidavits sworn in by all the commissioners, the responses that they were seeking are in there. If you remember, there was tallying that was being streamed, and they were announcing. Until some point, it stopped. I think the second day. After that, there were no more announcements, and until we were told that now you come for the final thing the next day. I think around 11 turned to 2 turned to I think sometime later in the evening. So there was a sequence of events, and if you listen to the commissioners, they have already said as such. So there's already a response to that question of, was there the division, and at what point did they break up, and what were the corrective measures? So that I think is something that will their lawyers will deal with. I think they probably didn't bring it out strongly, but if you have bothered to read the affidavits, you will see that. Now, what they are seeking to bring out is the facts and the matters in the affidavits. You remember, there's already, by the time Azimio was claiming that these documents were being intercepted and changed, they have evidence to that matter. Yeah, they have already, of course, picked. And even if you go there, you go online, you would see that, and some of them are being brought down. There was an interesting thing that happened on I think day one, immediately after the vote closed. I think 20 minutes later, there were some, like, I don't know how many Form 34As that found themselves
11,000 in 9 minutes.
In 9 minutes. So how can you have 11,000 Form 34As coming within 9 minutes of the close of voting? You see, that's already telling of a predetermined thing. So I think they'll deal with those questions. The interesting responses, by the way, if you listen to the Azimio lawyers, they were making reference to some of those the submissions and responses from the Kenya Kwanza guys and William Ruto on some of the things that they had said. So I think that it will be interesting to see how the responses come through. But as in my own view, when I looked at the questioning and the line that they were trying to push, they were pushing a line, in my view, like, yes, it is faulty. Yes, there's a problem. Now, this relief sought, what is the impact? Help us arrive at something that is going to be more robust and is going to build a jurisprudence. That is what I'm thinking. So if I do picky ponky like Willis did, I think we are looking at an election that will be invalidated. And so what maybe the judges will be grappling with is, when they allow a rerun, will it be going to the same IBC that is not constituted? You remember, I mean, it's not gelling. You remember even Mwilu asking that in the event that we go back there, the process of removal of an IBC chair is not it does not start at the Supreme Court. It starts down.
It can't start there.
Yeah, it can't start at the Supreme Court. So it has to start down there. So the Supreme Court will not address it while it might find the IBC chair having messed the election. It cannot start by saying that he should be facing a criminal or whatever. That has to be, first of all, started, because I think we mentioned here a few days ago that criminal charges against the IBC chair is now a different charge, right? that can be pursued at a different time. So that wouldn't come in this. So they wouldn't remove the IBC chair at this stage, but they can find that he probably did or did not do certain things that he was supposed to do. Now the other bodies will pick up from there. So I think the other thing they're grappling with, in the event of a rerun, what happens? Do you want the same commission that cannot agree to prepare an election? So you see, that is not a part of the what they're going to address themselves to at this point. Now, finally, the person that I found very, very interesting was Okia Omtata. He was very particular, and he brought out those, especially the numbers of 50+1, in a very, very clear manner. I think if the simplest way that anybody could understand the issue of voter turnout, 13 million by the closing, and then by the next day, 21 hours, 23 hours later, people are still voting. You get to 14 million. So at what point did you move to 14 million? How did you get the difference? Then there's 1.6 million that is also not accounted for. So he's bringing out very, very key questions, key questions that beg answers, which I want to hear what IBC will tell us today. I want to hear what Chebukati will tell us about the difference in voter turnout, because what Okia Omtata was looking at was their own response. Yeah, the response from, so they will not.
They were Chebukati figures.
Yeah, so they will not go away from those because those are their signed affidavits. Those are the things they gave. So their figures are not tallying. So at what point, probably that explanation will want to hear. Yeah, that we can I will be keenly listening to their response to the figures that Okia Omtata talked about. That you stopped voting at 5, you are at 13 million Kimskit, and then this Kimskit keeps counting. 23 hours later, you'd say probably 1 hour or 2 when people haven't voted, that will be okay. But 23 hours later, I mean, that's a key question. That's a key question on the validity of the vote. And I think by that alone, people are imagining that if you cannot explain that the commissioners did not complain before, you see, commissioners not complaining or complaining is not an issue. Because a commissioner complaining or not complaining at the point at which, those are relational issues.
Yeah, then, but and that does not justify you not doing the right thing.
Yes, yes.
You see, yeah, it does not justify what happened. Even if whether they complained or they did not complain, it does not justify anything that was done.
Yeah, that one is what Lenola is trying to bring out, and in that question is the extent of difference, and but you see, the extent of their difference has nothing to do with the figures. So the figures that Omtata brought up, I mean, to the extent that they differed, did the figures have to change from 13 million to 14 million because the commissioners were not talking?
No, not exactly. I think the reason why Leonola did that is because one of the determinations to be made by the Supreme Court is that Chebukati should be declared unfit to hold any. So I think the Supreme Court are wondering if they are to go with that, they need more information. And you remember one of the lawyers, I think it was Nyamodi, who explained that on 2 occasions, the vice chair had written internal memos on issues which were not addressed. So as much as I think, was it Wanjala who was trying to ask that at what point did the commissioners, why did they not complain when they were given other duties other than what the Constitution expects from them? But there are 2 memos. One of them, I think, was supposed to address the issue of the responses. And according to them, Chebukati set a meeting for 31st. a day after the Supreme Court the hearings had started. And they were supposed to discuss their responses, being the first respondent. So for them to give any determination regarding that request that Chebukati be declared unfit, I do not know how they'll go about it. They may have to maybe ask some investigation by the DCI or what. I'm not so sure.
And you see, if you go back and listen to the commissioners, there's a day they said they had set up a meeting with Chebukati, but Chebukati did not show up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's already something that points to their attempt at trying to sort it out.
Maybe.
But I
And Themba, you know, we keep revolving on that. But if we can play that clip, because Mwilu was very clear on and how he framed her questions and almost giving us a response on what she thinks. Makiadi, just play that clip. It's very short, but it's very important because I've sent that clip to you. I think maybe Makiadi, if you play that, it will help us on the debate. I'm sorry if I intervened in a wrong way.
Yeah, so these clips are on my phone. I have to transfer them to my laptop. So
okay, you will at some point. But anyway, let me finish by saying, someone is saying Chebukati brought down a WhatsApp group. Yeah, he closed, he chased all the commissioners from the WhatsApp group. That can be evidence before the court. Anyway, what what I can say is the questions that the judges were bringing out. If you've read the affidavits by these people, because you realize that all these people had, I think, about 15 minutes, all of them, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, all of them. So in 30 minutes, you might not bring out the substance of your affidavits. They're already there. And what they want to hear, I think the judges want to be given more time. I mean more of substance of the things that they are already read. You know, they have already read, and they have to hear maybe the responses to corroborate some of those things. So I am seeing first a nullification. I mean, that's my prediction. I could be wrong. A nullification, and you see the judges will be faced with if they will order a rerun. What is the fallback? What is the fallback? Because the commission is disjointed.
It's divided.
Yes. So I mean, those are the things that I think they are going to grapple with. That what court, okay, what happens in the event that of a disjointed commission running a rerun? Who will trust who? With Chebukati having bungled this one, and if he is found to have bungled this one, will he still be trusted, or will he still be trusted to deliver on a new a new election? So I think those are some of the issues coming out, which personally I'm also starting to grapple with. If I was a judge, I would say, okay, fine, huyu amechafua maji, lakini sasa tukimtupa bado tu atarudi kwa ile maji chafu. Sasa tufanye nini? But it is worse again to uphold the already bungled and someone who has not won. You say that you sustain his win. I think that also is a dangerous trend. So I hope their Solomonic wisdom will prevail, and they'll give orders that are going to be easy to implement. I don't know, maybe members can weigh in on the idea in the event of a nullification. Azimio, I don't think we'll want to go to an election with Chebukati as the chair. And the judges, I think they are holding back. They're wondering if this disjointed commission can run an election. And also they are wondering if Chebukati is out. The election, the act says that the chairman has to be someone who can be, I think, a judge or something like, yeah. And Cherera is not a lawyer. So why elect a vice chair who is not a lawyer, while you know in the absence of a chair, the vice chair should be stepping in? So did they intentionally put us into this quagmire? Because if you knew that for you to be a chair, you need to be able to be a judge. So if you're putting a vice chair who can't step in if the chair is absent, then I mean, if something happens to the chair, assuming it was not an election petition and Chebukati is not wanted, Cherera cannot be the acting chair, because that will be a legal, I mean, a constitutional problem again. So did they intentionally put in someone who is not a lawyer? So that I want to stop there for now, so that we can hear. And by the way, there's no presidential returning office according to the constitution. I think Chebukati created that for himself. Back to Makiadi.
Haya, weka mkono chini kwanza. Kuna mtu anaitwa Nyang'au.
Yeah, alisema ni Makoha kwa Bukusu na yeye ni Ondiek kwa Kijaluo.
Yes,
Ondiek
I'm here, and where I am, it is becoming morning.
Okay.
So good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Why are you not sleeping, my friend? We care for your health. You need to sleep, and you come back when you have already slept.
You see, one of the international human rights is that you cannot be a stateless person. So if your state is under threat, how do you sleep? So
Nyang'au, it is not that bad.
No, it can't be that good. Did you see my question? I asked a question in the private chat and none of you seems to have seen it. And my question is, I have heard rumors that I have heard rumors that one of
I will answer you. I got a little about it.
Please answer the question before I comment.
That tempers were rising when they didn't get them. The reason being that there were a good number of them were non-designated. They were not official polling stations. And the Form 34A was missing. You know, the one they were saying that they'll seal it in the box. And I'm told this thing was being done online. I don't know whether some of you saw it. The scrutiny of those ballot boxes from the named polling stations.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say they were?
It was online. There were people who were able to see it live.
Oh, you mean live? Yeah.
Live on TV.
It was showing live. Okay, Nyang'au.
Yeah, it was
Nyang'au, endelea.
Yeah, so thanks. My quick comments are...
Ngoja usipe mtu microphone, maliza kwanza ndio tusonge.
Okay. My quick comments is that from yesterday's proceedings in the Supreme Court, we have a lot of confidence in that court. And the questions that Julia here? Julia made very good comments earlier. But we have a lot of confidence in the court. What the judges are asking are actually questions which are more fundamental than the prayers and pleadings of the petitioners before that court. Those judges are much more conversant with the reality in Kenya, being Kenyans, and also given that in 2017 they annulled an election, and then the petitioner did not go back to participate in the rerun. That is actually that is a very significant factor for them in this in this hearing. That's very important. Number two, if you look at our Constitution, Article 140, subsection 3, it gives them two options. And my opinion, and I send Senior Counsel Paul Mwangi a comment earlier, about 12 hours ago. I suggested to him about certain things which I cannot share now here. In the 14 days that are cast on stone, those 14 days are based on the limitations of the fact that we cannot have, for example, a very thorough and very conclusive evaluation by the Supreme Court on the happenings of the 9th or whichever second Tuesday of August after every 5 years. So it is true. What is very evident is that our Supreme Court has consistently failed us. Our IEBC has consistently failed us, and we have been consistently saved and being put on track by the Supreme Court of Kenya. And I think that is what the Supreme Court is committed to do, even during this time that the petition is before them. So my comments, my quick comments is that the Supreme Court is committed to the bigger picture and to the sustainability of our nation. And they have already expressed indirectly their dissatisfaction and disappointment on our behalf on the performance of IEBC. I want to just quickly make reference to the comments by Judge Smokin Wanjala, Dr. Smokin Wanjala. By the way, Dr. Smokin Wanjala is known to me personally. Smokin Wanjala asked, so you see, this electioneering period, he said he was disappointed, but I think he was just out of curiosity or made to wonder why one of the lawyers was comparing the Supreme Court with the IEBC. By the way, in law, the IEBC as an institution and the Supreme Court as an institution are both equal in law, if you asked me. But why should another institution which is independent always transfer their responsibility to another institution? It means that the other institution is made up of very weak people. Number two, the composition of the IEBC. Why is it that we have people who are 7 individuals from our country, and it's only 1 individual in that commission who can become chair according to the provisions of the law? And that is one of the challenges that the judges have, because if they grant the fact that the current chair has acted outside the law, then who else becomes the chair? I think that was not fair for us. We needed to have hired people into that commission based on competency. That is very important. Unfortunately, we have to be very pragmatic and very practical. And in that being pragmatic and very practical is where we are overworking our judges in the Supreme Court. But I still have a lot of hope in them. It has not become very clear to me how they are going to resolve this, but I sent my comments to lawyer Paul Mwangi and others whom I have their contacts to see. And one of the suggestions I'm giving is, for example, if the Supreme Court, the Constitution says that the determination must be made within 14 days. My question is, suppose at the 14th day, the Supreme Court announces and says, we are giving 30 days for recount of all votes cast and verification in the whole country. And our order is that whoever is found to have legitimately won after the scrutiny and verification is declared president. Is that outside the Constitution? I don't think so. Those are my thoughts. Thank you. I will continue listening and hopefully I'll have better comments later.
Asante sana. I think Ndemba, you can take over from there. Guru, Mogoi, and then I don't know. Yeah, just endelea Miniko.
I don't think I have made a submission.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been here for a very long time, Makiadi, and you have refused to play my clip. But anyway, I will go on. I will go on and maybe respect the chair.
Okay, thank you. Alex has said he's been here for a long time, so we'll hear Alex, then we have Guru, then Mogoi Philo. So Alex, go ahead, and then Guru will
Other
come.
question for Nyang'au.
Okay,
No,
just hold on.
Kuseo,
Just
hold
hold
on. Kuseo, you have been talking a lot and we have been holding horses here. I know your brain is bigger than mine, but sometimes you have also to listen to a little bit brain. Come on, Alex. Okay. One thing that mesmerized me today is the questions that were coming from the judges. Let me start with Martha Koome. This is what she said. You have asked us to find the chair culpable of various breaches, and that if there is a repeat election, he shouldn't do it. There is a constitutional office holder, and there is a detailed procedure for removing a constitutional office holder. Address us on how to go about it. Will we be making an order that is unconstitutional? And that question itself tells me that what Martha Koome is telling us, they are thinking on ways which we can take this man out of that office. Why would the Chief Justice ask that question? Then she continues to say, will we not be surpassing the powers of the magistrate if we have to make any order regarding the election offenses? So here she's saying, we are seeing that Chebukati has committed an offense.
Correct.
Okay. Now let me go on, because today I want to prosecute this thing intellectually, because our UDA thinks that we are not intellectual. And of Korea, we went some in Waititu school in Punjab. No, we didn't. Themba. Maybe we didn't go to the best Ivy League schools, but at least we know how to correct our thoughts. Now, let me continue what she continued to say. How do you know the Iebc did not make arrangement for certain category of voters to vote, for example, Iebc staff? That was a very good question. How do you not know? So what Martha Koome herself said here is important for us to listen where the case is going. They are finding Chebukati culpable, but they don't know how to get him out. Now, let me say what Deputy Chief Justice Philomena said. And, I had to write these things down so that nobody can misquote me. When did the commission become this dysfunctional? What was the effect of this function becoming dysfunctional, and what corrective measures were attempted, if any? And what was the result? Okay, Philomena is saying we have a dysfunctional Iebc. And we can see it. And they are bringing their constitutional problems. And as I think the other guy has said here, who was Nyang'au said, Iebc and the Supreme Court, they are almost the same. I can't say they are the same. I don't know. Maybe I can be corrected. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But let's continue. And this is what Philomena said, which really made me laugh. Maina Kiai told us the election is done at the polling station, not at the tallying center. That was a very important message. So what Philomena is saying here is that according to us, the election was decided in the tallying center, but not by the voters. Now, all the time, the image is taken and it's sent. And now she started asking about the procedure, which Ose was talking about. When you take that photo from the polling station with real-time event, how does it go until inakuja whereby the tallying center? Now, I want you to listen what she said. Maina Kiai told us that election is done at the polling station and not at the tallying center. And the return of that form is done electronically. At that time, the image is taken and sent. Is it the PDF form? The journey from the polling station of Bomas and the things that happened in between must be described by that form. Now, I want you to pay attention what she's saying here. The things that happen between. Mnaelewa kitu anasema hapa? So they are agreeing that when that Form 34A was sent to Bomas, there are things that were done in between, and this court is not going to listen to that. So I don't know. We cannot. It looks like the judges are guiding us on where to go, but our lawyers are failing us. Let me leave it there.
Who is the chair? Is it Rich or Themba? I need to take a question from Kuseo and to respond to Alex.
Hold on, Nyangao.
Let him finish with the queue, then we can.
Nyangao, you said something that you know the judiciary is like the electoral commissions, right?
No, that was a misquoting. The Supreme Court, you know, there is a distinction between the Supreme Court and the judiciary.
So you said that, okay, let me use yours. The Supreme Court is like the Iebc.
Okay, let me restate that. The Supreme Court as an institution comprises 7 judges and it is the highest court in the land. That's a fact. It is given in the Constitution. We know we have many independent commissions in Kenya. And one of those independent commissions in Kenya, one of those commissions is Iebc, among many others. And Iebc has worked so hard to make the word independent become a particular rather than what the law intended. Actually, they have converted the word independent into a particular name, the way you can call your son or daughter independent. Independent means we wanted it to be independent from the executive, from parliament, and from other state organs so that they can perform the function of performing their election functions and boundary delimitations without interference. But you see the Iebc.
Objectively, yes.
Yeah, that objectivity, that is the independence in terms of operation. I'll give you another example. For example, the police